just set the world on fire. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he blows me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. Hey, you're my obsession. Hey, you're my obsession.
OK，这是一个挺长的故事吧，但是总而言之是在过去的在 FunPass 的时候的比赛后期，我开始会有一点比较自我怀疑，或者说有点没那么自信的状况出现，然后在这种心理状态环境下，就我的不管是指挥也好，或者说操作上也好，就比较的会更多的变形。对，所以就是后面就，在双方的协同下，就是我去找一个新的机会，然后方法他们也急需成绩嘛，所以也对，就很不幸的没有办法待下来。对，其实在方法组，我觉得因为我待了很久，然后这途中也有很多的人员变动，然后有新选手，然后每个选手都有不同的特质。那我觉得我学到最多的就是，在面对到每种不同个性的时候，我该怎么去跟他相处关系，或者说比较好的去让他融入到队伍里，然后我要怎么去用我自己的方式去指挥，然后让不同个性的选手可以去吸收，然后不同风格打法的选手也都可以很好的去适应这样子。至于加入金钟，我觉得。我很期待的点是因为我跟金钟的几位选手的关系一直都很好，就是我们很早就认识了。然后，我来试训的时候，我看到他们每个选手的个性性格都很活泼开朗，然后就很自来熟。那我就觉得这个氛围我很喜欢，然后我们感觉我也很有化学反应的感觉。就是挺开心可以跟他再当一次队友的，然后在加入金钟之后也发现他跟过去改变了很多，就是即使我们 我们的关系很好很好，就是我们过去3年可能没有在同一个队伍，但是我们依然会一起出去吃饭啊，然后一起出去玩啊，就那种好哥们那种感觉。然后但是他在FunPass的风格跟现在就差很多，然后他也进步了很多，我觉得非常为他高兴，然后也为我们团队高兴。对，这个赛果可能不是那么满意，但是我们就是后面会在后续，我们目前还没有复盘，但是我们后面肯定会好好的复盘，然后调整一下。但是就我目前感受下来，我们跟训练赛上打的内容相差非常多，然后可能在比赛的节奏上还没有很好的去找到。So in sunsets, in attack, early on we found our tempo like we know how to catch a chamber. It's like always so low and chamber anti-rush is like not that strong, and so we got a chance. Then we go in the chamber side. That's easy. And they call a timeout. They figure out like they combine the chamber and the sage, so we cannot really rush him. And so we decide to take a duel with the neon. And honestly, enemy like Tenlu's player they have the feeling. I think they have a better feeling and the performance that day. Like their gun is on fire, and they just outplay us, and we just cannot, aim. I think so. Yeah. So about sunset, it's really pity. But it's nothing to say. We just got destroyed by the M, and I think that's the biggest problem in this tournament. I mean, in this match. I think for me, like which role is doesn't really matter. I can just. I think I know every role. I know how to play every role, but it's about the agent experience. Yeah, and for me, I think it's not that hard to change and try to fit in the team. So it's not that hard, I think. I think an initiator can give me more information for my in-game lead, and it's better to let me do some fake code or let me figure out how is the enemy playing and how is our team going. Yeah. So I think initiator is better for me. I mean, I think I can just wish them luck. I'm even we lose the first match, but I still have the confidence about my team and our every player. We will figure out the problem very quickly, and we'll solve it, and yeah, just wish them luck. They have to think how to deal with us. Yeah. I think Setro and Ayang have really good aim, really insane aim, I would say. So I need to take care about their hero play and superstar moment.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Project Horizon's coverage of VCT China Stage 2. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kumquat. And yesterday, a very, very fun day over on the Alpha group of Split 2. You had All Gamers and Wuxi Titan picking up their first wins here in Split 2. Today, we move over to the Omega group. Later on today, it's going to be that kind of hot start TYL versus EDG in EDG's debut here in Split 2. But first, it's the battle for Berlin, or at least who has the rights to say they were better with him in JDG and FPX.
It's gonna be definitely a fun day. Both of the two teams we're gonna see right now, so JDG and FPX. I've already played a few games, so it's the second one for JDG. Unfortunately, they lost the first one against TYL, so it's a bit of a rough start for JDG, but hopefully they'll do a bit better today. For FPX, it's a bit more balanced. They won one against Trace and lost one against Nova. I think this is kind of an upset. I don't think they would have expected losing a game against Nova, but let's see what they can do against JDG. I think they look a bit stronger than what we've seen in Stage 1, so let's hope so.
Yeah, I think throughout the year, what we've seen from FPX is this continual kind of return to what we wanted out of them moving into this year compared to the lackluster results from last year, the failure to qualify to either Masters or to Champions last year for FPX. It feels like they continue to make steps in the right direction. On the other side of things for JDG, it feels like a team where we're in the middle of the rebuild, right? Stu, now gone off the roster, finally departs JDG after years of being here. We bring in Berlin as the new level-headed, experienced member into this team. And we're kind of seeing the results of it, right? Obviously, the match JDG played against TYL left a bit to be desired for JDG, but that TYL team also undefeated right now, off to a very good start, and we'll have to see if that form carries into today against EDG later. That might provide a little bit more context as to what's going on in the JDG camp.
I definitely agree. I think you talked a bit about Berlin leaving FPX for JDG, and it's definitely a strong move for both of this team because he's been playing with FPX since 2023. So it's been almost 3 years now, and it's a huge change for FPX. I hope he will find his place in JDG. As you said, both of this team are kind of struggling to be at the top of VCT China right now. We've seen really good things from FPX a few years ago, but in 2025, it was just not it. They miss every international event, and this year is kind of the same song all over again. They almost qualify for esports World Cup, but unfortunately they missed this by a few spots. So let's see if with this new addition it's going to be different. So as we said, Berlin joining JDG and Crown Fisher, also a new blood in this roster.
Yes, and picking up Crown Fisher onto this team, it does provide a new look that we really want to be seeing more of as we move through. But like we talk about with JDG, when you bring in these new additions, when you lose such an integral piece to this team like Stu, it does start to reform your identity as a team. You have to start building from the ground up again. Yes, obviously Yuka and Zhe have been here before. They can still act as the spiritual core for this team, but you have to start thinking about the game in a different way. And likewise, for the side of FPX, when you lose that very long tenured player in Berlin who is able to provide so much to that team over the years, you bring in a guy like Coconut from JDG, it's going to force you to have to think about the game in a new light. And we started to see that work in FPX's favor over these last couple of weeks, but you want to see more consistency from this roster moving forward.
I think, yeah, definitely we want to. They also changed the duelists, so they add Ben Lee for the first stage, and he has been moving out, replaced with TYL. I think could be a better addition. I think he has a bit more experience and maybe will bring a bit more to the roster. I think honestly, what we've seen for the beginning of this group stage from FPS was kind of okay. The match against Trace was really interesting, and they were really good in this. It was a strong win. Maybe a bit of a misstep against Nova, but as we said, they changed several players, so I think there is a phase where you have to adapt. It's perfectly normal, and hopefully today is the rest of their rise.
Yeah, we're going into our nice little skirmish here just to talk about who's going to pick what advantage in maps. We're going to see who gets to be Team A, who gets to be Team B. It's Crown Fisher versus Setrod. How do we feel about Crown Fisher's addition to JDG so far? Do we feel like what he's been able to provide to this roster has been that upgrade overall, or a possible replacement for what Stu has left?
I think it's still very early to actually say, especially since we don't know that much about Crown Fisher. He's not been in a tier 1 in VCT China yet, so there's new information to gain. I think he's still trying to find his place also in the roster. He's playing duelist, so he has to build that confidence. I think it is not clearly there yet. He still has to improve a little bit, but I mean, I think we can give it some time, and for now, it's hard to replace Stu. Stu has been such a cornerstone of this roster, definitely, so it's gonna take some time to be up to the level, and we have the map selection for this encounter, and JDG has taken, I think, Breeze, and we go to Ascent, and we have Split at the end.
This feels... I didn't want to say we were going to go 3 maps today, but I knew in my heart of hearts that's where we were realistically going to be looking towards. And of course, all great best of 3s end on Split, and they go like 40 rounds. So, you know, it'll be fun when we get there to see if that happens. But of course, obviously, starting off on Breeze for JDG, I think it makes sense. You want to try and leverage the mechanical advantages that your roster should have on paper, right? This is a team full of aimers through and through. We've seen it time and time again. FPX opting for Ascent, I think it makes sense with Legia being the coach of this team, knowing such just basic fundamental Valorant. That's what Ascent is at the end of the day, is do you know how to play as a team? And that's what FPX has tried to get to over the last 2 years, is that core fundamental team Valorant. Ending things off on Split, I don't even know what's going to happen should we get there. So I think we should definitely keep our eyes focused on what Breeze looks like from JDG, because if they can truly take that home, that's when Split's really going to start being in the conversation.
I think one thing that is interesting is we've seen FPX play Summit, the new map. So they had maybe this strategic advantage because JDG first banned the map. So I think they really don't want to play it against a team that looks like they prepared something. So maybe this could be a kind of a disadvantage on the side of JDG, because they had to ban this map, and maybe they would have preferred playing something else. But let's see. I think Sunset is still a great map for both of these teams, so it's gonna be very interesting. The first one I already forgot. It's
Breeze.
No, it's Breeze, right?
Yes.
Breeze. So kind of new. We haven't seen them in this stage 2. It's still very early, so obviously we've not seen them play a lot of these maps. I'm really looking forward to see what JDG are offering. I think especially with the new duelists, this is really interesting.
Yeah, I think for JDG, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Chamber on this map. I know that we've been really seeing some interesting comps out of this team and what they like to play in terms of Valorant, right? Like we saw that Sunset comp where they ran double Sentinel. It was very strange, but nonetheless, they're still opting to go for it. I think double op setup here on Breeze with how open the map is, absolutely viable, and we know that JDG are always down. They could probably run 5 ops if they had the money for it, so on the defense. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that come into play later on that defensive half. On the other side of things, for FPX, if we're talking about what Breeze is going to look like from them, they're starting on the attack, and so you're gonna want to be looking for that very fast-paced, group together and swing as a unit type of gameplay from them. It's what they love. It's their bread and butter. Have one guy go in and then everyone else trade.
Another thing that I want to notice is that we've seen a harbor on this breeze. It has been played by DRG and Trace. It's kind of becoming a strong pick in this map, so maybe we will see this also on the side of either JDG or FPX. I think this is a real possibility there. It really brings something, I think, with the rework. It's very strong, and the ultimate also has a lot of potential on these sides when you're playing the retake, for example. So I really like the airborne in Breeze.
I think after these Viper nerfs that had happened this latest round at the start of last year, it kind of brought into everyone's attention where Viper needs to be in the meta. And with the way that Breeze has evolved over the years, finally, and then also the rework of Harbor and him becoming a kind of new style of agent, it has made this pick specifically of Harbor on Breeze alone as the only controller is something that you can really start to work with. Obviously, he also excels with the double controller should you decide to pair him with an Astra or even a Viper, but it makes him on his own look viable. And I think we're about to head into Agent Select, so there's going to be no more speculations. It's all rumors to be confirmed. We do have players' walkouts to handle as everyone makes their way to the stage, but it's going to be exciting. We get to see the fans' reactions to all of these players walking onto stage for the first time here in week 2.
It's the beginning of a new week. We had our MVP last week and it's Vukashu. So now it's up to take for every player in this new week to show who is the best for week 2. Always a good moment in China with this video that are absolutely amazing. The stage is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and one thing about the Chinese crowd as well, always going to show up, always going to make some noise. This is one of the most impressive stages in VCT, especially in that regular season. You have JDG. They're posted up already to make their way to the stage. Who is JDG if not a grand entrance?
Obviously. I think they have a lot to show, right? JDG has lost their first game. They had a stronger stage 1 than FPX. They were C2 from their group and went 4, 5, 6 in the playoff. So definitely I think they have more to show, and with the changes I'm not sure they are up to the level they had before, where FPX is actually on the rising road in my opinion. So this match is definitely important and it could have a lot of impact on the final ranking in the group.
Well, and that's exactly it, right? We talk about, you know, JDG kind of being in this slump, losing Stu, having to kind of refine your identity. For FPX, it's just those small changes time after time to bring yourself back up to the level that you once were, right? Being that second team in China just behind EDG at the time back in 2023, 2024. You can see this is the roster they've decided on. Legia at the helm in the coach's slot, a legendary coach in the history of FPS. Here they are, FPX, making their way to the stage. They know what this means for this organization. An organization that at one point was the best team in the world. Won Masters in Copenhagen, that was at the time with a European roster, but they've made that move over to China and they want to climb back to the top here in a completely new region.
It was, yes, absolutely. Historically, it's a very, very strong team, and they went to champions in 2022, 2023, 2024, and in 2025, we don't know what really happened. The struggle, even being in the playoff in the VCT region. So it's very difficult to understand exactly what went wrong, and I really hope that they find what is missing in these 2026 years. For now, it is absolutely not the case. Kickoff and stage 1 were really a struggle for the team. They started this stage 2 with a win, so let's hope for FPX that they can continue in this momentum.
Exactly. And that's the team huddles, just making sure that, you know, everyone's on the same page, and you can see the difference in demeanor in just how these teams are working, what the goals are for them, right? We talk about FPX. We know that FPX feels like they have a roster that can compete at the highest level, and it's just about consistency. And for JDG, it's about the small things right now. Take every round win you can get, take every good idea that comes your way and is proven in the server. Win or lose, you have a long way up for this JDG team. And it's about taking things one round at a time.
It's really heartbreaking to see that they've missed so many international events.
By just like 2 or 3 series. It's always, that's the story of JDG. They looked so good in these regular splits, these regular stages, and then they make way to the playoffs in that 2nd seed or that 3rd seed, and they just can't get it done all the way. And you want to see that from this organization, JDG, historic in other esports, haven't been able to find that same success yet in Valorant. Now coming to the end of what has been the VCT franchising era here throughout the last couple of years, this is their last chance to make that push. But it's a very unique challenge that this roster in JDG has to overcome in such a short time.
And so many changes also. There's so many things to take into account to actually be up to the level, and obviously all team wants to be on top and go to Masters, so there's a lot to take here. And we see the agents lock in, and we have the airport for FPX. Ion is going to be on the Viper, and Kovac is on the airport.
This is an interesting setup for me to look at. Now, maybe this is just the difference of North American Valorant versus the Valorant being played here in VCT China, but the double controller, no Sentinel here on Breeze, really trying to make use of how much space there is on this map, opting into the kind of anchor-like qualities within Viper to run a double controller. Obviously, you're running the Jet and the Neon together to really try and fill in how much empty space there is on this map. Use that to the best of your advantage here for the side of both teams, JDG and FPX, both running that Jet Neon. It's just the difference of one has an Astra, the other a Harbor. We'll have to see what the right call is as we go into the server. We're gonna have to look into see what the defensive setup is for JDG here in the pistol.
Let's see what both of these teams have to offer for this first map of Breeze. It's gonna be one hell of a series, definitely, so stay tuned on Project Horizon for this amazing matchup that we have between JDG and FPX.
It starts off already. JDG working their way down mid. Off of that initial contact, it's going to be Cetrod and Jay trading about. Berlin will be able to respond back after Cetrod finds that kill onto the Neon. It's now that 3 versus 3. JDG, they're going to be spread quite thin. They do still have 2 players over towards this A side of the map. Yuka and Berlin, both here. Could be a quick response from the Sova should the push be in towards Yuka's hold on this A site. Sheriff in hand, it has to be a well-placed shot. It doesn't go his way. He has to duck back over towards Crab. There's that second swing just as Kovac comes out and then through the high tide. Yuka finds Coconut. It's now just Cetrod, 45 HP. These errant sheriffs in the hands of Yuka and Berlin should be enough. Just one bullet to the body would do it, and that would be it for FPX's pistol. We have to see what Cetrod can do. Working his way over towards door. Spotted.
Definitely going to be complicated 1v3 for the duelists of FPX. He has no idea where anyone is, and it's Berlin that is gonna take him down. First pistol going to JDG. A very strong hold from Yuko on this pyramid side. Amazing all that he provides. Like, he did so much damage and then finds the 2 kill through the high tide. Impressive.
We move forward into the anti-eco. And it's, like you mentioned, a very successful round for JDG. They keep that momentum going. It's not much of an investment here from FPX. You have to hope that Ayong, Cetrod could maybe find something with these upgraded pistols. Shock darts haven't found any damage, so maybe something to look at in the future.
The drone is going to take some information. They will probably see only one player though, so maybe not the rotation we would expect on the side of JDG, but they have the advantage obviously of the guns. It's only pistol for FPX. They will find the first one, the second one. They take both players on this A site.
I mean, that's a huge swing now for FPX, able to get that spike down as well as 2 of those weapons converted over here for the post plant. Ja already in. Crownfisher only able to go 1 for 1 now. Now it's just up to Ja with that judge, and unfortunately not too successful. So it's a semi-thrifty, you know, not full rifles that FPX was going against, but still great opportunity to steal the momentum here for FPX.
It's a bit of a mistake for JDG. I think they definitely should not lose this round. They lose 2 players right at the beginning and take nothing in return. And I think the retake also was a bit too pushed. They lost the numbers advantage and they were a bit too confident. Didn't go well at all, and FPX equalizes the score 1-1, and now we're up back to the beginning.
You can see for JDG, they get that A main space, and they also have that opener on Cetrod. So for FPX, hoping that JDG would push out in multiple areas, that's not the case. You have that strong side, weak side, plus that space on A. You can afford to keep 3 over here, and you can see with all that utility, JDG proven right in their gamble. Oh, Ja. No! Distance rule, Ayong able to find that kill, and that completely ruins the defensive holdout from JDG.
Doesn't go well. It's a 1-for-1, 30 seconds left. FPX have to commit to this A site. And they will find Berlin! Such a good finding from Ayong.
And, you know, sure, Jakro here, able to get that swing and find Ayong, sure, but still, 3v3, YU, only a newly found bandit to the name. Outlaw shots missed, but who cares? Kovacs there, cleans up 3 kills on the Harbor to bring that second round in favor of FPX.
Do not go against the Bulldog of Kovac. Definitely dangerous place to be. The first pick was very good from Je. Unfortunately, he doesn't manage to go back to safety. The poison is perfect, and Kovac, oh my. Amazing aim on his side. It was a bit complicating though for FPX. They did struggle to find somewhere to plant the spike. The defense from JDG was correct and they didn't really have the weapon. So now with the operator, with the phantoms, it's gonna be way more difficult for FPX to actually come onto the sides.
Crownfisher wants this, going for that deep peek in mid. I mean, sure, it's a lot of control that goes the way of JDG, and they're able to shift Berlin over onto the middle of this A site. But it's still going to be the execute from FPX. Berlin able to find Kovac, but immediately trades every which way. Crownfisher, Jakro, and Berlin all fall at the same time. And FPX, it feels like at the drop of a hat, everything worked to their advantage. They all flood the site. They're able to get that spike plant, and if Shalala can find Ja, it feels like almost a foregone conclusion that FPX will continue their round win streak and get that 3-1 lead.
the way they are playing this attack is really interesting because they are actually committing to the site. They are playing. Let's see that they are actually playing without flashes. So they have to commit. They have to move forward and they have to hit the shots. And for now, FPX are definitely delivering this. The defense from JDG is struggling. They invested in the operator and they actually didn't turn. It didn't turn to any kill in the end.
No, not at all. And on the other side, it's really the rest of this FPX team, like we talked about, that kind of team style of Valorant, moving together as a unit, committing together, deathballing, and just focusing on, you know, using that tip of the spear and trading out. They do just that, with Setrod making his way through that site. An outlaw in the hand of Shalele, trying to maybe get an over-anxious Berlin or someone else in mid. That drone did so much in pulling so many people over towards this A side of the map. Oh, beautiful.
Yes. Shalala will take as the opposing jet. And it's gonna be a bit awkward because the rest of FPX actually moved in tunnel. So now they are on this B side. Yuko falls and there's no one, absolutely no one to defend the site. Two players are left standing for JDG, but they are so far away and they do not have any weapons. Only a few pistols. It looks like it's gonna be a full front for FPX.
Well, look at this spot from Berlin, able to get one, at least it's some damage. But FPX still, they grab that 4th round, they bring their way forward, and to the end that you were talking about, right, where we're always seeing FPX hold these angles, hold these flanks. This is the one thing that they've been very good at so far, which is communicating what gaps they're leaving on both sides of the map, right? Very aware of the space that they give up, as well as using the space that they take to their advantage. So now as we move forward, it's going to be that first full gun round. We have to see what FPX is really looking for in this round, especially now with Shalele going on that operator.
Very interesting here because both of these teams have the operator. As I said, there is no flash, so it's hard to actually make the duelist move backward. The duelist one by
Crown Fisher
double. It tries the triple, does not get it, but still very strong operation for Crown Fisher.
Yeah, and you know what? That's sometimes all the momentum that you need. Now, if YU can just hold on to this B site, catch a possibly over-anxious Ion, it now leaves a 2v5 for Coconut and Setrod. And sure, you still do have the core of how this team can function. Info and Setrod taking the space as fast as possible, but still, that's a lot of kills to be asked for. Has to make his way through. YU, though, will continue to stand on this B site. That's 3 kills on the round for that Viper on JDG.
Finally, JDG are showing some life. We've been waiting for this since the Breeze map started, and here they show us what team we have to look towards in this matchup, because it was a very strong round. And I love that Crown Fisher actually manages also to find some momentum there, because he has also been struggling in the beginning of the match, even though he's the duelist, and here he finds the play that actually gives the round. So very impressive, and I think needed for the team as a whole.
Berlin did catch the initial information and is very aware of who is and is not here. Ends up using that Hunter's Fury. Does get a couple tags. It's going to make Zhe's life a little bit easier here in the back of the site, and he's able to walk away with 2. But J-Crow has to do the rest, and with Shalele finding 2 back and turning things into that 3-on-3, it's going to make it a bit harder. But YU already quick rotates in, finds Shalele, finds Coconut, and now it's just Ayang. A 1v3, sure, was able to plant the spike and does get pinged out by that Owl drone, but has to do so much more work. Has to play around Crab exponentially well, use these pyramids to his advantage. There's the dash from Crownfisher just to make some space, buy some time, distract for the next two players, and with YU and Berlin doubled up on that angle, they can close out the round, and JDG have now tied us back at 3 apiece.
What looked like initially as a good round for FPX completely froze down. They try to cross, like they feel so confident on this A side, they feel like they can plant the spike, they have everything under control, and then they try to cross the wall and Yuko is there to pick them up. It does the double and suddenly the mood completely swifts. It shifts toward JDG and there's nothing FPX can do in the end. It's a third round for JDG and they're almost tying up the score in this breeze.
Yes, FPX still have that lead in terms of the numbers, but with momentum, JDG, they have an opportunity not only to tie us up 4-all, but also to bring FPX down to an eco. Be a huge opportunity.
Almost no eco left, you're right, and it's gonna start to look very complicated for FPX if they do not manage to find this round. We can see that a lot of players actually have ultimates, so it could be a very explosive round because economy is complicated. It's almost the end of the side, and you have so much power available. I think FPX are gonna give it whole to try and take this very important round.
We have Crownfisher here though, spotted out by that Owl drone, has to back away. There's immediately Harbor Ultimate deep into the site. It's able to capitalize with a kill onto Crownfisher. And that means with that control of this A site over, gonna be that plant confirmed in. Galilei and Setrod over here on this side of the site. Look at that beautiful combo. Snakebite and Shock Dart used. Evens up the numbers. Shaolin not going to be a factor here in this post plant. 4-on-4. But time's a ticking. This spike's going down. JDG have to make their move. And Ayong, immediate find onto YU. There's the swing in the backside from Setrod. No kills, but it gives Kovac the opportunity to move. And with alongside Ayong, deep here holding, they have to try and flush out Kovac in the middle of the site. It's not gonna work. He's still able to find one, and that's the trade for Coconut. FPX, they respond with those 2 rounds out from JDG with one of their own, and they keep that lead at least at 2 rounds strong.
They did utilize the ultimates to take the side, and it was very impactful because they managed to take down the sniper. We've seen Crownfisher being such an annoyment for FPX on this A side, and here they managed to take him down very early on so they can plant the spike. And after that, they really played as a team, not overplaying, not forcing angles that they do not have control of, and they managed to find either crossfire or double line, and they are very strong and committed to playing this correctly. And this is what they did. So 5th round for FPX, they kind of, for this time, managed to keep the economy, keep the guns a little bit longer, and JDG are calling their first timeout. I mean, they're not really struggling that much, but I think they don't want to fall too much back against FPX, so they really want to keep up the pace.
Exactly, right? You talk about what this is going to look like when we switch halves and we switch sides. You don't want to be in a position where, you know, this is an interesting spot to be in for JDG, because on one hand, you could still end the half with a lead. You could go 7-5 and have that 2-round advantage moving into the half. On the other side of things, this could be a disastrous next 4 rounds, and FPX finds their way to a 9-3 half. So, perfectly timed opportunity to get everyone's nerves back into control. It was just 1 round, and we know that of these last 3 rounds, 2 of them went the way of JDG. They still have an opportunity to take this Ja going deep into A main, a very big fight for this control alongside Berlin here. Does give them that chance, and it was a lot of utility burned by FPX in order to try and take that space in the first place. So you have to see what maybe a late lurk through B could be found from YU, if there's any errant pushes done. But Coconut opting to clear out this A main space as it's a push through doors. Ja goes in, but it's a lot of utility used just to try and fake this space. That's the overdrive being used now out towards mid. Crownfisher does find Ayong, and it's another overdrive now used in the hands of Zhe. As Coconut, Zhe, Yu, everyone just trading bullets here in the server. And a quick swap to the Blade Storm doesn't result any kills for Xiaolele. Coconut will be the last to fall, and JDG well rewarded after that timeout.
Definitely having one of the best timeout we have ever seen. It was very controlled on the side of JDG. They really managed to keep FPX where they wanted them exactly. They even completely annihilated the overdrive. The overdrive, etc. It was kind of kept in the mid where no one else was. The snakebite prevented it from going to the B side, and there were 2 players on his back, so he could not do anything with this ultimate. It was completely wasted.
And now we move here into round number 10. YU, it's gonna be a straight up B site hit. You gotta do your best to hold on to this site, prevent it, but there's Cetrod diving deep into the back site, just straight bullet to YU's dome. Nothing you can do about it. It's going to be that plant from FPX, a 5 versus 3 here in the post. Crownfisher not going to be given an angle over towards tunnel, has to walk into the smoke and does find Xiaolele. It gives them an opportunity in. All 3 of these players now grouped up in the back of the site. Zhe, the first to dash in, has to try and create some space, give an opportunity for Berlin to find something with Crownfisher down. It's that 2 versus 4, and now it's just up to Berlin, and while he's able to find Ayong, it's a quick trade from Kovac, and it's 6 rounds the better for FPX as they keep control in this first half of Breeze.
It's complete back and forth between these 2 teams. First, we see FPX struggle, not finding any entrance for the side, and here they just go towards forward on this B side and completely annihilate the JDG team. Very good. I think they really shine in this aggressive playstyle FPX. If they just go as a team forward on site and they usually eat the shots, it's really impressive when they have this confidence.
Confidence is what you need, especially in a matchup like this, where you know everyone is so mechanically gifted in the server. It's this push through the Viper's pit. Kovac, this could be a huge timing. Able to catch off one. That's J-Crow down. You know why you could be here. Sprays through with the judge. It doesn't reward him. JDG lost that B site. Gave up the plant. Gave up all that control in B main. And with Ayong sitting here in mid, has this opportunity to find one, but looks away. It's tragic, but hey, you still have 4 players here on the site in this post. JDG, this could be an opportunity to save 3v4. You don't really have the money. Crownfisher invested an operator here in this round.
Sneaking into this tunnel. We'll try and find maybe some exit. Kill Crownfisher also with the operator. Yes, you cannot hide from this duelist. They will find an exit skill on Berlin. But yeah, no round for JDG. The advantage is for FPX. I love the way they play this round. They decide to go on the site where the Viper's pit has been placed. They're not afraid at all, and they actually create some kind of constraint for the 2 players that have to be in the Viper's pit. If they do not want to die, there's absolutely no one to help them, and in the end they have to go out where they are awaited by FPX, and they just take the site for themselves. Nothing to do for the retake. Absolutely an absolute loss for JDG, and there's only one more round. If they want to go to 5, it's now.
I mean, you have to hope. You saw what Crownfisher was able to do last round with that operator, with that kill into Xiaolele. Hope for something there, but Xiaolele catches the jump. Crownfisher down and out of the round. Gonna end this half on a bit of a sour note, but the rest of JDG still have round 12 left to play. And it's YU alone on this B site yet again. And look at where FPX are ready to slam. Immediately in. Sure, YU able to find one, but there's the tag from Coconut. able to lock in that trade. And if Ion gets found here in mid, this could make things a little bit spicy. There you go, J-Crow. Able to even out the numbers. 3-on-3 as the spike goes down. Now it's just about finding your picks.
There's also this upgrade. J-Kuro picks up the Vandal. It's better than the Judge, definitely. Huntress Fury will go out, tags one other player down. J-Kuro with the double. The Vandal is making the work. Cosmic Divide is up and will manage for JDG to take this last round. It's the 5th. 5-7, not maybe the score that they would have hoped so, but they have a very aggressive roster, so I think they can definitely come back in this attack side. And just remind, this is the pick from JDG, so I think they come prepared for this attack side.
Wow. Just great shot from Xiaolele, but I mean, well-placed Hunter's Fury by Coconut. It gives them such a good opportunity, but the retake from JDG, beautiful, as well as the shots from J-Kuro. Well played, all in all. And like we mentioned, is this an ideal half from JDG? No. But considering the nature of how it started compared to how it ended, remember at one point being down 4-1 or 5-2 even, you know, FPX did a phenomenal job in stealing the momentum early in that first half, but then moving throughout the later stages. The recovery from JDG should be enough to give them that opportunity here in that second half to really make momentum, right? Even if it's not a win, it's still going to be close. And close for JDG right now would be huge in terms of showing growth week to week. That being said, it's still there. It's still anyone's math. It's only 2 rounds.
It's only 2 rounds, yes. If they won the pistol, can definitely shift the game. If FPX do win the pistol, I think it's gonna be a bit more complicated for JDG. They will definitely have a lot more pressure on themselves. It's their map pick. They can always take the map from FPX, obviously, but it's still not gonna be an easy way to victory. Ooh, amazing cosplay.
I know, right?
That's one hell of a Reyna.
I think, was that Reyna and Killjoy there?
Yeah, I think
Is
so.
that both of them? Okay. And yet there's no Reyna or Killjoy being played in this. So let's fix that, JDG.
Please.
FPX.
For Ascent. I mean, we've seen that.
It's true. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say we've seen Reyna be played quite a few times. I mean, maybe not on Breeze or Ascent, but I don't know. I think we've seen it on Split before here in VCT China. So not out of the question. Should we get there? But the new half, new goals for both of these teams, new objectives, considering the sides have now swapped.
Or Sheriffs for JDG. They really want to find the headshots here.
Listen, if I saw what Crownfisher was able to do with an operator, why not do it with a Sheriff?
Agreed. Definitely agreed.
Yeah. So that 4-person crawl all the way up mid. Looking to possibly get an opening pick. Ayong could be caught off position. Not just yet, though. Oh, YU, a great opportunity, but misses the flick. Kovacs able to get it instead. And that completely shifts the momentum. Sure, it's a trade back from Crownfisher, but with JDG not in a position to really open their way onto a site. And Kovacs still here, ready to defend, lying and waiting. This could be tragic if JDG aren't aware of this knockout. There it is. Kovac spotted, handled. Ja gets the credit, and the plant should go down. A 4v3, and with numbers available in the post plant, this feels like JDG's on their way to another pistol.
They're definitely on the right track here. Kovac did try to find some surprise against JDG, but they were just too prepared. And now they know, they just know where they're coming from. They check the main, so they have information. Shock Dart to do maybe a bit of damage, but it's not enough against the pistol of JDG. 2 kills. Ayong is the last one standing and will fall like his teammates. 4 players still alive on the side of JDG, and another very convincing gun round. Pistol round.
I mean, I agree that it's a convincing pistol, but the fear is, can JDG win the anti-eco this time? Or do
please.
yeah, do FPX walk away with another round where they come in with like a single sheriff and a bandit and somehow put together a round win, you know? And that's the fear that you have for JDG. If they can win this round at all, let alone convincingly, just win the round, that's a huge improvement over what was the last half.
The weapons are quite convincing. I think they will be a bit more careful this time. Also, they are on the attack side, so they will probably play as a team. There is a Gumball stack on the side of FPX. Unfortunately, it's not the right side. They're completely on the opposite side of the map. So it's completely open for JDG. They don't know it yet, but they will have the information very soon. And for FPX, it's probably the sign that you will not take the anti-eco this time.
No, and now for JDG, there's almost a mini game that you're about to play of how do you stack these ultimate orbs correctly, or the points, so you can get certain ultimates online as fast as possible. You can see with YU sitting here over towards main, that's gonna be communicated across that he was smoked off. So you should see maybe Crown Fisher move in to hold this, or even an exploration of sorts out towards mid, maybe towards defender spawn. Jakiro the first to really explore on the hunt on his own, but to be fair, just the sheriff in his hands. No kills found either way. All of FPX goes down to the spike, and we are now tied up at 7 apiece for the first time since the game started.
Here it is. JDG equalize. The start of the attack round is correct now. It's the bonus round, and they have a lot of weapon that they carry from the previous round, since they, I think, only lost... No, they didn't lose anyone. No one died, actually. So it's a very convincing bonus for them. I think maybe the Outlaw is not gonna be that useful because it's full shield on the side of FPX, but we have the Odin. What is the plan here?
Setrod Odin, probably to spam it through the very paper-thin walls on the B site. But unfortunately for Setrod and the rest of FPX, that investment not going to be found too much value. It has to just be Kovac on the site instead. He's able to go 1-for-1, but there's still another problem for JDG in the form of Shalile sitting in the back site alongside Coconut. No real plant or retake going to start just yet. Berlin trying to find a little bit more info, give the rest of the team a little bit more of a pinch into the site. YU has to find his way through, or maybe just hope that a shock dart will do a little bit of damage. But Crown Fisher and Berlin both here. That's the kill going through. It's now all up to Berlin. A 1v3 still stunned, and we talked about the Odin. I said it wasn't going to be useful. Here I am lying. Setrod finds the final kill with the very gun, and FPX back to the lead.
They keep 3 players alive. I think it's a good anti-bonus. Economically, it's gonna be good for FPX. They will manage to be able to buy for the next round and have all the weapons that they need against the armed round for JDG. So very convincing. I think the Odin maybe was not that useful, and also the information has been given. So now JDG know that there is this Odin, and maybe they will adapt the strategy if they decide to eat the B site. Let's see what JDG actually, where JDG actually go.
The default round out for JDG, that's what it seems like. And they've used that snake bite very, very early on the side of JDG. YU burning that utility already. Instead, it's going to be a walk up over towards this B site. They just used that utility to keep 2 players over towards A main. Presumably, you know, the next couple of seconds here, we're going to start to see this B site crawl. Viper revealed. No Odin revealed just yet. They don't know where Setrod is, but he's sitting, holding, waiting for any sort of scan. Uses that spray. No info found. It was just a errant bullet that ends up killing Berlin, but YU quick on the trade. It does mean that the site's been flushed out, and there's that plant. It's a 4v3 this time for JDG. Full man advantage.
The retake is gonna be so difficult for FPX. They do not control any part of this B side, and the numbers advantage, as you said, is on the side of JDG. FPX trying to find some information with this recon will be instantly destroyed by Ja.
Just still sits in the back sight, hoping for a swing, but doesn't have the crosshair placement. Instead, it's just going to be that 1v2 now. It still has to be Xiaolele to put up numbers for this FPX team, and with so much utility still available in the post plan from J.Crow, it's to an 8-all game.
The fact that J.Crow was one of the two players still alive at the end, I think really was a difference for JDG. The post-plant utility from this Astra is just too good against a single jet. And I think FPX actually found some things on this side. They find a double, but it was just not enough. With one more player, they could maybe have done something, but here JDG equalized the score once again, and economy is back to bottom for FPX. Only pistol, a Vandal for Kovac, but really not much to work with.
Yeah, maybe hope that Xiaolele can find a well-placed headshot. There it is, Berlin. A rookie positioning mistake, but it's enough. Sure, JDG, they're able to get two back and keep that advantage, but you now have a dropped rifle that you have to worry about in mid. Or something like that to happen. I mean, that, you know, kind of a big loss for JDG, especially considering the numbers and the economy advantage that you should have in this round. If Coconut can find one here, that makes this round very, very doable, and at close range with a bandit, can't see why not. That's the first. Possible for a second. Does just that. And sure, YU able to get that frag back, but look at the HP. It's in the advantage of FPX, and it's even numbers both ways. If YU gets found out here, can't find one, it's completely over. FPX thrifty. They steal that round out from JDG's hands.
I cannot believe what we just seen. I was gonna say that the positioning in main was actually interesting, but JDG felt like they were very aware. They actually checked every corner, but somehow FPX still managed to find the double Coconut. Impressive against its previous team. Does not let anything pass. The thrifty comes through for FPX, and yes, guys, you can definitely be happy. What an amazing round to completely switch back the momentum of the game.
And with Xiaolele, it's a huge opening pick to find. And Cetrod looking to sweep up in kind. A 5v2 in the first 20 seconds. Make it one. Hold on. J.Crow does find two. It at least gives this round some legs to stand on. But Berlin, a 1v2, nothing but a bandit in hand. Has so much to make up for. Doesn't have the spike. Sure, you've got a minute to work with, but is that enough? Pick up the Vandal. Only 9 bullets. It's doable, but where do you even go from here?
Actually, yeah, there's still 50 seconds left, so it can completely move across the map, and FPX in a few seconds will have absolutely no idea where he is. If he's lucky, it can find 2 1v1, and then the round could be his win. He's waiting. I think it's going to go towards A side, but this is where FPX is actually going, so they have the right intuition. Oh no, he's going back actually with the recon. He will know that nobody breaks it. He has the information, and it's going to be a retake for FPX.
I mean, there's a real chance that Berlin's able to do this. 20 seconds. I mean, FPX, they know it's not going to be this A side of the map. They have to start rotating in. Berlin, you don't have time. You have to get this plant down, get to a better position. He does get that, but look at that. Hunter's Fury from Coconut completely breaks any hope of a JDG clutch out from Berlin. So FPX, they work their way to double digits now. 10-8 is where the round score sits at the end of round 18.
I mean, look at how much respect they give to Berlin. Actually, actually using the Hunter's Fury to take him down even before trying the retake. They know that this 1v2 is completely doable, especially because one of the players is actually low in life. So they play the secure, they choose the secure route, and I think it is the right call, because what you want is the point. You do not need to carry on this ultimate to the next round. 3 more rounds to go, and it's the second timeout for JDG. 8 to 10. It is starting to look difficult for JDG on this attack side, and they have to go back to their previous form.
Yeah, it's another timeout from JDG. Both of the timeouts so far in this game have been used by this team. You're hoping to see just a little bit more, but for FPX, just such a strong fundamental core going into this team. Like we said, working their way back up to the top. But JDG, they've kept it close, and there is still a chance for them to do this, right? We've seen how strong this defense has looked thus far. We know that they can keep going throughout this half. You just have to get some good opening picks, maybe out from Crownfisher, see what he can do over towards mid. Maybe it's a situation where you start to get Berlin more active now that you're on the attack.
I think Berlin has done a pretty good round previously, so definitely you can utilize maybe a bit more of this player. Also, Crownfisher was a bit more effective on the defense, I think, with the operator. We've not seen him that impactful on the attack, so there is something else here that they can work towards.
Oh. Op and Odin over here towards the A side of the map. Xiaolele not spotted, goes in, quick smoke, still finds the kill. There's the spray from Cetrod, finds 2. It's complete chaos in A main. And Xiaolele looks for more. There's the swing, but Ja is able to find 2 and slides out. If Jakero can find something in mid, it completely ties up the numbers. It makes things a 2-on-2, but there's Kovac holding, and now it's just Ja. A 1v3, 23 HP, one singular bullet to the body would be enough to guarantee 11 for FPX.
I'm sure JDG has such a plan prepared. They had so many ultimates. They were trying to do something in this main, but it was completely refused by FPX. They take the lead. The Odin in this main area was a complete massacre, and hopefully one player manages to come out alive, but it is just not enough to take the round. And FPX, they keep moving towards victory on this first map. Economy is a real struggle for JDG. Only 2 weapons available. Yes, you have 5 ultimates, but what do you do if you do not have guns?
You just hope that your ultimates are enough to get you across the line. Crownfisher is able to find the opener, but Xiaolele and Cetrod, they're both still here. They both have so much to still offer. Sure, Jakero is able to find 2, but once again, Berlin 1v2, high-tied it off now. Not going to be able to get that peaks in A main. Sure, you have a minute to work with, and you have the spike this time, so a lot more of an opportunity to start moving, but look who's going in kind. Kovac and Ayong already working out towards mid, expecting a rotate. They're holding. Berlin, if you don't have your gun out, this is over. And even though you were able to find that kill on Kovac, Ayong's there for the trade, and it's match point the way of FPX.
They did try JDG to make something happen with these ultimates, and it was actually not that far off. The numbers were not that in favor of FPX, but it's just not enough. And now they have 4 chances to actually take the map pick of JDG. Berlin killed by his previous teammate Ayong, with whom he's played for such a long time. Heartbreaking moment for these players, and maybe a chance to stay alive for JDG.
Op shot out by Xiaolele. No kill, but information granted across. I mean, on the bright side, JDG, you have the rifles and overdrive available for Ja should you want to go out onto the site, but you're going to need information. Look who's starting to peek in. Kovac creeps in, finds that headshot onto Ja. Sure, it's a trade, but still damage was done either way. Jakero and Yuka, YU, both low, and no one checks the corner for Coconut. It's another kill that goes the way of FPX, and with Xiaolele finally here with the op, takes out Jakero. It's now just Crownfisher and Berlin, and no spike to aid in the production of a spike plant.
I don't know if FPX actually saw that the spike was down at the outside of
didn't.
main. I think they're not sure, so they're waiting for the plant. And JDG are considering what are their options. They have to pick it up, but they don't know where FPX are. They are even wondering if there's some kind of flank in main.
Berlin.
Takes so much time. 20 seconds left. You have to move. They're separated. Fisher and Berlin.
This entire round, it is up to if Berlin oversteps. If Berlin moves too fast into the crosshair of Xiaolilei, it's a 1v3. And Crownfisher, only so much you can do there. A 13-8 victory is where things sit on Breeze. FPX steal away the map pick of JDG and put themselves firmly in the driver's seat for this series.
JDG, they really tried in this attack side. I think they struggled to keep up the pace in the first half, and in the second it was just not better. They took, I think, the first 2 rounds with the pistol and then found 1 armed round, and that was it. Just FPX were absolutely better, and the defense absolutely nothing JDG can do, and this is not, in my opinion, a good sign for the rest of this matchup. The second map is going to be difficult. It's going to be the map pick of FPX. And now JDG have to be the one to actually steal the map of their opponent.
I know, right? And we talked about this Ascent pick out from FPX and how great it was going to be for them, the opportunities that they were going to have moving into that map, how well they play as a team. We saw it here, right? The trades from FPX looked so good. Obviously, individual hero plays gave them insane advantages in moments, but we knew that you could never really count this team out of a round, and it felt like every clutch situation that JDG had, every opportunity that they had to try and steal a round away, FPX were there, FPX were together, and they completely shut those opportunities down.
It was definitely a great map for this team. I think overall every player was kind of decent. No one was really struggling. Even on the side of JDG, like, they did not play badly, but it was just missing some piece, and especially I think Fisher could have been more impactful in the second half on the attack. When you have a duelist that is struggling to find the entries, it can be difficult. Joe is actually the same on the Neon, was not as impactful as I think JDG would have wanted. So this could be.
No star behind, maybe no punish. Just take orb Neon. Sure.
Wait, maybe
Yeah,
smoke to pit and then
just
we
wait
go
for
with wall.
smoke and then we go with wall. T1, okay?
Okay.
But I don't use drone,
他们
okay?
去地方没枪，让精英走进去。还得装，还得装，还
Can
得
we go on the side?
太
装，还得装。
Okay, wall up. Wall up. 3, 2, 1. Asha.
I got six.
好，打双
Go, 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 go. I can drone. Wait, one more. DD. Call DD. I can drone. Just don't peek it.
给你枪，我没血了。开始中。
Marshall.
DD and yellow.
It's 2 here already. I have recon in 1 second when they start.
Did you have wall? I will.
Fight left, guys.
One side。
看弗兰东的，
Right side. Yup.
Left dead.
Focus. Right side.
好，往 HP。
哎，我的。
开过可能在一等。
Can you guys gamble A?
We try OK。开个墙杯。
我想去捡豌豆啊。
豌豆在中路是不是
1 HP Viper. 2. 两。
加油！
Viper 1滴血。
帮你进了一个。
对，他们在进步走。
我就在右边。
我们俩就打就。
前进8后。
用的时间摸。
往前。
I mean, who else but Cetrod for the MVP? Looked absolutely phenomenal on that Neon, and we doubted the Cetrod Odin going into that map, and
True.
I think we were deeply wrong about the impact that Odin would have on the defense. But of course, the attack can't be undervalued as well. Just so much opportunities created by Cetrod, so many chances that JDG had denied by the same person. Had an absolutely phenomenal standout map, and an MVP very much deserved here in Breeze.
It was. I talked about maybe the lack of impact from the duelists on the side of JDG. It was definitely not the case for FPX. Cedro definitely deserves the MVP. I just want to ally that Chalolu also had an amazing game. They actually had more first kills than Cedro, so a lot of impact in this Breeze map. And this duo of duelists was a complete. Like a success for FPX, actually very, very strong, and definitely was a huge part of how they took this map. And yeah, congrats to FPX. I think very well played. On the side of JDG, it's Berlin that has the best scores. He did add a lot of impact with Soim being alive last a lot of the time, so almost clutching, but just not quite.
Right, and that was time and time again the position he was put in, right? Being that last alive, trying to be that initiator to set up the team. It leaves you in the back line, and when that initial wave doesn't have as much of an impact or a punch as you want, it puts you in that position. And you know, we talked about impact, and we talked about Shaolila and the First Bloods, and we see it here, right? What he was able to do compared to what is very much the standard, the average for Jets here on Breeze. I mean, that was just a phenomenal showing out from him, and I think is a standard of what Jets should look like in this kind of this new era of Breeze moving forward throughout the rest of the split.
Yes, completely agree. I think if they continue playing like this, the Ascent is completely... It's their map to lose, I would say. FPX have shown really strong things. So I'm looking forward to see what they have to show on Ascent. We're gonna do a short break, but we'll come back just right after for the rest of this matchup. Stay with us.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow, I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire.
Welcome back to Project Horizon. It is Split 2 of VCT China. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kumquat. And for the first match of the second day of the second week, it is FPX versus JDG. And we just came back from a pretty interesting game of Breeze, didn't we, Kumquat?
Yes, it was definitely a very good start of this day. And the encounter from FPX against JDG, definitely it was a map pick of JDG. The first half was a bit of a struggle, but they did come back in the end. It was a 5-7, but in the second half just didn't work. Like, they take the pistol round, but after FPX had guns, there was nothing, absolutely nothing they could do. It was a complete struggle. They were lost, even though the composition, the roster is actually pretty aggressive, so kind of suited for the attack side, and it just didn't work. So I'm kind of scared of what we're gonna see on Ascent now that is the map pick of FPX.
Yeah, that's the big concern for JDG, is what Ascent's going to look like. Does FPX, I mean, are they ready? They seem very prepared. They seem like a team that understands fundamentally what it takes to win. And they seem like they're able of executing that at a very, very high level. So when we talk about JDG and we talk about this kind of rebuild that they're going through, right? Losing that core identity of what made them individuals as a team. Well, now that's no longer the case, and they have to find that identity again. And sure, there's no better map to do that on than Ascent, right? It's the fundamental standard Valorant map for a reason. It is so classic and core to what this game is. But you're also going up against a team that already has that. They already have their identity. They already have the way they want to play. They already have made the moves necessary to get the pieces they need to play the way they want to play.
It's also a bit of a question mark because yes, Ascent is the classic map of Valorant. Everyone knows it. There is not many things to kind of guess, but still it had been out of the map pool for quite some time. It just came back earlier this year. In official, actually JDG haven't played it in 2026, so we don't really know where they stand. I think they definitely prefer playing Ascent than Summit, and this is why they banned Summit against FPX, because FPX know how to play Summit. But do they actually have strong strategies prepared for Ascent? Is it gonna be enough against FPX? And this is what I kind of talked about in the pre-show. Like, maybe they banned Summit and FPX had this kind of checkmate piece that they could play either Ascent or Summit and felt like they could win against JDG on both of these maps. So let's see if this what actually happens. We see the double duelist in both teams. It's gonna be the Phoenix for Ja on the side of JDG, where FPX stay to the Jet Neon that worked so good on Breeze.
It did, but part of the reason that worked so well is because Breeze is such an open map and you need people to fill in space very quickly. Now we're moving into Ascent. It's a lot more crowded. There's a lot more chances for Cetrod to throw a stun straight into Shalele's face. It concerns me a little bit, this composition out from FPX. I do think that still just the way that they play is gonna naturally give them an advantage. But in terms of agents, I think Ja can be much more impactful here on the Phoenix than he could on the Neon. I think with YU now moving over to a true sentinel role in the Cypher, I think he also will continue to find value as opposed to just being the Viper anchor lurking type of agent. Now he has a little bit more information that he can provide to the team just naturally through his utility. This, to me, for JDG, rests on Crownfisher. If Crownfisher can have a good map and bounce back off of what was a moderately disappointing performance from the first map, that's going to be huge, not only for his confidence moving into the rest of the split, but also just into what we're expecting out of him in possibly the rest of this series, should JDG find their way to take Ascent.
I agree with you. Actually, I think the agent pool from FPX is they work good on Breeze, but here they have no flash, and there is a flash on the side of JDG. They have the Phoenix, and it's weird that FPX didn't take neither the Phoenix nor the Kaio, so they do not have any flash, and also the duelists that are very strong, very aggressive, explosive, like Jet and Neon, are gonna be set back a little bit by the defensive toolkit of Cypher. So the setup is completely different than what we've seen previously on the Breeze, and I'm not sure it's gonna work just as effectively as we've seen on Breeze. So they will definitely have to eat the shots. This is gonna be an aim battle for FPX, and if they miss one shot, like I think the round is over for them.
I could see that. The thing that FPX really has to their advantage, though, is, again, we talk about clutches. FPX, they can get a clutch done. JDG, it's been a lot harder, and so if this is a game that's decided in clutch moments, we know that FPX has that track record, and we know that FPX is really good at denying that track record from everyone else. So that has to be something that you consider as well. You know, sure, maybe FPX misses one shot, but if they're able to get the next 4 in a row, then there's still a world where FPX can take these rounds bit by bit. We do have a bit of a tech pause. Speaking of bits, someone's bits and bytes have gotten a little screwed up, so we're trying to sort that out really quick. And then as soon as that's sorted, as soon as we get information that equipment is all good and you know, everyone's keyboards are up to scratch and no one spilled a Red Bull, and all that Red Bull's cleaned up, we can go straight into the game.
It's actually a new, so we've seen a little bit of Ascent on the VCT China in this stage 2, and it's the first time that a team takes neither Kaio nor Phoenix. So this is a new strat that is tried by FPX. I'm curious to see how it's gonna work, because as I said, I'm not completely convinced. Maybe they just want to take us to map 3 because they want a bit of a show and play longer against the previous opponent that is Berlin. Maybe this is the reason, but yeah. I'm really curious to see what this is gonna make on the map, because I'm not sure I understand what is the strat there from SPX.
So I can kind of give you a little bit of insight, right? We talk about identity. we talk about identity, and I talked about the fact that FPX's big identity is, no matter what, we're gonna play as a team and just focus on trades, right? You can hear it in the comms that we heard just at the tail end of Breeze. It's all about playing together as a team, and everyone has their role, right? So even in the communications, right? Everyone has their role. Certain players are literally, like, their job is to just translate, communicate in English, listen to what the IGL is saying, and then start talking in English, so the rest of the team that doesn't necessarily speak Mandarin can go ahead and understand what the game plan is, right? Everything is very structured in FPX, even if the game plan necessarily isn't. So everyone understands their roles, and part of that means you have these two duelists going in together, filling in all that space very, very quickly, and the goal is just for one of them to trade the other out off of the utility that you're getting from your initiator, from your controller, and then any sort of information that you're getting about what the other half of the map looks like from your sentinel. So very, very core, fundamental Valorant that we're seeing out from FPX, and the goal is just to try and keep that same game plan moving into every single map that they play. It's why they love the double duelist. It's also one of the reasons that the double duelist is so popular in this region, is from that very simple style. So yeah, you don't have the flashes. That kind of hurts. It kind of burns. You'd love to have a KO or a Phoenix in a situation like this, especially on Ascent, where we know that those agents do super, super well. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think we can say that. And I agree with you that, yeah, the double duelist is definitely one of the core particularity of this region. They love playing this aggressive style. They love playing the trades. They love playing for aim and shot skills. So yes, I think it makes sense overall. Maybe sometimes it's not strong enough against the best teams, but they are definitely scary. I think the roster is working pretty well also for FPX
What
with
a
the
Sky
changes
cosplay.
that
Sorry.
yeah.
Continue.
Oh, one more. They're so good with makeup.
I know.
Like the Reyna before.
Yeah. And we still haven't seen Arena, so now JDG have to win so we can go to split and then they can play Reyna.
Yes. Yeah, they didn't take Reyna on the Ascent. I'm very disappointed. It's one flash, I mean.
Yeah.
Please do.
FPX,
I
learn.
think it's better. But yes. So I'm not even sure when was the last time they played Ascent in officials for JDG, but it was definitely a long time ago.
Yeah, it would not have been this year, and Ascent wasn't in the map pool last year, so it would be a very, very long time ago to say the least. I don't even know if the core of the roster would have been the same at that point. So you're really trying to look for something new coming into this. I think we should be just about ready. We're just continuing to bounce around cosplays here. We had a Jet earlier, now ISO. I'm waiting for Sova. I need someone to show up as Sova, but once we get that
do you
done.
do a bit of cosplay? You have the colored hair, so maybe
I
you
do.
like. Ooh, it's fancy.
I don't know if Valorant adds an agent that looks like me and has purple hair, then I can do it. But
okay, so it's up to Riot to actually add an
Yes.
engine that looks like you. Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Riot,
send an
I'm
email
available
right
for face
away.
scans. I'm in North America. If you need me to do a scan, we can get that done. So
Perfect. And we're gonna up into the game. I think the tech prop issue has been resolved. So we're gonna see what actually happened on this Ascent and which of this roster is gonna take the advantage. Is it Flash? Is it the double duelists with Jet and Neon? The question is open, obviously, and we will have the answer right away.
go into this attack side. We talked about the two duelists making trades, trading each other out, Shalale and Setrod. This is what we expect to see. Will it happen? We're about to find out. A main seems to be the focus early, but look who's here. It's YU. That Cypher setup's going to cause so much trouble. There it is. Opening pick onto Shalale. And that gives them such a big opportunity here. Sure, FPX is going to be able to plant that spike, but it's that 5 versus 4. JDG ready to start moving their way in. Scan comes in, and there's the double swing out from door. Ja, Crownfisher, all able to find their own pieces. Berlin can finish things up onto Kovac. And JDG now 3 for 3 on pistol rounds here in this series.
And what a bloodbath also. 5 players still alive on the side of JDG. Absolutely no chance for FPX to take the round. They plant the spike, but this is the only thing they can get. The reveal was just perfect. The flash also, as we said, could be a real help in this kind of situation. Phoenix standing strong in this first round. And yes, definitely JDG look very strong with pistols.
Yeah, the problem has actually been in the rounds that follow the pistols, right? This is where FPX, especially now that they got that spike plant down, they can really make something happen here with Stingers. You have to hope that with this 2-player setup here on this A site, Ja and J. Kuro can find some value.
5 player into A main for FPX. They have Stingers, so they're gonna try something a bit aggressive here. They will wait for the smoke to fade out and try to do some kind of declick in this A side. 3 players are there. The 4th, YU, is actually not that far. So a lot of defense on the side of JDG is gonna be very complicated for FPX.
Because of that space, look at where Crownfisher is. Basically an attacker spawn, holding that entire half of the map. So YU, a very fast rotate to come in, but Berlin and J-Kro, it seems that they have things under lock and key, and with YU coming in at the very tail end, that's a flawless second round. We talked about issues that JDG might have. Well, they just come through and dominate in round number 2 against a force buy from FPX.
It didn't work as expected, definitely, for FPX. The timing was a bit off also because they forced the action when the drone was sent out, and I think this is exactly the moment where JDG were expecting them to eat, so it was not a good moment for FPX, and they have absolutely no credit for the next round, so the bonus round is free for JDG basically. FPX not in the same form as we've seen them previously on Breeze for the start of this Ascent map.
Yeah, and it's the fact that that second round was flawless too. So literally JDG, no reinvestments, no buying any new guns. They just get a free 3,000 credit inject into the bank account for every single person. So FPX, you know, sure, you can try and hunt for kills, but it's not like you're going to be doing any real damage to the economy. So work your way through mid.
5 players from JDG stand on 0 death right now.
No.
Economically, they are just loaded for the start of this map, and it really starts very strong for them. FPX are gonna try to eat market. Fisher could be taken by surprise. The double from Cetrod, the MVP from the previous map, actually takes down 2 players, and now there is a possibility for FPX to actually turn this round over. Third kill coming out.
I mean, Coconut finds one onto Berlin with the shock darts, and now a 1v5 from Jekro. Go figure. FPX, they don't win the force buy. Instead, it's the round right after where it's a thrifty because they bought nothing. Absolutely nothing. They walk their way through that round.
I mean, sorry guys that we doubted you, I guess,
Yeah.
because this was just amazing. Citra, the impact that this players has is just so impressive. The double, it completely opens up the map, and the positioning from the Omen that stayed back actually surprised the rest of JDG, and just like that, the round was over. And now all players from JDG were on 0 death, and now it's 1 for everyone.
And still for FPX, not like things are going to be home free. You don't really have a great amount of money to work with here. So the weapon advantage still in the hands of JDG. Crownfisher does have that operator over towards A, but the B site under siege right now. Berlin and YU both here. They're able to get that opening pick. Does give the rest of JDG a lot of room to work with. No more Cetrod terrorizing the back of the site. Instead, all of it has to rest on Shalala taking an opening engagement. Maybe Kovac gets a little over antsy, but 45 seconds and still no move onto the site. With this fade of the smoke, things could get dicey here. Ja not able to find anything. Instead, it's Berlin back of the site in Boathouse, able to get things done for a little while. The site still goes over. Rifles handed into these last 2 players on FPX. This would be a 2v5 if they're able to get it done. Ion could catch Crownfisher off guard, but doesn't want to overcommit. Knows that it's still very easy for JDG to trade in these moments, and that's one of them. But Crownfisher caught off guard. It's Ion in lane, Jekro on the stairs.
12 HP for Jekro. He has to find the headshot. One chance for this player to actually take the 1v1, and it's not gonna happen. Ion is just too precise, man. Perfect Swift across the wall.
Unbelievable. 2v5. Or maybe 2v4 at that point, yeah. A 2v4 goes the way of FPX. Absolutely ridiculous. And JDG, that's a round that hurts. You see it in the economy. Pistols all the way across. Considering how great of a start this was to this map for JDG. No deaths in the first 2 rounds to this.
I just don't understand what happens. I think FPX are trying to play the show. They started like slowly to make us think that they're not really prepared for this ASIN, but here they hit hard. The positioning from Kovac is absolutely amazing. The quick double. Je and Jakuro just don't understand what is happening to them.
Setrod ready to go into the site. I think Dak has been read. FPX don't care though. They want the glory. They want the kills. Still ready to go in. Berlin creeps forward. They attempt to catch someone off guard. And I mean, admittedly, Setrod, the timing was there, but the bullets weren't for Berlin. So Shaolila at the very end, thanks to that stun from the Neon, able to get things done. FPX just looking absolutely unstoppable here.
Coming from 2 flawless on the side of JDG to this is very impressive. The positioning from Kovac, it took them by surprise. They were completely unaware of what was going to happen. This is now an arm round, gun round for JDG, and Cornfisher switched back to the Vandal instead of the operator.
I mean, with the way that the first round with the operator went for Crownfisher, I'm not surprised that he's swapped and gone back to that rifle. You know, we talk about confidence and how important it is for young players. This is one of those moments. And also for JDG, it's not like economically you're in a great position anyways. So save the money, give yourself a new look, move forward. YU should have spot someone on Cat. That's going to give a little bit of info over to Je. Hunter's Fury burned by Berlin as well. It's a very slow round out from JDG and FPX in kind, but now that things have to start heating up, only 40 seconds left. It's Setrod completely dominating over towards Tree. It completely rips open the A half of the map, and now Crownfisher completely lost. Caught out by Shaolila. It's just YU, a 1v5 at this point for YU. Call it a day.
Once again, the round is on the side of FPX, and as you said, the duel, etc., just has so much impact on this round. YU will not be able to do anything.
No.
The only thing you can do is just save this gun at this point.
You have to. You have to save. There's no way you can do a 1v5 retake. Not in this situation where you're completely across the map. You just don't have the time. So go ahead, save your Phantom. Keep it in for the next round because you know that your team's going to need it. We look at the bank accounts for all of these players on JDG. No one even over 800. So just go back to the drawing board. Try and play around YU being able to hold down a site on his own. Maybe start stacking over towards mid to get some information. But FPX, 2-round lead, gives them an opportunity to move forward into the rest of this half with an absolutely amazing lead. And just this play from Setrod is ridiculous. Look at that, sliding in, still gets that first headshot, readjusts for the second onto Jakiro, and it allows Shaolila to capitalize on the chaos in mid. So with that 2-round lead, FPX, they move their way forward. JDG have to hope that maybe the Guardian bought in the hands of Jakiro, sheriffs that have been forced through, maybe Crownfisher can find a lucky headshot over in B main. Once again, this very slow start to this round from FPX, like no moves being made for those first 30 seconds, trying to see if JDG are going to take an ambitious peak.
And they're actually considering it, but it's a difficult position to be for JDG. They have already 2 rounds back, and FPX have the upper end in this map. They do not have any economy, only 2 weapons. The flash is actually very good.
It's a good one. Finds the first onto Coconut, looking for more. Accidental self-blind there. It could have been the opportunity for a second, but at the very least, you get the numbers across once. And YU still sits and waits on the B site, and if that's the avenue that FPX want to take, it's going to get caught out. Information given, Ayong spotted in Pizza. But there's the overdrive being used, committed onto the site. Crownfish is able to find Xiaolele, and it allows Cetrod to unfortunately walk into the trap in Defender's spawn. Zhe now walks out onto the site thanks to that picked up Vandal from earlier, and with 10 seconds left, we talk about clutches. It's now up to Kovac, and considering there's just no time, we now see a save go in the opposite way. Sure, the kills are nice as consolation, but JDG at the end of the day still walk away with the round.
They walk away with the round, but at least Kovacs managed to find 2 kills. I think this is really important economically wise, because it was an eco round for JDG, and here they were almost able to pick up 5 weapons to bring to the next round. So the play was very important for Kovac to keep kind of the upper end for FPX, but overall great round from JDG, all onto the action from Zhe in the garden, where it was a clutch moment definitely for the team.
Yeah, and now JDG, once again, after that initial streak of losses, an opportunity to wipe the slate clean, move back on this defense. Sure, Hunter's Fury goes in, it does clear out all that space on A, but there's still a ton of utility to work with for JDG here on the retake, especially if you can find this lurking Ayong out towards mid. Oh, maybe seen. Owl drones burned on both sides. Ayong has to give this space up, just buying time, but for the rest of JDG, it's all about rafters, it's all about heaven, and whatever you can find. Xiaolele the first to fall, but there's the overdrive from Cetrod, and it does make things dangerous. It's now that 2 versus 3, make it just 1. It's all up to J.Kuro, but an insane flick through the smoke over towards main. It's now that 1v1, and it's all up to Cetrod. J.Kuro goes lurking in the back of the site, but Cetrod heard the steps, and that's enough. FPX, they still walk away with the 5th, and while it was a crazy attempt from J.Kuro, the clutch just isn't there.
What a game sense! And he has the flick onto the smoke, finding the second player, leaving only the 1v1 at the end. Heartbreaking for him that he does not manage to convert this clutch, but what a play from J.Kuro. Oh my god, the way he finds Ayong is just so impressive. Hopefully for FPX, they can count on the Darius Cetrod to get the round under control, but it was a close one.
Yeah. Close, but unfortunately not enough to get that round. Still a 2-round advantage for FPX. It's that mid-play. Crownfisher goes in, able to find the opener, and with YU finding another, that gives them that advantage that they've so desperately searched for throughout this half. They're able to get it done. They use that neural theft. They know that it's this B-site commitment. YU over towards Defender spawn, trying to find something. Instead, it's Berlin over towards Boathouse. And from the shadows, not going to be able to be committed to from J.Kuro. Spotted out by Cetrod, has to fall back. It's now that 3-on-3. Spikes down, weapons in favor of FPX. No rifles to their name.
It's the main difference from the previous round, from the previous 50, is this time they do not manage to get any guns. So they still have the pistols. Yes, the numbers is equal, but the firepower is completely different, and it shows at the end of the round. FPX take a new point, and now they have the upper end in this first half, definitely. I think JDG are very close to taking the rounds, but it's just missing one crucial piece to actually find the advantage against FPX.
You're right, and what it is what FPX has been so good at is when that first plan doesn't work for them, they can regroup so well and adjust. And JDG, they have those really good opening ideas. It's really about developing it throughout the rest of these rounds, and especially in a kind of tough situation where you're on the defensive ascent, where you know, that first fight is so crucial in deciding what the rest of your round looks like. It's hard. It's hard to get through that, but they've still got 3 rounds thus far. They have potential to still tie the half. But FPX, they just look so strong. You have to hope that maybe Ja, using that run it back, can find something valuable to really get a retake started should FPX plant that spike, or maybe YU an opening pick here early on B. Wait a minute. Kovac wasn't spotted.
He actually manages to find the space in his B side, but he falls down very quickly. Ayong finding the trade on the opposite side of the map.
Still, Ja drops out from heaven. A beautiful curveball takes care of Xiaolele. It's now that 2v4. I mean, Ayong trying to plant that spike and is only able to get Crown Fisher before Berlin trades out, grabs both, and brings another round the way of JDG.
I mean, Berlin is angry for more against FPX. He's just been so strong across this matchup. And here it's no difference. So much impact on these rounds. And it's overall very controlled on the side of JDG. I think it is probably the best defense round we've seen from them.
The best is an understatement. Such a strong opportunity that JDG have. They were able to capitalize, get that 4th round across. Remember, Breeze went the way of FPX, and that was a 5-7 half in favor of FPX. So, I mean, if JDG can tie us up 6-6, that brings this conversation into a completely different point of view. But it's a really quick play over towards Tree. There's the paranoia used by Kovac. J-Crow has to fall back into the site in case there was any errant pushes from main. But Juz still here, and ready to hold for any swing. We know what that Setrod Odin can do, but no peeks in just yet. There's the first onto Xiaolele. And Ja immediately knows what Setrod can do, knows that that slide is something you have to be careful of, so walls it off and gives them the cross onto the site. But Crown Fisher and J-Crow are both here. It's 1 for 1. Still a little bit more. Ja finds Ayong. It's that 3v2. They have the numbers. But JDG just need to be a little patient. Setrod goes hell with this Odin. This spray, it's about to be disastrous. Finds the first, and while there is spam back, it's still a 1v2. Kovac, this is very doable. Utility used. Scan goes through. Doesn't spot. Instead, it's just going to have to be the eyes. And there's the jump down. The swinging shorty from Berlin. It's enough. And JDG, they walk away with a 5th.
The spam with the Odin under was a good idea, but maybe after the first kill he should have moved out because he was traded. And it was a 2v2, so they had the advantage because it was a situation of post-plant. So if the numbers are equal, then FPX actually have the advantage for the rest of the round. And I think, yeah, it was a bit of a misplay there to stay under for too long, but overall, I also want to highlight quickly how well Ja is holding this garden area, is playing this so well, knows when to push, knows how to use his flash, knows when to fall back. He always manages to find a kill and stay alive. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's the adaptation has finally come through from Ja and the rest of JDG for that matter. But this B site still going to be under siege. YU sits in this cage, goes completely unchecked, has to play off the camera. And that Hunter's Fury as well. There's the play. YU still waits. No one went that way. Now, finally, time to get activated. Goes deep into the site, able to walk away with Ayong, but Setrod with 2 from that Odin again. Another multi-kill. It brings the numbers in favor of FPX, and now Crown Fisher has to do the most. Able to find the Odin, but look at Kovac still sitting in B main. Ja, we talked about him in Garden. Now we have to see them on the retake over on B. He's able to find the first, but there's still 2 more to find for it to be a clutch to count. Xiaolele off the back, swings at the perfect time, catches Ja off guard, and we talked about 7-5 on Breeze. It's the same scoreline here on Ascent.
Even though the start was a bit of a struggle for FPX, in the end they managed to find the advantage. As you said, 7-5 very convincingly. For EDG, I must say they have been absolutely flawless for pistol round, so maybe they will tie this right up at the beginning of the next half, but still FPX are looking strong. I don't know exactly how it's gonna go on the defense side, but if it's the same song as Breeze, it's definitely gonna be complicated for JDG because they look so strong and Cetrod is a beast. It just is just so impressive.
Yeah, Cetrod has absolutely made this Neon still look amazing. We talked about the nerfs that Neon went through just before Split 2 and the changes that was going to bring into the meta, but Cetrod makes it look like Neon was always broken. And this Neon Odin at that just looks unstoppable.
I think they're voting on left or right click with the classic.
Yeah.
What is your choice?
Okay, listen, I'm personally going right click. I think it's about the skins, the VCT skins. I think that's what they're doing.
I mean, our translators said left or right click.
I see.
But I also thought it was the skins at the beginning,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm going right click, except my right clicks never work. So maybe that's why I'm not on stage and they are. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the only thing that is different. Is that your right click on classic is not up to the standard.
No, but you know something funny? My teammates, his right click's perfect every time.
Oh.
Every single time, and
That's
I'm so jealous.
Skill, yeah.
It is skill. You have to know. You have to whisper. You have to be the classic whisperer, and I'm just not. So, quick little peek at the skins here that players have most often been using. Any favorites jumping out?
Well, I didn't really. I was thinking of the classic, so I didn't really look at the skins that we've saw from the team. Sorry, so I will not be able to answer. But there is a team that is really good with the right click on classic, and it's definitely JDG. We've seen them do amazing things on pistol rounds, and hopefully for them, it's gonna be the same here because they are a bit of a disadvantage against FPX, and it's possibly the last map of this encounter.
Oh. Very quickly walks into the trapwire from Ayong, able to find that first, but look at Je on the likewise, still able to find one, swinging wildly through that smoke and tree. Go ahead, close it, but Berlin still tries to go for the kills. Jakiro, it's still 1-for-1 trades, but the spike gets completely given over, but Xiaolele so low on HP, YU locks it in, and JDG now 4 for 4 on pistols, a perfect track record for the day.
I don't even know how they do it. This one was very close. FPX almost did it, but the positioning from YU was too surprising. I think from Shalolo, he saw that when the spike was down on side, he suspected that something was happening, but never would have guessed the positioning of YU, and then it was taken by surprise. New pistol round for FPX, no force buy this time for, no pistol round for JDG, not FPX, and no force buy. They're gonna respect JDG and play for the bonus run.
Yeah, I think they learned from their mistake last time. So Crownfisher, still a very good opener to find onto Kovac. No mid-round madness from the controller here. And they farm that ultimate into the hands of Je. They want to get that run it back online as many times as possible in this half. They know how important of a tool it is for this Phoenix to have. Crownfisher's gonna go searching for this almost all the way up in heaven already to keep that space in the hands of JDG. I mean, this is a really good spot to be in, especially if you can continue to get that Blade Storm up and online. Coconut sure able to find the trade, but there's Je in time. And now it's all about YU, and I mean, that's a little scary that YU's lurk gets taken care of so quickly, and now that Je's only on 1 HP, this could get really scary. Berlin ran out of bullets, and now it's a 1v2. JDG, not like this. Okay, no time. Thank goodness. Oh boy, that was scary.
It was, yeah, the bonus run is gonna be not nearly as good as JDG would have hoped. I think maybe they overplayed a little bit at the end. They knew that it was an eco for FPX and they wanted to take the ultimate points. But yeah, maybe it was a bit too much. In the end, they lose 4 players. I think it's a bit more than they would have hoped. And now only 1 weapon for the bonus round. It makes it very easy for FPX.
Yeah, especially because now Cetrod, because of the kills that they were able to farm up, has the Odin online. Xiaolele gets that operator as well, so they get to run this complete coverage of both sites, right? Operator on A, Odin over on B. it feels like no matter what, you're going to be walking into an absolute death trap, especially considering the weapons that you have, right? Only Jakiro with anything other than a pistol. So, Coconut, just some extra info that there's no real strong B main presence to start the round, so you can keep Young back in, defender spawn, jump spawning mid. It's a fully controlled map for FPX right now.
Rotation is not coming towards B. Run it back is launched on A side and Citrus find Berlin. On the other side though, Je finds the kill with the run it back, so it's one kill that is taken from JDG, but this is, for now, the only damage that they are able to do on the FPX roster.
Yeah, and Je not going to be able to find anything else. YU spam down by Ayong. FPX back to a win. Back to being in the lead. No more tie-ups. But, to be fair, JDG now actually have rifles and presumably utility to work with. And considering the amount of struggle that the Cypher setup has been bringing, especially those trap wires, having just the Sova shock darts in general, and being able to destroy those setups should give you plenty of opportunity to really get onto a site here with Crownfisher.
Everyone has weapons now. JDG didn't manage to find a lot of damage on the bonus round, but here they do have the guns. We see the Odin for Petrol in this main area, spams through the wall, find one. The reveal is amazing, but no more bullets. And the charger and the short dart will take him out of this round.
Look at Shalala though, active out towards middle with that operator in hand, tries to get the flick. Good jiggle out from Jakiro. Means that no kill will be granted over. It's still going to be even numbers. The only concern is the HP, right? Crownfisher, very low. Berlin at half HP. They have to be very deliberate in how they move across the rest of this map, because without that HP, without the ultimates, without a lot of the utility that's able to help you get through these sites and clear these angles, you're going to be in a really tough spot.
FPX, though, I think they have a lot of information. The positioning from Kovac is really interesting. It's gonna see the rotation from Crownfisher.
Crownfisher doesn't check this.
I don't think it's gonna check that. It doesn't make sense. It did. It actually looked, but was not prepared. Where Kovac had the crosser, perfect crosser placement.
And fortunately, it means that for the rest of JDG, 15 seconds left. Not like you have a lot of money to work with.
What are you doing, Kovac? What?
Just going for kills, right? There's no time, so JDG, they have to save. I guess just got a little greedy.
Yes, but with the with the knife in hand, I think it's gonna be hard to find the kills. But yeah, no time for JDG. 3 players still alive. It was a bit of a miss there. I think they didn't even really try it in the end. Even though they took down the Odin from Thetrod, they could have hit a B site again. Yes, the information was given to FPX. They knew where they were. It was gonna be difficult, but still, I think it was the kind of give out the round, and the first time out is called. I think the coaches know that something is going on and that FPX are looking strong once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great string of rounds here from FPX. Even in the rounds where they don't win, they're still walking away, making things look costly, giving the ultimate points, continuing to build their economy. This is what you want to see from this team that's looking so strong. On the side of JDG, you're hoping to see an attack that's more balanced, maybe even playing to some of the strengths that FPX had, right? Where you're just full sending it as a squad into an area of the map. And you can argue that, hey, JDG did do that, but without the, I guess, proper utility usage to set that fight up, you're in a very awkward position where you have to deal with that Cypher utility, or you have to deal with Cetrot's Odin, or you have to deal with something else in the way that unfortunately doesn't let you truly get the space that you're looking for with, Crownfisher dashing in.
Let's see if the timeout was successful in the previous game. we've seen that it was very helpful, so hopefully for JDG they will find something here. Economy is very complicated though. They have the free weapons they carried from previous round, but it's only Sheriff for Berlin and NYU.
Kovac, quick couple jumps trying to see what can be spotted, and I think there was one head that was found. So they do know that there's some players deep in mid, or at least there were. Gonna cause that bit of rotation out from FPX. It's gonna keep two players pinned over towards B. But this pivot from JDG though, very quickly, they want to go into tree, but that's the operator from Xiaolele immediately takes the head off of Zhe. Xiaolele wants a little more. Sees Berlin, able to get another. Crown Fisher, sure, it's a good trade, but now it's that 4v3. Still the bulk of the rifles alive for JDG. You have to hope that maybe YU can find a good, well-timed shot. See if something can happen. It's going to be this B split. Coconut's already out towards CT, holding, but it's a fight. Crown Fisher going for it, and it's a trade out from Kovac, but look who's in the back of the site. It's Cetrod, and now YU. 1 HP, 15 seconds, has to mad dash it over towards A, and Ayong's there to catch the rotate. FPX found their way to double digits. The JDG timeout holds no ground.
Rotation from JDD towards B side was actually a smart move. There was only Cetrod there with the Odin, so not the best setup for the defense. Coconut had time to rotate from defender spawn, but they actually took him down pretty quickly there. And I thought it was gonna be difficult, but Cetrod just holds the line so strong. And after that, it's too difficult for the rest of JDG, and they have to give victory to FPX 10-7, and they are getting closer and closer to actually taking this full BO.
Yeah, they look like an unstoppable force right now, and JDG, not really much to their name. Hoping maybe Crown Fisher can use that Blade Storm, get a wild kill, drop a rifle to a teammate. A site, it is fairly weak. You'd have to hope that maybe some sort of value can be granted over. Utility going every which way. Cetrod has to back up. Xiaolele already here with that op, trying to make something happen, but instead it's Cetrod with the Odin finding two instead, and Ayong looking to clean up in the back lines. It's all up to Zhe, and while he was able to find Xiaolele, can't find more than that. FPX 11-7 and looking to end things off very clean.
It's the same as on Breeze. The defense side for FPX is just too good. The impact from Cetrod, like, yes, he is traded, but he always takes one, two, and sometimes even more players with him. Just an amazing impact. It's obviously the second timeout is going to be used. There will be no more chances for JDG. If they lose this one, they will only have a low buy for the last round of the map. So they absolutely have to win this one against FPX. And what is the plan? Because on the attack, nothing really worked. They went to A, they went to B, and nothing was a success. The only success they found was the pistol round. How do you build from this?
If there is a way to build, it's gonna be from just solid fundamentals and making sure that you're pacing yourselves correctly, right? We've seen very often from this squad, this JDG team, things are just a little bit disjointed, right? Maybe people will peek before utilities used. Maybe there's, JDG's trying to catch up timing that just isn't there. But FPX knows this and they capitalize on it perfectly. And now we look as FPX is 2 rounds away from picking up their second win here in VCT Stage 2 Split 2.
They have the run it back that could open a site for JDG. The Hunter's Fury also from Berlin is very close, so if he plants the spike, he can have this utility for the post plant, which would be also a deal breaker. for JDG. So
Look at
there
the
is
setup.
possibilities, but now they have to enter the site, they have to find the trades, and they have to take down Cedro. That has been so annoying.
I mean, they get Shalala. So yeah, Crownfisher goes down, but that's a very fast trade, and there's the run it back immediately used by Je. It is countered, but J.Crow does find a timing on the other side of the map onto Cetrod, and that's going to be the call for the rotate. Kovac has to do the heavy lifting for this point forward. Last 50 seconds. Coconut very low. Look at Je, though, deep in defender spawn. This gets spotted out. That could be disastrous for JDG, but as Berlin takes care of one, Je will take care of the rest. Ayong finally falls, and JDG, much needed 8th round.
Good win from JDG. In control from start to finish there. They took down Shalala very early on, only finding 1 kill for the duelist with the operator, traded right away. Cetrod also was completely denied on the other side of the map, so very good run overall for JDG. This is what we wanted to see since the beginning. It's kind of sad that we have to wait so long to actually see them do this kind of plays, but there is still time. It's 8 to 11, only 3 rounds different, so this is perfectly doable for JDG.
It is, but they don't have a lot of room for error at this point. They had their opportunities to make mistakes. Now it's time for everything to go their way. If they want to take us to map 3, it has to be nearly flawless. Berlin will be able to stick that plant. It's going to be a full 10 alive retake, 5 on both sides. Hunter's Fury very quickly used to try and buy some space. They do just that. It gives Crownfisher an opportunity to find 2 over towards heaven. And now a 2 versus 5. Coconut and Cetrod, and I mean, we've had such a great series out of Cetrod before. But is this the opportunity to do it again? FPX disagrees. It's going to be a save. JDG will walk their way to a 9th and make things a 2-round game.
I think this is where we see the issues with the composition from FPX. They have absolutely nothing for the retake. They had all players up and standing, but they had no real ultimates, and without it, they just cannot go into the site. It's just too difficult, even with 5 players. So there is a clear sign for JDG. Okay, we have to plant the spike and take control of the site. And if they do this, I think they can definitely win the attack side. And also, the economy is looking really bad for FPX. They will save 2 weapons here, but the other players have absolutely no credits.
It's true. I mean, you can see they're buying down to bits here. Ayong opting for nothing, just a classic. Cetrod, though, goes in deep and finds a lineup. Crownfisher and Je immediately gone, and with Zhao Lele taking another name as well. So much hope for JDG just gone in the blink of an eye. YU has to do the heavy lifting from this point, is able to take care of Zhao Lele, but needs a little bit more than just that. J.Crow, the next player to mention for JDG, the only other name still alive. I mean, you'd hope maybe he could find some space over towards A, but can't. Just has to hold this position over towards Cat, make sure that YU won't get peeked without being traded. Here's the smoke to cross. It's going to be this A site that ends up being the final resting place for this spike. FPX still have Ayong for info. Kovac and Coconut both still alive with rifles of their own. That's actually an Odin in the hands of the Omen. ADG. 2v3. You have to make magic happen.
But Ayong was not able to pick up a weapon, so it's 2.5 players, I would say, on the side of FPX.
Oh, if they leave that tripwire unbroken...
Will not.
No. Opt against it. Instead, it's the plant. YU sits and waits in hell. Could be a jump up. Yes, there is.
Paranoia is still available also for J.Crow, so this could be a huge util. Oh, they're gonna cross
swing.
the smoke, and
Oh.
YU falling down right away.
Now they know. Coconut gets to stick that for free. A spray through from Kovac right under his nose. It doesn't go his way. FPX, they get it done. The 2v3 denied, and that's enough. A round well played. Cetrod and Xiaolele do so much to open this round and completely cripple any chance JDG had. It looked good for a moment, but like we said, when FPX have the numbers, it's impossible to get a clutch over on them. They just trade so well. And now, series point for the hands of FPX. JDG, if you want to make something out of nothing, now's the time.
They have absolutely no choice, or it's gonna be a 0-2 start for JDG. Absolutely not what they would have wanted. And the weapons are here for FPX. Maybe Cetrod with the Odin will once again be a pain for this team.
Wow.
But the first annoyment is Coconut with Hunter's Fury taking on one player. Berlin is not here. No more recon, no more shock dart, no more drone to take information. This is a huge loss for JDG.
And the guy who had the second most kills for JDG off the board. Now, if you're talking about who's going to be the person to step up, we have to look towards Zhe, who's immediately tagged by that camera, and Kovac, a huge 4K in the blink of an eye! JDG wiped off the map, and FPX walk away with their second win in Split 2.
Quadra kill for Kovac to end the match against JDG. What a statement from FPX. They've been incredible from start to finish, struggling a little bit on the attack side, but on defense they're just untakeable. Both Breeze and Ascent were maps where they really shined, and I think this is a sign, some kind of message to other teams in the group that they are a team to fear. They're definitely changing, and they have champions and international insight.
Yes, you absolutely have to give FPX credit. A world where FPX find themselves at champions is not a world that's too far off, at least from what we've seen so far. Still a lot of work to do, but it's absolutely a realistic possibility for JDG. Disappointing result here in their second match in Split 2, but still so many more games to play and still a chance to walk away into the playoffs. It would be a huge opportunity for this team that's trying to figure out what the next step is.
There is a lot to change on the side of JDG. I think they are really disappointing. A 0-2 start for the stage 2, definitely not what they would have wanted. For their credit, I think they changed really core players. Removing Stu is a huge step for JDG, and there is a lot of things that they have to adjust, that they have to modify to make this roster work. So yeah, I think it's gonna take time. It's not that surprising that they're struggling right now, but still, I believe that they must be disappointed today.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation to be in, but for FPX, I mean, you have to give them credit. We talked about their identity as a team. We talked about them sticking to their guns, and they've done just that. And who else but Cetrod to really talk about? We do have an interview really quick.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是易。恭喜 FunPlus 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们也邀请到了 Cetro 选手来接受采访，欢迎 Cetro。
大家好，我是 FunPlus Cetro。
好的，欢迎你。因为今天图一微风岛屿其实也是好久不见了嘛。那今天能够在对手的选图去黏住比赛，并且拿下比赛，你觉得关键的原因会是什么呢？
其实我们在微风岛这张图，我们沟通其实一直做蛮细节的吧。其实就是我们可能团队要做出要去打哪这个方面，我们每个细节都会做好。
细节做得非常的好，对，并且无论是图一还是图二，能够看到今天有很多个高效火力回合的爆发，直接帮助你们拿下了好几个关键分。所以今天的eco局是为什么打得这么好
？eco局吗？
对。
其实我们也没有多想这么多吧，但因为 追猎这把枪真的有点太强，所以我们就是只要1到1扣局，我们就会起个2、3把追猎，然后看有没有对面犯不犯错。如果对面犯错，我们这个1扣局就有机会了。
对，也是告诉了所有的玩家朋友们一个玩到1扣局的小小的诀窍。因为我们也没有每个回合之后的语音回放嘛，所以能不能和我们分享一下，在完成了这几个1扣局的翻分之后，这对于你们整体提升全队的状态起到了多大作用？
就其实1扣局翻人对我们士气是最重要的，因为我们之前也常被翻1扣嘛，那只要我们翻了对面1扣，那其实对面士气也会大受打击，我们是自己这样想。
但现在你们已经成长了，对吧？大家都非常的兴奋。那今天赛前，其实阿阳也有提到说，FunPlus 现在特别注重把个人的一些风格打法融合到团队的配合当中。那你作为今天胜利背后不可或缺的一个火力点，你觉得自己有什么直观的感受吗？现在玩到突破有没有比以前更舒服？
我自己觉得就是。因为我之前可能就是我打的时候会想太多，但现在
Honestly, he would overthink a little bit too much in games, but now because his teammates and his coaches keep telling him to calm down and that it's okay, he feels like he's doing better with that.
有所成长，对吧？对。那接下来其实还有很多比赛嘛，在等着你们。那完成了对于卡位来说非常关键的一个胜利之后，接下来还有什么想要去更进一步做得更好的地方？
虽然今天我们拿下了比赛，但我们其实最主要的就是沟通这方面一定得再多做提升吧，或是像某些关键节点，不管是听扣还是对我说的，就是这方面得再多加油了。
沟通方面还有一些细节需要完善。确实，下一场比赛你们也将对到现在气势如虹的天怒嘛，希望你们能够把今天的这个很好的状态延续到下一场比赛当中。也是感谢接受选手。接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。来，一起看镜头，3、2、1，看这里。OK， 好的，感谢。那同样，今天在最后，我们现场仍然设有福能掉落的抽奖环节。接下来有请 Cetro 为我们抽选出今天的幸运观众。你可以说开始，3、2、1，停。
开始。停。
I mean, listen, who else but the MVP to get that interview from?
I think the word is the MVP. He has been absolutely amazing in this matchup, and I think it's really interesting that he says that the team really helps him focus and not overthink too much, and it really showed. He was absolutely amazing today. The rest of the team not bad at all. Ridiculous. Also, yeah, the double flick, like back and forth. What is happening, Kovac?
That's Kovacs right there. That's just pure aim out from him. And yeah, we have to mention Cetrod as well. This guy went absolutely nuclear today. Made the Neon look like the best duelist in the game still, which is crazy considering how much we talked about, Neon's not going to be as important now going forward with the nerfs and the changes that are done to initiators, but no. Still looks just as good. It made Xiaolala look that much more impactful, being able to roam the map as this kind of powerful, selfish sniper that can do whatever he wants. FPX, I mean, if this is the way that they are playing in these last couple of weeks and they can keep this form moving forward, I mean, this makes them a real challenger, especially within the context of this group.
Definitely, and just also think about the fact that he has been playing with the Odin across the 2 maps, and he has so much impact. He just has his own playstyle and don't think too much about it and go forward, and just so many first kills during the 2 games, so many double kills. It's just impressive player.
I said city. Alright, go back. 回来。我 A 大杨哥，让我玩 B 大，让我玩 B 大。
太 clear， 1打1卖就行，1打1卖就行。
我自己有吗？就 CT， 别 pick。
Hey, can be out.
140 down.
Left side. I can drone.
Don't P, okay?
I drone him, okay?
撞。他出样。
Out.
Bro, my band is so good, bro. Let's go.
跳。
Maybe 2 4 house.
OP. One more.
142 Phoenix
我下方。
142火男他奶了，然后截的是狙，2个 CT，
他们有黑
截。到火男，这可能是火男，他没什么血，有狙帮他架这条线。
我加楼梯。
你脸上一个，2个，那个是狙的角度。
ED 油门，ED 血。
楼梯。等右边。
时间。
有上头。
ED 血。
Let's go.
Hey, they're coming B, bro. Okay.
Must be.
What a scream by Kovac after winning the entire game. But yeah, MVP, we already knew it was Cetrod. 2.1 KD. Literally, JDG on that second map were playing a 4v5 because Cetrod was on the server.
It's absolutely impressive. He has 6 first kill, only 1 first death. The delta is absolutely incredible. He had an amazing impact on, I think, mostly, I would say, defense. He was really strong. And yeah, just a very good player. Today was his day. If he continues playing like this week, he could take the MVP for the week.
I mean, this is, if I remember correctly, this is FPX's only game this week. So
yeah, they're playing on the 17th.
Ah, okay.
Against TYL.
Ooh, that might be a really fun game to watch, especially based on the result of the next game we have today is TYL versus EDG's Split 2 debut. And if TYL look that strong continuing into and then have a 3-0 start and Cetrod puts up this type of performance again later, you're absolutely right. There's absolutely a conversation to be had about Cetrod being the week 2 MVP, but I mean, starting the week off strong with this type of play, you got to give him credit.
I mean, we have to give him credit. It's just been amazing. And for FPX, the road ahead is going to be a bit difficult because the last 2 teams they have to face is TYL, as we said, in 2 days. And the next one would be EDG, the last match, of the group stage at the end of week 3. So they will have a lot of time to prepare, a lot of that data also from EDG, but still 2 teams that are very strong and that are not gonna be easy to take down. And this will be the real challenge, I think, for FPX to manage to take down this very strong team and show what they have to offer for playoff and for potentially international events.
Yeah, that's what you have to look for. But I mean, listen, we talk about FPX and Cetrod and how good he was. You also have to give credit to Kovac. I mean, that was an insane map from him as well, coming into this team and the performances he's put up over the year. The fact that he's able to do that alongside Cetrod, I mean, this makes FPX a really scary team. Should those 2 continue to put up this level of performance day to day, week to week.
It's also interesting. We can see that in terms of post plant, so the ratio is kind of similar, but FPX planted the spike way more. JDG really struggled on this attack and they didn't plant the spike that much, like only 4 times, and half was very short. So yeah, a bit of a struggle from them here.
100%. But I mean, overall, just absolute dominance from FPX today. 13-9 and 13-8 across those 2 maps. Nothing to be scoffed at. Very strong. And now, unfortunately, Kumquat, our time here is coming to a close.
It is the end for us, but not the end for VCT China, because there's an amazing second matchup that is coming around. You said it, EDG that starts the stage 2 against TYL that has been very strong last week, 2-0 against JDG, 2-0 against Trace. So very interesting matchup that is coming towards us on Project Horizon. So stay with us, be sure to tune in. It's gonna be absolutely amazing for the rest of the day. Maybe you want to
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay We can set the world on fire, fire. fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for their body. And if you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness, torn apart quick.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here at VCT and brought to you by Project Horizon. We are excited to bring you the second series of the day. My name is Colden, and joined with me for the broadcast for the second series, none other than Mr. Zin himself, you know, the great mind in the sport. And he's going to lend us his insights here as we get on to what is one of the most anticipated games I think we would have here at stage 2 of VCT, and especially in the group stage, we have EDG up against TYL.
I mean, what a match. I had the privilege of casting TYL maybe like a couple days ago, and wow, the addition of Sufa, this team looks unstoppable, and coming against one of China's hottest prospects for not only the past couple years, but even currently, coming back off of EWC as well as Masters London, EDG look pretty damn strong, and we cannot ignore that. So it's going to be a great test for TYL in today's match. I can't wait. I'm ready. I'm ready for the match to begin already.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot wait, right? The anticipation is off the charts here. It's EDG's first appearance here in Stage 2. As you mentioned, right, TYL already having a couple of games under their belt. You casted some of the games as well, and they're looking a lot better. I think as the stages move on, as the years move on here in VCT China, TYL has been looking really, really nice. I think we were talking in the pregame about how we kind of wanted TYL to be like the next team, to make it to the next stage amongst the Chinese teams. They're looking really really solid as a team. They've gotten a hot prospect, and here in stage 2, they brought in, as you mentioned, like the Sufat into the mix, where he's really gonna, I would say, give this team that veteran experience.
Yeah, and it has to be said, TYL looked strong already in stage 1. This upgrade was absolutely needed just because Sword9 isn't a full-fledged IGL. And I mean, wow, that's quite the graphic. Kong versus Sufa, I like it. Yeah. The king versus the other king, I guess. But no, TYL looked incredible in stage 1, and this upgrade is only going to make them better. And it's already proving to be so. Sufa doesn't have to do much. TYL already has incredible players with immense amounts of firepower. He just has to call the strats, be that leader within the team, and they win. It's as easy as that.
Yeah, well, he has that repertoire already. You know, he has that run all the way back in 2025 with Wolves, right? So I think the graphic as well was kind of illustrating the win streaks on Sunset. So Kong, I think, by far the bigger king in kind of that head-to-head that we have there. So really interested to see if, like, since it's going to be one of those maps that we have later in the match veto, the map vetoes, is that something that you're expecting the season, like in terms of the maps here? Because you were talking a little bit about what you expected to come into this matchup here.
In terms of the map veto, I think that TYL have a relatively big advantage. They've had so much more time to prepare and practice. The difference with EDG is, of course, they did compete in EWC as well as Masters London. So they are going to be relatively tired, relatively quite exhausted. During EWC, their assistant coach did fill in for Smoggy due to him having a wisdom tooth removed, I believe. So, I mean, EDG have just had under or over a week to prepare, get back to China, rest. So it's going to be hard for EDG. In terms of their maps, their Sunset at EWC didn't look great, lost to BBL 13-3. So I think TYL are going to be favourites here, and I know it sounds crazy to say, but TYL, they have that momentum, they have the confidence, and this is going to be a great test for the team and the players to know where they stand in the Chinese rankings.
Yeah, as you mentioned, right, it's a very important test. I think especially if you want to crack into like the upper echelons and really be regarded as some of those, you know, internationally experienced teams like XLG, DRG, those kinds of sorts. And I mean, speaking about the standings, TYL are 2-0 in this in the group stage so far. So any wins from here on out, I think, would do a great service to actually allow them to qualify straight to the playoffs. You know, don't have to worry about the play-ins because that one's a whole different story, right? You have the tier 2 teams coming in as well. So yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for TYL to really put their foot down against an EDG that might be a little bit tired, might be a little bit exhausted from their run in EWC, to really get a good win here and propel themselves ahead in looking towards the playoffs.
Yeah, you're completely right. I think if I was a coach or Sufat in this situation, I'm hungry for this win. We need to increase the pressure, because I don't think that we can have this mindset of, oh, EDG one of the top dogs, it's okay if we lose, guys. No, we need to be hungry and we need to be fighting to beat EDG. They're tired, they're exhausted. This is a great chance to basically get a win whilst they're half defeated. And even if they do lose or it doesn't go in their favor, I think that TYL taking a lesson from EDG and learning and taking those lessons is also a great advantage later down the line. But I think we're in for a banger game regardless.
Yeah, speaking of banger games, the skirmisher, we've got EDG Autumn into skirmish. Of course, these teams, like, for some reason, even like my home favorites, Paper X, they just love to send in the support staff to go for these skirmishers.
I mean, Autumn's kind of got
out
it.
for them is, yeah, I mean, he's a pretty solid player in his own right. So, listen, scale is being put to the test already. But again, I think this head-to-head is going to be really interesting because EDG, I mean, historically have always beaten TYL, right? We went down the match history and the only... Okay, this is crazy.
What is happening? We need to address the fact that Scales is being demolished by Autumn right now in a skirmish. This isn't good. This isn't good.
Is this a sign of things to come, Sin?
I mean, honestly, what if Autumn's taken over Kangkong's role? What if Autumn's going to play the Neon for the team? Oh my...
Oh god.
And that's a
Here
map
we go,
veto.
though.
Wow.
All right, Split, if I'm not mistaken, and Summit being banned out. TYL likes to ban that Summit. We've got Sunset, which the broadcast already highlighted in the head-to-head. Breeze, and then Lotus. So what do you make of this map veto so far, Zin?
It's really interesting because all throughout EWC, and even prior to EWC, EDG were banning Haven. They did not like Haven, and they did not have the best results on it. So the fact that they've opted to ban the Split is quite interesting to me. Of course, EDG picking Sunset is a little bit questionable. The only difference is that EDG briefly showed Sunset at EWC against BBL. Didn't have the best results on it, but TYL have shown their Sunset, so maybe they have weaknesses. Maybe the coaching staff of EDG would like to take some advantage in exploiting some of their holes. But honestly, I'm excited for the Sunset out of everything. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's get into Agent Select. This is good.
Yeah, I think looking at the map vetoes, I can't help to feel but TYL should be favored in this one. It feels like they have just a better track record on Sunset, and even on their map pick of Breeze, they're 8-0 on it this year. So, I mean, I think the landscape is just looking really great for the underdog team.
I would disagree. And I think this mainly just comes down to the coaching staff of EDG. Because you're right, in theory, TYL have looked incredibly strong on Sunset and on Breeze. But remember, this is EDG's first match. They haven't shown a lot of stuff in a week. They've had a week to prepare, study, and analyze TYL's maps of Breeze, of Sunset, and judging off of this map veto, I'm going to put a lot of credit towards the coaching staff of EDG, and if they don't have stuff prepared, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Okay, well, you set the stage there. There's a lot of expectations of EDG, I think. Granted, they are kind of the leaders here in their region, so a lot of expectations there. So yeah, I mean, TYL really having that potential for an upset with good momentum so far, and this is going to be an interesting one. Like, what do you expect to see in like the agent selections? We see both teams actually leading into the stage a little. The stage a little bit.
In terms of agent select, I think for Sunset, EDG did experiment with a double sentinel sort of composition on the side of Sage and Chamber. The only issue with that is they ran a solo Phoenix, which I'm not a fan of on Sunset at all. It has a lot of weaknesses, so I'd hope that they've changed that. Of course, as we see the highlight reel here from London and the walkouts, I'm just expecting chaos. I'm expecting carnage. The likes of Splash, who is one of the most just outstanding rookies of this year, I'm expecting him to go head-to-head with Kong and every other player on EDG and really shine. And for the likes of TYL, every single player has their moments. This isn't just the Splash and Sufat show. Every single player, every single individual on TYL has that opportunity to outclass and outsmart EDG, and that is what I want to see. There's a lot of pressure on EDG, but there's a lot of pressure on TYL as well.
As you mentioned, right, that pressure is at its precipice here, especially for TYL that really wants an upset win. But here comes the walk-ins from our players. EDG, of course, I mean, the fans are just absolutely crazy for this team. Even in Masters London, right, a whole sea away from Asia, there were still so many fans there. It's absolutely incredible, and of course, hometown favorites here, so let's see if they can really live up to their name.
Absolutely. I mean, wherever EDG go, fans follow. And, I mean, this is going to be another thing that kind of gives TYL a disadvantage in some sense, is the aura of EDG. When you're playing against the likes of Kong, you can't trust the nerves and the pressure. It just gets ramped up ever so slightly. And seeing if the players of TYL can deal with that is going to be a great test today.
Well, you mentioned aura. I think that TYL have also upgraded in the aura department. Arguably one of the biggest heavy hitters in that front, I guess. Sufat BB just got so much attention back in their run in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. So
absolutely,
now that he's added to the team, I think he's brought in a lot of energy, he's brought in a lot of confidence for his squad as being a leader by example, right? Not just being a caller in the server, but actually being a leader on stage. I think that's going to be super pivotal for a team that is, has kind of young rookies here. Splash, notably one of them that, isn't from China himself. So I think giving his team that confidence is going to be really important to actually lift up the entire team, you know, not just in the server, but outside of it as well.
Holden, you read my mind. That's something that I highlighted in the previous match. Is Sufat, he's not just this superstar, but his energy, the vibe. In the previous match against JDG, we saw him kind of giving Splash little celebrations and gassing him up ever so slightly, and things like that. Contagious, infectious energy that is just immensely positive is going to be great for this team. And I think when you face against EDG, it's going to do you wonders.
All right, we've set the stage here. EDG versus TYL. It's been very much a one-sided affair for the history as organizations, but with this change from TYL's side, with the new IGL, a bit of fire under their bellies as well, I'm really looking forward to what they bring to the server. Obviously, you know, as I told you in the pre-show, but letting the audience know as well, I have a little bit of that bias, you know, I have to admit it, you know, to support this TYL squad. Splash is from Southeast Asia, you know, a region where I classed him in tier 2, so really excited to see, you know, him take it to the champions, the hometown heroes here in EDG. And so, quick huddle here as our teams get ready for the big stage. It's gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be a banger here to kick things off here on Sunset.
Absolutely. And the coaching staff of EDG look exhausted. So I'm hoping that they've come prepared, they've come ready, and, you know, even on that flight back from Paris to China, they have just been studying and watching any footage as possible. But I also think EDG, they would have taken a lot of lessons from that EWC experience. Playing against the likes of RRQ and BBL teaches you a lot in official matches, whether it's stylistically or about your own team dynamics and personal weaknesses. So I think I cannot explain how excited I am for this, because this is going to be a clash for, I think, everyone to remember. So get some popcorn, get a drink, and let's enjoy the show.
Let's enjoy the show indeed, and I think you've laid it out perfectly, right? I feel like these two teams could very well top their group. I think to be determined on how this match plays out, I feel like those two teams are kind of at the top of their group as well. So interested to see how things pan out, but take a look at the agent selection screen here. Xin, I'm noticing some differences. There's only one Sage in the server this time. EDG have gone in with a bit of an inquisitive pick.
Absolutely, and I'm not against this EDG comp. This much suits their style and their preferences if we look at previous iterations and maps. Double Initiator is relatively quite rare in the Sunset meta so far. We're seeing a lot of double controller with the likes of Viper and Omen. Double Sentinel, of course, is also quite popular. But I like this composition from EDG. I think it works in their favor, and I just hope that they have come prepared against TYL's composition, because in terms of prep, in terms of anti, it has to have been done. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I saw a really cool clip that I think TYL were the ones that actually used the stage wall to boost down mid. They put pressure, I think, in towards A main, and then it was able to get a really cool angle on top of the sage wall down towards A main. So let's see if they bring in that kind of tenacity here. EDG up against TYL. Big match here in the group stage. EDG's first, TYL's third, but incredibly important for the standings here to see which team would probably move on towards the playoffs.
Absolutely, and let's get this show on the road. It is TYL on attack. As we can see, 3 over towards B lobby with the 2 Sentinels maybe going for a lurk over towards middle.
Towards we go. Bit of a spread approach so far. Good smoke there, deters their attention. Slowly, big fight there. Cops a boatload of damage, but he gets information as well. The sweet player is kind of marking him from the market side.
It's a really slow round from the likes of TYL. Kang pushing down ever so slowly. Does catch slowly, in fact. What are the chances? And he keeps on pushing. The confidence on this guy is insane.
He's looking for more as well. There's one more player around the corner. Still gets it. Oh my lord, Kang. Well, he might be a little jet lagged, but you know, he still brings in that tenacity. ERV now left in the 1 versus 3, but we've seen stranger things happen. So Don't count your eggs just yet. Smoke still allows him to cross towards where the spike was. But nobody from top of mid lays down the law. Kong kicks things off hard with a 4K.
And what a round from the superstar of EDG. It has to be said though, a relatively cautious round from TYL. Not too productive, playing awfully slow default, poking over towards B middle, but just completely unaware of the likes of Kong pushing down A main. What a round.
It's a fantastic one to start. It's a big pistol win here. As, the EDG QR code comes up as well. That's always so interesting to me. China has those kinds of resources. Kong deep down towards mid, slowly again chip down low, without really getting too much value off the back of that. And look at Hong Kong just taking all this space, might even wrap around him, and yes he does. Oh, he's being so disruptive, man. He's disappeared into the night as well.
He looks so comfortable. He looks so confident already. Fearless. And Smoggy, he's in spawn. EDG are absolutely everywhere. Probably not what Smoggy anticipated. Seeing 4 players of TYL in spawn, but Kong still inserted over towards this mid area. As we can see, TYL going for a very slow mid round in, very contact heavy.
Kong again still here. I mean, he's been all over this map, but nowhere at the same time, and now he might just turn his attention, but there's too many players from TYL down towards mid. A good pick to find. Chichu now trying to pick up the pieces, but a good smoke prevents him from getting much information off the back of that. EDG still really don't know where the commitment's coming from. It's gonna be towards this B side. Nobody here with one tripwire is all he's got. Gotta stand his ground. Paranoia pushes him back off that angle. Sees as well, keeps him stuck on this horn. Try to play around the corner. The spike will be planted. They give him the respect to the back of side until they just swing wide. Double peek comes through, splash at the pick. Chichu, Jenny now coming in from opposite sides of the map. And the flank attempt here. Somehow gets away with the first kill. Flashing for the second. Scales won't miss though. Chichu now left. This 1 versus 3 up elevated on the Sage wall, but Xufat's gonna be there, and alright. Already onto his antics, standing up on the stage, letting his opponents know what's up.
Oh, it's the most EDG round you could have possibly asked for. Only investing 3 rifles into this round, or 2 Spectres and a rifle, sorry. And it's the players with the guns that are hunting and pushing. Not even a minute into that round. It's just, it's EDG. That's the only thing that can be said. But fair play to TYL for securing that eco.
Yeah, we see EDG getting a bit overconfident at times. I think that was a prime example of that. Let's see if they can do what TYL did to them, though. It's a bit of a trap setup here. Paranoia at the ready from the omen of the contact play. Counter utility, though, will keep Kong at bay. So good reactions from TYL to prevent this trap from springing.
Yeah, and if we look at the mini-map, Jenny has got a lot of info over towards B, posted quite confidently. And right now, TYL are awfully static, awfully quite strong over towards this A lobby area, and it works out in their favor. Splash, for reinforcements, spacing, nice and tight.
Yeah, but the main fight itself, though. EDG doing a little bit of damage, but okay. Slowly it will prevent Smoggy from getting any more value. It's just a single kill onto Splash. Not to worry. Siege wall up as well. And as the spike goes down, Jenny probably just looking to potentially do a little bit of damage. Ideally just die to the spike as TYL players hunting, looking for this walking ultimate orb, essentially.
Yeah, and it's really interesting if we almost look at the style that TYL have opted into these first couple rounds. It's very, very slow, and EDG are taking so much space in the first 2 rounds that I almost hope they keep doing it. Punish these mid players and force the other 3-4 players in the mains to either rush and hit the site or pivot back into a mid re-clear. It's really nice so far, and I'm excited for what EDG come into this next round with.
It's tempered from both sides, right? Just making sure that they don't leave any stone unturned. So
absolutely.
Liking things so far. Bonus round here from TYL technically. But it's still pretty damn strong. You've got Slowly still on that Outlaw, only really able to take down Jenny if he is able to find that. I don't think the Outlaw nerf is in yet, so that one's definitely going to shake things up. But for now, again, this slower paced approach from TYL.
Yeah, TYL going for some early B main pressure. Of course, it's fake pressure as they regroup and look like they're going to re-clear over towards A main. Kong does have that relay ball online.
Oh, as the back off though, goes in for more, activates his ultimate. Wants to maintain that space, calls in for a bit of a flash, and he will enforce this smoke, force back TYL, respecting his presence, but at the same time, Kong has basically exhausted his entire utility belt.
But it's lovely. As soon as Kong rips that ultimate, he gives the numbers over towards Nobody, and Nobody instantly drones over towards B main. And obviously there's nobody home, so he can take that space for free. And TYL look a little bit lost here, if I'm honest. I think EDG have such a clear understanding that they're going to be back over towards A main, and it's up to Slowly to contact up with this Outlaw, try and punish the likes of Kong, but that's a huge knife as well.
Yeah, that's 4 players being tested. EDG sending their forces in to reinforce this A side. TYL just gotta get hard on their heels in towards the side itself. Molly comes in. Actually, it's a wall. And they want to fight for elbow control. And yes, they do. Lane's being compromised. Chichu now, behind this one-way smoke, will have to respect it. They get the spike down, but they don't have control over the side whatsoever. There's no more time. 10 seconds left. They're going for the fight instead. They clear things out. The Jenny Kaka going down. Chichu now wrapping around. Will get taken down by Slowly. How have TYL still stabilized this ship? Last player standing at the back on the flank. Nobody's spotted out. And how is that the first death that TYL gets in this round? Nobody has no option. Surely just a save already.
Yeah, that's a messy round if I've ever seen one. I don't know if you clocked it, but the Sage Wall forced the Omen of ERV off the site, so he wasn't able to plant. That kill over towards Ali was critical, otherwise the round goes in favor of EDG. Honestly though, I like the style from EDG. TYL were getting awfully quite lucky here in terms of the eliminations and those first kills, because EDG were that one step ahead. I think in terms of the rotations, they probably just needed to be a little bit quicker, but TYL are looking fierce already.
Yeah, that's a very interesting Sage Wall, man. You don't see it very often, right? You relinquish so much control over the side. It got me a little bit anxious, but hey, TYL landing all the shots that were required. Oh, I didn't even notice Skills was on top of the wall.
It's actually quite a nice site execute. That little pivot onto the wall allows you to see that back of sight area. It's really nice.
Well, TYL definitely showing us that they've done their homework. Got some really cool setups with this Sage. It's not just one-dimensional, walling off a choke point. So again, here we go. Mid approach here from TYL to kick things off.
Yeah, and it's really nice from EDG. Deep Cypher cam over towards B main. Early mid pressure, of course. It's nothing too extreme. That's the rest of TYL rejoin in towards this B main area. Haven't spotted the cam just yet. Alarm bells will be ringing. That's Scales farming that ult orb, getting ready for a site execute potentially.
Yeah, there's not much the Cypher can do as well. Chichu doesn't have any more utility off the back of that. I don't know if TYL are aware of that or perhaps a bit suspicious of it, so they're going to take things a little bit slower. Aldro now comes in, scanned at the back of the side, doesn't really tag onto anyone as a matter of fact. They are disincentivized as Slowly he's gonna take up space, his luck in towards market, a bit of a pump fake. Back in towards this B side we go. Slowly might be the first one to go in. Oh no, dear, he's the first one to go down though. Chichu in the corner. Picks up a double kill. It's so doable now. 2 versus 3. Man disadvantage. Time a bit of an issue. Tap of the spike splash trying to equalize the numbers. Paranoia and the flash on the KO to go back in. Sufat tucking in the box. And he's the last man standing. He has to pull off a clutch here. Last one around the corner. And Sufat's gotta let him know what's up. Stand up from the IGL. It's a huge 1v3 clutch here to kick things off here on the Sunset, really dictating the pace.
Wow, incredible round from Sufat and Splash. Honestly, a huge credit to Splash for sticking that spike, because wow, was he a worthy sacrifice. Sufat, look how confident he is. and that forces a timeout from EDG. Now, honestly, I think this is fair and fine. Put the brakes on TYL ever so slightly, but EDG, they are making the right decisions. They are almost being a little bit egregious in some of the space that they're taking, but it is actually giving them an advantage, and TYL are almost just forcing themselves in a corner with these kind of calls and early pre-round barrier ideas. But EDG, it is 4-1, and they need a couple more rounds if it's going to be a decent half.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think EDG were one of the stronger teams on this map, you know, back when it was in the map pool long ago. So
very long ago.
Yeah. See if they can kind of right the ship on this one, because you don't want to let TYL have too much momentum. You know how much they can get if you give them the space. So early time out here from Autumn to really discuss things with this team. Let's see what they have in store for us.
Absolutely. I almost wonder if EDG would benefit from maybe getting that early mid insert in a lot quicker from Kong. I mean, as we can see, they've changed the Cypher over towards that A site. And still playing 3 strong, which is quite nice. Probably an early KO knife coming in from GNE. At 0 point is used. That is mid-info taken very, very quickly from TYL. Kong maybe going for an early peek. It's a lovely shot from GNE.
Oh,
for another flash.
Yeah, just gotta force back everyone. The Sage Wall doesn't really net them too much value. Now they have to reconsider what their options are. We've got a bit of a lurk element now because of Scales' position. The A side is relatively weakly guarded. TYL could just contact play up and towards it. It's only just the Cypher Cam for the time being. The mid presence has kept 3 of EDG players trained on that.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight, look at the EDG players. They have all of B, all of middle, until slowly wants to pop Kong in the head. Scales, you have 3 players in front of you. What is your decision making here? Let's get another one.
Oh, go for the fight.
Exactly.
He gets a hit shot as well. Chi-Chu is now down low HP, and towards the side they go, and Chi-Chu a bit ahead of the issue. His teammates are so far detached, kind of isolated. And so there's 3 versus 3 looking likely for TYL as they chop down the numbers of EDG. Smoggy there gets the first, but the trade from Sufat is solid. And again, TYL off the back of their opponent's timeout gonna pick up that win.
Yeah, TYL, they're so structured and very disciplined. It looks sometimes quite limp, but because of the individuals that are on this team, it's very just, we fight together, we die together. Whereas EDG opt for this more free-flowing style where it's just individually based. It's really nice, and it's working out for TYL immensely. As we can see, EDG are back onto an eco. It's not looking good.
No, yeah, you're putting it nicely, right? It's a bit disastrous right now for EDG. This is gonna be round 7. They've only got a Stinger and a couple of pistols in the mix.
I think they're gonna go for a trap play here.
Though. Yeah, the trap play at the ready. Kong off of timing. Here we go. The stun comes through. A counter paranoia coming in from TYL is perfect to handle that aggression. Splash will beat Kong to the punch. Install out this aggressive trap play. It's still gonna be TYL with that win and the heal up from Splash thanks to the Sage.
Yeah, Smoggy deep over towards that A main area, spotting the chamber trip, deep droning over towards tiles. It's unfortunate on spotting any players, and Smoggy, as he goes for that B main reclear, does get punished by Slowly's Outlaw yet again.
I mean, I love everything I'm seeing. TYL, you know, they saw a lot of presence there. They're gonna leave that bit of a chamber element, right, where he can just TP away if there was aggression. You expect EDG to be re-aggressive somewhere, so what a great read so far, double opening kills, but EDG stacking 2 players on this side. Is it gonna be enough though? The wall to come in eventually. Scan on the side, it misses the player backside though, behind the boxes. And okay, nobody with the first. Second will be disastrous, but well handled. Jenny, 1 versus 4. They're not giving him the light of day. The triple swing from TYL to cut him down. That's 6-1. This lead is just getting completely out of hand.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically, TYL are absolutely EDG's worst nightmare, because they are playing as such a unit that it's impossible for them to lose.
feels like EDG's playstyle is a lot more flexible, right? They let the individuals, you know, have those mid-round decisions better. Autumn comes in occasionally with some ideas, but it feels like TYL are just sticking to the strat book, sticking to the game plan, and it's been completely catching EDG off guard. Let's see how this one pans out, though. It's a full-on execute. All 5 players of TYL here, 3 of EDG wait for this short peek. But not to be the case. Heavy presence in towards Long instead. The wall comes up. This time it's focused towards the side itself. Chichu avoids it, but he can't avoid the lightning fingers. Splash eventually goes down, but Jenny's double will keep them in it. Hunter's Fury now invested, trying to flush out these EDG players. Tag on the Jenny. He goes in the smoke and into the arms of ERV. 2 versus 3 now. Another disadvantageous outcome here from EDG. And with the AWP on the retake, this is looking nigh impossible.
Look at this post plant slowly. Trademark trip behind, but all he has to do is hold over towards A main. CT is non-existent with that Sage wall online from Scales. And it's egregious from TYL. It's such a lovely A execute straight out of the Valo plant, so fluid. There's nothing that Kankan can do. Saves that app operator. And TYL are laughing.
This is quite flat from EDG. You can see even in Kang's body language, it feels like he has no chance to do anything. Right, it's just smokes in his face. Hunter's Fury comes in. I don't even know if he's going to be able to save this weapon. Time, bit of an issue. 1 second left. Oh dear, Kang will get away with that AWP, but it feels like it's just a small consolation prize. It's 7-1, man.
Yeah, I think it's a big talking point is the style. You know, I feel like EDG are opting for that most similar Paper X style where you act off of instinct and gut and intuition, whereas TYL are playing the structured discipline straight out of the Valo plant. You copy those instructions and you paste them into your brain, and you do that until it fails. And right now it's working for TYL. They can't put a footstep wrong. Oh, what an angle. Oh, it's beautiful.
Peeks in without the one-way smoke. I mean, that's just a timing issue. It's a synchronization issue for EDG, surely.
Absolutely. Smoggy inserted over this bottom mid area. Slowly. Gets 2. Does eventually go down.
Focus back towards this B side. Door closes, but it's not to be any issue. The Sage wall just comes up in their face. Nobody's had to try to claw things back. Got some utility lined up here. We'll deny the spike plan for the...
And Gianni goes through the timing. And nobody goes down to Splash. And TYL just again, I feel like EDG need to force a second timeout here because whatever they discussed previously is not working. And I almost wonder, you just gamble at this point. Maybe go for a 4-1. All players pushing down middle, solo Cypher on one side, play retake on the other, and just try and get that mid info because right now EDG don't look like they have the retake protocols in place. And yeah, that is EDG forcing that second timeout. Autumn and Signed getting involved. I think it's always an interesting coaching staff structure that EDG have, almost opting for that leadership in Autumn and big brain game player on the likes of Sign. Very unique, but it works really, really nicely. EDG, let's see the adaptation. Let's see what they can do. Maybe bring this to an 8-4 half, 9-3 at the worst, 10-2 if it really gets that bad. And as we can see, the body language of the EDG players isn't so high, isn't so excited or happy. EDG trying to force out a buy here. Chichu, Vandal and a light armor. Nobody, a Marshall, Stinger on Gianni. It's not looking great. TYL going for a very mixed sort of default. What a jump spot from Slowly. It's disgusting. Scales pushing up over towards this tiles area. Deep Cypher Cam from Chichu in this B main area. And look, they apply this fake pressure over towards B main. Poke over towards middle slightly. And then they regroup. It's lovely mid-rounding. Very basic. But it's effective. Mid door is broken. Cypher Cam's been activated. Chichu can start sounding the alarm bells to the rest of the players that look, they're probably going to go for a reclear over towards A, and Smoggy, alone on an island, is able to get ERV down. Omen Paranoia goes out, TP over towards site. Jenny with the stinger. And TYL are in a bit of a stalemate. Rotations can come in instantly for EDG. Of course, Kankang aware of that mid lurk. Smoggy going for a nice little jump spot. Chichu, only person on EDG with a Vandal. And it's a nightmare. TYL going for the same site execute, but hang on a minute, has Chichu got... What a round from EDG. Chichu with that Vandal coming in clutch. Breaking that wall down instantly. Potentially catching TYL off guard. Wonder if we can get a replay on that. But look, EDG almost have that feeling that wasn't a guaranteed recipe for success. Relied on a hero play, potentially from Smoggy, but more so from Chichu.
Oh, what's up, Mr. Zin?
And wow.
Have I interrupted at a great timing, I guess?
Absolutely. No, I'm glad you're back.
Sorry for keeping you in the air for a bit. I had to, head over to EDG Cam and let Autumn know what's up. So
yeah, literally. As soon as you went, EDG got around. You're a curse.
Oh dear. Well, if this is the outcome, I don't mind. TYL, the advantage lead here, looking to extend it, deny EDG a chance. They're gonna try to claw it back though. It's spam still down towards B main. A bit disastrous now.
Yeah.
Alright, reroute coming in from TYL. Don't like the looks of things on the B side. Got access. Bit of a love from slowly in towards the A side.
Hong Kong doesn't get there in time. He is trapped here in the Sage Slow. Scales with this scoped weapon again. Oh wow, it is really crumbled for EDG. Chichu, can you be the man, the myth, the legend that you are one more time? Sufat has been noted. Don't save Chichu, you're better than this. Oh, unfortunate from Chichu, but wow, slowly. Has to be said that he is just incredible. No emotion, iced cold in the veins. A crumble from EDG. They had that round under control. They had the numbers advantage. They're just being quite obnoxious, quite arrogant. Because we don't need to play like that. We can just play a basic numbers advantage retake. But no, we disrespect the likes of TYL and we face the consequences. Slowly, what is that shot? I mean, wow. Yenny in this smoke alone. Sage Wall has been activated, but obviously the fake pressure doesn't work because Jenny is up on this A main area. And look at Sufat, just chilling in spawn, holding for any aggression towards B main slowly. Can you get us another one? No, you can't. And that is a lovely pick from Smoggy. Information and alarm bells will start ringing and rotations can be forced over towards this B site. Nobody and Chichu have a mission on their hands. Sage slow over towards backside. Scales shuts down nobody. Chichu. It's the one. Page onto the site, smoke, 0 point, all the util is being spammed out now. Jenny goes down to Scales. Scales can do no wrong in this round from a lovely lurk. To now a site hold, Smoggy. Gonna be that backstab in TYL. Spots one. Omen Paranoia online, smoke in one. It's a lovely play. Chichu goes down. Sufat. Oh, and Smoggy with a monumental clutch. That is exactly what EDG needed. And look, same again. There is no emotion. There's no happiness for EDG. It has to be said. Kong slurping on whatever juice he's drinking. But wow, EDG looked disheartened.
Oh yeah, things
clutch.
looking absolutely in dire straits. And
every time you disappear, they get around.
All right. This one was a little bit too close for comfort, though. It's another clutch from EDG that they have to pull off an unlikely situation, but they still get it over the line. Is that gonna be enough, though? 3 rounds at the half.
I don't know. I think the rounds that EDG have been able to secure have been straight off of individuals alone, and it's got to be said, the reactions from the players, they don't even seem like they want to play or be here. It's just so demoralizing to watch. And I mean, maybe a pistol and a dream might be able to secure them around or a better half, but
yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels like if it's not the pistol win in the second half, EDG's chances are surely devastatingly low. I feel like TYL just have so many cool ideas. It feels like it's just a matter of time. And so if EDG really want this win, they have to start hot on the second half, pick up the pistol, you know, get a bit of momentum going, maybe win out the bonus as well. Because if not, I'm pretty sure TYL have some really cool strats on the other side when they are defending.
Absolutely. And we can't forget that this is TYL's strongest map, and they're playing a CT-sided composition with Sage and Chamber. Getting a 9-3 on attack, in theory, that's the best case situation. That's the best case scenario. You can't complain with that. So EDG are climbing up a monumental hill, and I think it's got to be asked, why on earth did EDG pick this map? I mean, for real. I mean, TYL have played this twice already, and they look very strong. So why on earth have EDG picked this?
I feel like it's more of like a EDG believe in themselves kind of thing. You know, we're not going to worry about our opponents too much. We're going to focus on our own game. But at the same time, when you look at this, like the situation, right, the context of this matchup, it kind of looks a little bit silly now.
It does. It really does. I mean, in terms of the ante, in terms of the prep, it just feels like EDG don't have the best reactions. They don't have trust in each other. I mean, that's a great start from nobody.
I can trust nobody to hit some shots. He's been able to do so quite a couple of times already. He was the one to win out the pistol round. He was the one to win out the last round of the half. And here he might be the one to win out the second pistol. EDG still have Chichu here as a bit of a late flank element. TYL, 3 players into a CT. They're all corralled in the same position. It's not going to be easy, especially if EDG's late flank eventually coming through. Position already noted for, crossfires being set up here. TYL, what utility do you have? The paranoia comes in. Actually, it's from the other side of things. EDG strikes first. And so do the kills. In towards the smoke they go. Overwhelming the last player of Sufat. And so a must-win pistol round will get converted. EDG is still holding on.
It would be an EDG thing to do, is come back from a 9-3 half and just dominate, wouldn't it?
For sure. It feels like they always have something crazy to pull out of the hat.
I wish they'd buy more guns, though. This is the exact same as that second buy round. I don't like them having 3 rifles into a single round. It's very reminiscent of that FPX buy. Of course, the old European FPX, not the current Chinese one, but...
yeah, quite a bit of difference between those two.
Yeah, one
the results as well.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if a bit of a half committal in the weaponry department is going to yield them any success. All right, already kicking off to a hot start. That's it's not ideal for EDG. The Cypher goes down. There goes the tripwire down towards A main as well.
Wow, look at the space from Slowly. Surely nobody should be calling for an A mid reclear. This is quite poor.
Oh dear.
And they're being crammed on in, suffocated almost. EDG have no idea what is taking place, and then there's a lovely trap setup about to take place. Omen Paranoia goes out. It's a lovely cover from Smoggy, though.
All Alright, still they're gonna go ahead into things. Oh dear, Scales and Splash. Jenny just relying on the run and gun. That's more than enough. The Sage Wall comes in for the flood. Back aside, slowly lands a headshot. It's down to the 1 versus 1. Anything could be the case here. That Sage Wall kind of sections off the map. Smoggy baiting in for a peek. Slowly he's gonna give it to him. Oh, and slowly he's gonna pop the head of Smoggy. That's double digits for TYL. He sinks EDG down into the seat. What in the world just happened? Another equal round, the second round of each half.
I'm in awe. I've never seen a player as dominant as Slowly right now. He is looking unstoppable. He looks like prime Thanos. He looks like prime Kong Kong, dare I say. Any person that comes face to face with him goes down. It is incredible to watch.
He's leading by example as well. 18-9, 2.0 KD. It's absolutely horrendous what they've done to EDG. EDG won up both pistols. And they're gonna lose the next one if they're not too careful. They've purchased up a Stinger in the hands of nobody. Slowly, the man of the hour stands in front of them. Gets pushed off thanks to the utility though. 0 Point still gonna hit a couple of players back of sight. But the wall gives him a little bit of reprieve though. Scales trying to play around the smoke that his opponents gave him. EDG just surrounding it all around the block. Slow to come through. The re-clear from the rest of the team. Waiting for everyone to come through. Spams through. Sees the splash of blood. But can't convert off the back of this. He's gotta wait for the rest of the team to come in. Paranoia being set up and prepped up. ERV Gus gotta hit a boatload of them. But Chichu's the one to find that opening pick first. Oh, and then TYL just all strike. It's a waterfall of kills. And TYL, another successful retake here on the B side. It's dominant. It is just cerebral.
It's incredible. TYL look just strong. This is what we were expecting. This is the pressure that we were putting onto them. Is, yeah, you now have all the pieces to make champions and to be the #1 team in China. And this demolishing the likes of EDG in this fashion is nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you could come up with excuses, you know, fatigue when playing Masters London and then towards EWC, but you can't take away from the prep work that TYL have put into this map. I mean, it's clear as day, right? They've done their homework and they look really good as a team. Good protocols, and they're just playing up against what's in front of them. EDG just look like a fish out of water.
Absolutely.
Got a bit of an execute here towards the speed side. Should be able to have it without too much issue. Only just a trip, the rendezvous now being taken out of the picture. But it's just a bit of staging, getting up the ultimate orb, but a reaction now from TYL, other side of the map.
It's night and day in terms of the performance from EDG and TYL. Look, EDG just, they don't even know what to do. The calling is so completely off. It looks like
what
a
is
ranked
this?
match.
Splash is just having a bit of a scuffle in the spawn. Now they're kind of corralled back towards mid. That's where EDG strikes in their face. Right around the corner, but Splash has something to say. Splash almost tears him to shreds. Oh my god, the dink onto nobody, but he still survived on a sliver of HP, and it's gonna give EDG a chance here. A round that was almost torn apart. And now slowly putting the clutch, 1 versus 2, but he's on the wrong side of the map. He has to make his way across.
And slowly, we've seen him win these kind of difficult rounds before. The difference is, can he do it again? He's up against nobody, 10 HP, Hunter's Fury. Why is nobody deciding to play up? Okay, audio will be given. He'll start to fall back and play with Chichu.
Yeah, he's not silent about this. Wants to just take the fight straight on. Now they're a little bit disjointed, separated from the issue, but time becoming a bit of a problem here from slowly. Tap of the spike, expecting a peek. The camera will do the trick. This one is a done deal. I mean, no more time left. Taking their time, toying with their food. EDG survive for just a bit more. Just on 10 HP of nobody, but that's more than enough to get themselves that coveted round.
It's fair and fine from TYL to lose that, because you've got to look at EDG in this mid round. They're going for a slow mid re-clear, and then it's so clearly obvious that nobody decides to say, hey, I'm going to go fake drone over towards A and you guys go for a 4-person B hit. But because of TYL's aggro, they get completely caught off guard. And luckily, EDG come out on top with the advantage. It's still not looking great. It's not clean for EDG. It definitely isn't.
Okay, Kong Kong, bit of an idea here. Bit of an insert in towards...
This is better.
Oh dear, bit of the right A side of the map, but slowly he's gonna get caught with his pants down essentially, and now they're gonna pivot back to where Kong Kong is taking all this space in towards this A side. Drone to come through. Kong Kong confident through the smoke with the flash. In towards the side they go. Sufan's gonna get caught off guard in the open and bested. Stun comes in and dispatched quickly. Splash unable to get anything. And now Scales spotted out down towards mid. EDG. Bit of wind in their sails, looking a lot better here on this execute.
That was such a beautiful round to watch from EDG. That is what I was expecting coming into this map of Sunset. A lovely fast elbow take from Kong Kong, the rest of the team fighting over towards middle. Catch, I believe it was slowly off guard very, very quickly. And this is the level that I was expecting. This is EDG's map pick from defense to most of attack, the protocols, the ideas. They've been very bland and very plain. You brought up in the start of the show that, you know, this Sunset used to be EDG's like best map. We think of the Champions run against Heretics. They were infamous on this map. They were almost unstoppable at times. So in theory, just re-download that old strat book. Of course, coach changes and whatnot, but this is the level that EDG need to play at.
Most definitely. Looking a lot better, but it's still not done, right? There's still a lot more work to be done. It's still a pretty big deficit, but it's a sign of life. Right, so bit by bit, step by step. Everyone from EDG chiming in with a couple of kills in that round. Let's see how this one pans out, because TYL's economy is kind of in the bin. So this is EDG's chance to really, you know, strike together a couple of rounds in succession.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a really interesting call from TYL. Of course, relatively weak buy. Decide to play 4 players over towards that B site. Sufat alone. And rotations will start to come in.
It's not much Sufat can do from this point. Just a retake setup basically coming through, and Chichu's not even gonna let them have that luxury. I say that, but Sufat, how does he get a kill onto Jenny there, onto the spike carrier of all things? But Chishu, safe pair of hands. Now gonna miss a beat here down towards mid. It's a triple kill coming in from him. Now slowly detached from the issue. I think it's a clear matter of concern here on the A side. EDG have found a bit of a weakness.
I think they've found confidence. I think they've found their stride in this momentum. And I think TYL need to take a time out, really discuss and problem solve what to do against this super aggressive EDG side. And EDG look angry. You know, we saw from the player cams, the body language and the faces of the players. They don't look happy. And I think this is them playing with pure passion and a bit of anger. And TYL need to find a way to deal with this.
Gotta ice them out a little bit.
Absolutely.
Let's see what they have in store for us in terms of the calling, right? TYL so far, I think, identified that, hey, the A side has been consistent from EDG. And to be honest, just the set executes have been pretty nice so far. So I'm wondering what the call is. They've tried to go aggressive down towards mid for a re-clear. Maybe a flank attempt, perhaps? Heavy on that?
Yeah, I think with TYL's composition, they don't need to overcomplicate things. You know, just play a chamber over towards... play chamber over towards B, maybe retake, have that sage wall for the retake over towards B main, and just play that 3-person standard hold over towards A. Take that A main space, wait for EDG to re-clear, then activate your second layer of defense. And it becomes a lot easier, because right now I feel like TYL were playing almost a little bit too fluid, a little bit too just instinctual. You know, stick to what worked for you on attack. Look at the Valo plants and just stick to what works. But as you can see, they kind of ignore what I say and go for this first 4-person gamble stack again. And
well, it might be a bit of something that they practice it, you know, maybe just a retake approach on towards the B side, and they identify A has been targeted quite a bit, so 4 players here. And EDG, you know, so the bull right over their eyes. It's gonna be a B side execute here.
Oh, it's a lovely KO.
Null command. Yeah, nothing that TYL can do. But at the same time, TYL weren't really situated anyway, so they have all the utility here for this retake. The question is, are they going to go aggressive in the postline? EDG seems like it. The stun comes in and the splash as well. Hunter's Fury gets sent across, keeps them honest. TP across from Smokey, wants to establish more crossfire setups, but the stun is great coming in from Splash. Oh, but well handled. Smokey there for the cover fire. ERV trades it back out again. 2 versus 3 now for this retake of TYL's. And it's up in the hands of Slowly. ERV's low on HP as well. This one's looking like a tough task. Good initiative from EDG to fight for their control in market. And it's gonna be a save from TYL yet again.
And it's lovely. TYL weren't expecting the GNE KO. Of course, Scales positioned over towards that market area. His role within this round was to delay, use the Sage slows, save your wall for post. But as we can see, they just didn't expect that KO. And EDG had a relatively poor fight over towards market, but the cover and the spacing of the players just allowed them to come out on top. Smoggy obviously shutting down Scales, and then getting great cover. Wow, Splash getting one-tapped whilst he's stunned is definitely a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, Smoggy, man. I mean, he's the one that's been, you know, winning out so many of these clutch rounds, so many of these important kills, impact kills.
Yeah.
And EDG, they like what they saw on the B side, leaning towards that position again. TYL, very passive approach. This time, no control over either extremity.
This is lovely. Default over towards B main. Bait Scales is slowed. Wall. Delay. And that's a Sage wall.
Thumbs up. Splash only has this Bucky, but listen. On these tight quarters, might be able to find something, but EDG at the same time also don't like the optics of things. They're gonna go back to a bit of a mid-search this time. Everyone actually coming in for it.
And the spacing of both teams on attack is so tight. So together. Slowly.
Yeah. He's still within the range of his rendezvous. He's gonna get back out of there. Let's see how he holds it down though. Misses the shot that was crucial onto Kong Kong. And now he's trapped back of sight. Doesn't really have too much assistance. Scales taken down as well. The shock dart just to harass him even further. This is pensive, but above and beyond. ERV on top of the double box, and now slowly back aside. Michael unchecked. Never mind, ERV's just mopping up every single kill. Chiju, his teammates have evaporated around him. ERV, stand up, sir. It's the ace from him, silences EDG and sends them down to the doldrums.
And that is my goat right there. ERV has to be one of the most undervalued members of this TYL roster. And it's for good reason, because of how strong mechanically every other player is. But every once in a while, he has his moment. Whether it's on Haven with a Sheriff or on Sunset with a Phantom, he is unstoppable. And that's match point.
Oh. EDG have heroics. TYL have theirs as well. A whiff shot though gives EDG a bit of a chance to accelerate towards this. The drone to come in. Skills tasked to break it, but they're being wrapped upon as well. Slowly to the back off, but the slow from the trademark is gonna give them a bit of space. Slowly though, it's trapped in a corner, but slowly trying to bail out his teammate. The wall eventually breaks, but slowly breaks down to make that 3! Kong just walks straight, slides straight in towards the bullet. To the dome. And the retake setup here. Oh, Splash though, the spacing is horrendous from TYL. And Smokey, of course, it's him again to give EDG a hope here.
It's ERV. Can he do it again?
Clutchmeister for TYL set up in the 1v2. Trying to find an isolated 1v1. The smoke in towards main. No, decides otherwise. Just playing it contact. Spots up the first. Isolates it. Knows it's on the side. ARV again. Back-to-back hero rounds. And TYL gonna mop up the floor. EDG's blood splattered all across it. A massive dub here to kick off the series as TYL go up 1-0 in the series.
Wow, what a match. I'm so mixed with emotions. I feel like we've been watching this game for probably 8 hours. It felt like it was gonna end so soon, but EDG just wouldn't give up, and TYL took quite a while to adapt and change some of their ideas on that defense half.
大家好，欢迎来到场前采访，我是主持人曼妮。我们也是邀请到了 EDG Team Principal 来接受我们的采访。先来跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的阿布。
欢迎。首先来聊一下我们在外赛的表现，因为在伦敦大师赛也是首次实现了在 CN 赛区的2支战队在我们的6强会师，而且 EDG 也是拿到了第3名的成绩。所以
All right, amazing. That's EDG's team principal interview with him. Yeah, and I think he might need to have a bit of a chat with his team because that was not the ideal outcome, especially considering the fact that that was EDG's map pick as well. So now that EDG are going back into the player rooms, you gotta be thinking to yourselves, this is gonna be Breeze, this is gonna be TYL's map pick, a map that they haven't lost on, I think, this year so far. So yeah, it's just an incredible performance coming in from TYL. I loved everything we saw. Some adaptations towards the mid portion of some of these halves where, you know, they realized EDG were getting some momentum and they had to claw some back as well. Some individual heroic plays, but I feel like that's kind of to be expected here in VCT China. So all in all, it's a great showing to kick things off.
It is, but questions have to be given to EDG of why have you picked Sunset? I can understand if it's a case of, look, we've got to play either Summit or Sunset, let's get some reps in. But for you to pick it as your first map and come out that limp, I think is quite disappointing, as whether you're just an EDG fan or a VCTCN enjoyer. Because even the body language of the players, it didn't give me the vibe of, okay, it doesn't matter if we win or lose this. We want to practice this and get better. And this is just a rep. To me, it was like the players just gave up mentally. Like you almost ignored the strat book, whether it was the players or the coaching staff. It just didn't give energy. And I think that TYL
didn't inspire confidence, right?
Exactly.
Even from us watching, if you were to just remove the player names and you were to look at some of these strats that were pulled off, you'd think that TYL was the more veteran squad. They looked a lot cleaner. They had a lot more interesting ideas, and it felt like that composition, or at least the spacing, was a lot better for some of those trades as well. So, yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, I want to give EDG a bit of like a lifeline there. You know, yes, they have been traveling quite a bit. The EWC as well wasn't played with their full roster, so might need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. But maybe this is a first chance of a bit of a wake-up call, because, you know, maybe riding off the high of London, maybe riding off the confidence that they had there. China's, you can't be complacent at all, because you're gonna face up against titans like these.
But you know what I find interesting, and I think has to be a talking point for every single region, is let's all keep an eye on the teams that went to EWC, okay? Because not only did EDG go to Masters and then had to travel all the way to London and deal with our rubbish food, but then they then had to go back to China, do content, go to France, do content, play. Like, not only is it from a performance perspective quite difficult to adapt, but also in terms of practice and preparation, yeah, you are going to be a lot weaker. So we have to keep an eye, and it's not an excuse, but it's a variable, and that has to be considered. And I think whether it's EDG, whether it's All Gamers, whether it is BBL, 100 Thieves, whoever, I don't care. Let's keep an eye on these teams that went to EWC, and let's just look at their performance, because this was disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. I mean, even DRG having a bit of a shaky start. Albeit DRG actually had a bit more prep time. I'm just trying to find some additional pointers to support your case, but yeah, it is a little bit of a concern. But EDG are always the team that are able to bounce back, right? Despite them losing certain maps, certain series in the regular circuit, this is still the group stage. This is still EDG's very first game, right? It's not an easy first team to face, especially if you take a look at Group Alpha, right? It's Nova Esports, FPX, JDG, Trace Esports that are going to be elsewhere. But let's take a look at the comms for this matchup here with TYL.
准备 I plan 30秒，可以，要 plan。被黑了，我被黑了，出来了，出来了，2个你，3个，等我爆，稍微。 ，nice， 两个右边，应该是右边。Let's go！ 哎，站着做，一个来啊，一个来啊，一个来啊，一个来啊，走，ready go， 真了，封墙啊，小心爆点，收爆点，没有，爆点，还在，nice， 拉我 ，OK 不用了，上面带着一下，基地爆点，哎，我不拉，你帮我吧，来3、2、1，左边。Let's go！ 是你来我家又不敲门，你 pick up， 你 pick up， 对，进了吗？来，中了，两脚，帮你黑，我被黑了，两脚，对，你去帮，我加入不？我给他这 nice， 5，一下，冷静。Let's go！ 亚威，这次不用解狙了，真的可以。
Listen, whenever you see these pop-off moments and you take a look at the player highlights, you know, the blue squares that are around them, whenever there's a pop-off moment, I see Silfat's one being highlighted the most. And I think that just goes to show like the energy that he brings to the team, the passion, and just the leadership mentality, telling his teammates, hey, stand up as well, you know, let them know what's up. I think that just does so much for the mental of this squad. And of course, slowly, I mean, if you haven't mentioned it enough already, this guy was just a force to be reckoned with. So annoying for EDG to worry about because his trades were fantastic, even towards the defensive sides with that operator of his towards the tail end of those last few rounds. Very annoying, great impact.
Wasn't even just defense though. The value that he had with the Outlaw on attack was a nightmare for EDG to deal with. And when we look at the structure of this TYL squad, everything is balanced. Everything works well. From like a personality standpoint, where slowly strikes me as more of a calm, reserved, introverted individual, and then you've got Splash and Sufat who are super extroverted. It just all balances out. And even in terms of roles, you've got multiple scoped users, you've got riflers, you've got anchors, you've got lurkers. This TYL roster, I'm genuinely gonna scream it and shout it as long as I can. They have to make champs. They have to. They have everything in their arsenal to make champs, and I hope they do. And beating EDG today would just be the first but large stepping stone for them.
Yeah, it's on that path to champs, bit by bit. Obviously, as you mentioned, right? It's everyone from the side of TYL having those impact moments. I mean, it's crazy, right? Yes, we know that at least for me, maybe because I was disconnected a few rounds, Slowly did have quite a bit of impact, but to find himself 24 and 12 is absolutely crazy. He wasn't being traded out a lot, fair share of these rounds. And while the first kills were kind of even, in fact, favoring that of EDG, I feels like TYL's adaptations towards the mid and late rounds are also really on point.
Yeah, I do think TYL had a very good game plan coming into the attack that caught EDG off guard quite a lot. Of course, if we look at the head-to-head of Chichu, he did perform relatively well. Of course, he was able to get that clutch in the last half of defense for his team to secure that 9-3 half. But it has to be said that EDG, yes, you lost that result, but you were able to climb back ever so slightly. For Breeze, which as good of a map as it is for TYL, for EDG, they've got a lot of reps on it. They beat teams at Masters London. They played it again at EWC. So I think that EDG need to win this. They need to win this.
Yeah, I mean, if not, then we're gonna see TYL just really spreading their wings and really establishing themselves as kind of like the front runner of their group. But before that, before we get ahead of ourselves, we're gonna go throw it to a little bit of a break. And when we come back, that second map of Breeze coming up very soon.
Bathroom.
As they always used.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. Well, welcome back to VCT China, brought to you by Project Horizon. We're here for the second map of the series. It's gonna be that of Breeze and EDG again, coming in with their very, I would say, interesting composition with that harbor on Smoggy, Jenny on the KO. But same can be said for the side of TYL as well. They've got the double controllers and that KO in tow.
Of course, both teams going for that very traditional double controller composition. I personally prefer EDG's style with the harbor. However, it's whatever tickles your fancy. Same again, EDG should have a good game plan coming into this Breeze. I hope it's a lot better than the one we saw in Sunset, because TYL have played this map before, you know, in terms of what to expect, you know. And I think it's going to be a real test to see if EDG have done their homework or not. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, speaking of this map, you know, as a Paper X fan myself, it gives me a bit of the PTSD. EDG and Paper X on this map. I mean, if you guys are watching Masters London, which you should have been, that one was a nail biter of a map. Let's just say that EDG pulling out all the stops, right? And heroic plays, which is kind of, you know, the modus operandi. So let's see if they bring in that kind of fire into this matchup as well. Second map here as EDG kick things off on the defense.
We have to highlight that Kong versus Splash matchup with the Jet versus Jet. It's going to be a masterclass to watch, so let's keep an eye out for that. And honestly, it's a nice round from EDG. Smoggy inserted over towards middle, setting up for a lovely crossfire with Kong. TYL contacting up over towards middle.
See who gets it first. Nice orb there. Segregates the crossfire. Smoggy's on an island. Oh, and he's just gonna easily click 2 heads. And there's nothing much that TYL can offer. No trades available. Kong will eventually come back in, but the spike already lost in enemy territory. Good smoke there to keep Smoggy at bay. Can pick up that spike, but there's also another layer of smoke. Eventually, they do pick it up, try to get it away. There's a player around the corner though. You don't check for slowly, and he's still gonna find that impact. But at the same time, Chichu has pushed out of the B site. He's gotten control over the spike, and at least TYL know exactly where the last 2 players are coming from. They just have to put the pieces together of this puzzle. Chichu marking for it. The trade needs to be there. Trade is for Sufat. Acknowledges Smoggy was last spotted down towards mid as well. Cautious of that flanked attempt, but instead it's down towards mid again. Smoggy tucking in close on this corner. Time a bit of an issue. Has to just win out the fights. And he walks straight in towards his hands. Triple kill from Smoggy. Again, the player with great impact here on EDG.
If I was Autumn, I would be smashing my desk to pieces, because how did they make a nice, clean, easy 5 versus 3 look so difficult? Nobody just sprinting towards middle, disrespecting that Viper wall. It was so close, and TYL gave it such a good effort. But wow, EDG, oh, you're making my heart beat a little bit too fast.
EDG taketh and giveth, you know?
Yeah.
So
taketh a lot more than
you gotta tango with it. Fair enough. Listen, I've watched Paper X more than enough. I'm used to teams with great advantages, great success, you know, giving away a couple charity rounds. So let's see how this one pans out here with the much better weaponry. Kong should be able to win it out down towards mid. Jenny, all right there, well controlled. We'll take down slowly. That's the only player on the B side of the map. So TYL really have only one option, and that's in towards the A. Access given over for the time being. Good utility to get them in. Spike planted should be in eventually. Good flash though coming in. Kong is... How is Kong still alive? Jenny providing the assistance. They don't even get the spike planted.
And EDG secure their first buy round of the map. Or of the series, should I say. Because wow, they actually invested guns across all 5 players. And what do you know? You actually win the round. Look at this, the updraft from Kong caused a little bit of a delay in his death, but wow. EDG looking a lot better already, securing that second round. Maybe they'll have a little bit more confidence.
The best weapons to go into this round, right? It's a couple of Spectres, 3 Spectres, and a Marshal. But if I'm going to put that Marshall in anyone's hands, it's going to be in the hands of Kong Kong. But he's quite far away from this issue at the moment. No, but he's got a lot of damage just through the smoke. TYL, easy control towards this A side of the map. Question is Slowly going to be able to cut down these rotates? Here's the flash, notes the re-clear, and now he's got a great timing play down towards mid. Lovely. Isolates the first. Labored spray, but eventually gets it over the line. The spike down as well. And in towards the side for the retake. ERV. That's an easy double pick to find. It's always iffy with these Chinese teams, but they still get it over the line. It's 4 players still standing. TYL keeping things nice and clean.
Really nice round from TYL. I love the A execute. Very standard and very basic, but it's effective, and it's going to test EDG to see if they have an effective retake to deal with TYL's post plant. For Splash highlighting on that entry, ERV giving great utility to allow him to just go in full supported. And right now it looks like TYL are just going to keep spamming this A site and test EDG's hold. It's a very egregious pop flash from ERV.
And it's well practiced. I think it's another interesting hit-to-head in terms of the KOs, right? Who has the better utility? It's not an easy agent to play. You gotta have your lineups and the synergy with the team.
Absolutely. Filling in on that KO role is not easy, even when you're an initiator main. The playstyle from going from a Sova to a KO is miles apart. And it's a lovely drone from nobody, but as we can see, the re-clear isn't going to be much use if TYL execute this A split.
Double initiator utility invested, but it doesn't tag onto where Sufat is, and now that's his time to strike. Moving closer up towards A main, but the brunt of the attack is going to be towards this B side of the map, so yeah, 2 different fights on different fronts. Still a bit of a staging play here. Kong Kong might be faced up against the first opponent. The first fight of this round is up against Scales. What is this game sense coming from Kong Kong? Fully clears it. The pivot back towards this A side though. Smoggy, easy shot for the first. Second player though, Sufat has been noted for on the middle of the site, and somehow TYL is gonna be winning out those trades. So 3 versus 2 now in the post plant. Far apart are these last 2 players trying to retake it in separate directions. The mid catch surely to come in fruition for Slowly unless Chichu fully clears it out, and he does note the presence, and he will convert on that kill. So Sufat now left in the clutch. 1 versus 2, tucked in towards the bricks. He's got to somehow try to isolate these fights, but EDG playing together as one, taking their own sweet time. And they won't even get past the first hurdle, so Sufat will be eliminated. Nice retake coming in from EDG despite the man disadvantage.
Yeah, fair play to EDG, but my lord, the mid round in this round from TYL was beautiful to watch. I mean, early A main pressure into a mid pivot, into a possible B split, but they opt for their A split instead. Honestly, I would have much preferred them to go for a B split, but of course, it's potentially hindsight. But wow, this looks like a much different map compared to Sunset.
It's like the individuals are kind of given the autonomy to be a little bit more explorative.
Yeah.
And at the same time, EDG gonna have slight weaponry advantage here. ERV is only gonna be opting with a bit of a sheriff play. B main is the protocol here, but EDG have 2 players ready to receive.
Yeah, TYL love this little B main default where they triple swing window. And it's a lovely pre-aim from Splash. I'm going to go ahead and give that to the RRQ buddy on that Vandal, and nobody unable to do anything. Splash the prince that was promised.
Yeah, it's a fast retake attempt coming through. We've got great harbor utility to section off the site. Spike yet to get planted though. Tap off it, baiting a reaction. Splash with a triple, Splash with a quad. On for the ace. This man's on fire. Searching for the last play in the smoke. JD will deny him of that luxury, of that opportunity. But the splash of fire, I guess, in this round here on towards the B side. Incredible work from the entry duelist.
Oh, he just has those moments. He has those rounds where he just looks godly. That's the only word to describe it. Untouchable in terms of reaction time, in terms of pre-aim, and just general mechanics. He is one of the best in the region. And, I mean, God, if EDG were getting comfortable, that is a wake-up call. That's a splash of water straight to the face. Hong Kong,
wake-up call.
Test.
Oh, good timing of the smoke. Kong still playing around it, but TYL's gonna respect it. They won't give away their weapons to this eco round of theirs, of EDG's.
Look at the space he's taken. If he jiggles this, he's going to get shut down in a nanosecond.
Or Chichu wins up the fight. Let's see what the outcome is. Alright, the white swing is definitely not going to favor him in that fight. Great timing for TYL to push up together as a squad that's going to draw the attention of everyone.
Nice reclear from Kong and Gianni. Pop flash over. But look at the map control that TYL have. EDG, they can't clear middle. They can't even jiggle towards middle because they have nothing, no info, no idea of where the players are. And Splash shuts down nobody. Smoggy able to get that trade, but Scales gonna go for the backstab win into Gianni. And wow, TYL have really found their flow within this map.
Yeah, the scoreline's still pretty close, but it does feel like TYL have a better grasp of the map so far. As you mentioned, I love how they're working the map, right? Slow but steady. Even though it's up against the eco, they don't want to give away, individual fights. At the same time, Splash, he's been just a nutcracker here on towards any of these sites. It's so cerebral in those entry kills. And especially up against the eco buy, it's going to be easier for him. But Kong, well, he's brought in a bit of a big investment. He's 1 in 5 so far, but hoping that this operator is going to turn the tides of battle.
Yeah, I need Kong to be more aggressive with this operator because right now EDG are giving too much respect to TYL. TYL can go wherever they want, they can do whatever they want, and that is exactly what I wanted to see. Kong shutting Scales down. That mid bubble is now empty and flat. But as we can see, the B execute.
What a chickle! That's ridiculous from Splash. Baits out the peak, baits out the shot, and then Sufat for the trade. So, okay, and he's searching for more. That is a little bit of pizzazz in. Unfortunately, does not convert the kill, but it still takes down one of the heavy players of EDG. Chichu not out of the picture, no Viper Spit available. Cosmic Divide invested just a bit of a fake there to draw attention towards the B site, but EDG aren't biting on it whatsoever. Smoggy knows it's gonna be this A commitment. He hears the noise. Drops in his cove, goes into it, but I think he's been spotted as well. Splash with a great clear. Down towards mid now. Jenny's making a lot of noise. Surely will get wrapped upon. Buy slowly, and yes, he will. These macro plays from TYL has just been absolutely suffocating unless Kong has something to say about this. He's got his trademark knives in his hands, and the shot from the op here. 1 versus 2 now. Backside. Both players reside. Stick of the spike playing together though. In front of him, the right click there, the classic. Is it gonna be enough? And Kong with the ace. Stand up, sir. His presence has been noted. Brings out the big guns and brings out the big clutch.
What a round from Splash having that highlight round just moments ago to now Kang having his moment as well. Wow, what a round to witness. These shots were incredible. The flick, the instantaneous reactions, the right click. One of the only players, one of the only Jets in the world to right click so confidently, so profoundly is just incredible to watch. I think we've got a game on our hands.
It's out of this world. We just mentioned that he was 1 in 5. He pulls off an ace right as he buys that off. You can't make this stuff up. He's the main character for a reason. TYL don't like the looks of how that round ended up. They want to go fast into this one, but the utility from EDG is great. 0 point as well as the high tide to prevent this split from coming through.
Yeah, and TYL decided to really slow the pace down after that 0 point was landed over towards that mid area. Kong posted up over towards Nest. Really nice position. And right now, TYL are just grouping up for a potential A split. Maybe trying to search over towards double doors. Got to be a little bit cautious of that operator. But Kong Kong's spidey senses start tingling. Goes for that rotate over towards that A site.
Here we go again, the re-hit. They avoid Kong Kong's gaze. And that's great to kick things off. Hunter3 center back aside. Smoggy was tagged and noted for the swing eventually to come through. Oh, but Smoggy holds down the line. The spike dropped in enemy territory and Kong Kong is just given free reign to lay down terror. Looking for the last two rather. Smoggy is still somehow alive in all of this chaos. Scales somehow adapts in time, but not before the eventual crunch of EDG. And here we go, the momentum now shifting back over to the championship caliber team.
Hong Kong with this operator is looking exactly like how Slowly was in Sunset. Unable to miss. The confidence is flowing. It's fierce. It's flawless. It's scary. All of the other members of EDG just to have to fill in those gaps. TYL forcing a timeout. And honestly, alarm bells don't need to be ringing just yet, but maybe a tempo shift, maybe a style change. TYL opting a lot towards this A site, maybe try and pivot more towards a B. They can take middle quite easily. Maybe get Scales to throw that Viper Orb over towards top nest instead, explore over towards elbow. Maybe try and bully Chichu, because right now, whatever's been happening doesn't feel too confident anymore.
Yeah, at the same time you mentioned bullying. I feel like Chichu is one of the last players you want to try to bully. That guy is also like the second punch to EDG, right? If Kong Kong is that first jab to the face, I mean, Chichu is that right hook as well. It's both very, dangerous opponents to go up against. So when you have either of these players on either one of these sides, it's sort of like a pick of your poison kind of ordeal.
Absolutely. It's the blue or the red pill. I mean, you can't... There's not a single site that is too easy, but I think something that has to be noted is that EDG, when it gets into the later seconds of the round, they leave these single individual players alone, and they're very, very punishable. So maybe just keep running the clock down, but explore. Let your lurkers have more freedom, potentially, because right now, this isn't working. The fast mid-doors push straight into Kang Kang. Scales shut down in a heartbeat. Now Kong Kong repositioned back over towards middle. Splash next to go down. ERV before. And this isn't working. TYL have to slow the pace down.
Yeah, I mean, they're being cut down bit by bit, player by player, individually trying to peek out up against this Kong Kong op. The Hunter3 was devastating as well, and the last two players, they don't even have the spike, and Kong Kong again, man, he's just on an absolute rampage. Sufat spotted out, and Chichu will easily dispatch of him, so EDG now getting onto quite a momentous lead, and TYL, despite taking the timeout, just cannot find the answer.
If I was the coach of TYL right now, I would call that B main default, triple swing out of window, leave slowly over towards A main, maybe post it up on an off angle, and just run the clock down. Wait for EDG to explore. Wait for them to get too confident. And that is when I think you could potentially expose one of their weaknesses. Because these fast grouped plays, they don't work.
Kong Kong was 1-5, he's 10-5 now.
That's Kong Kong.
You can't make this stuff up. Yeah. They just can't avoid this off. It's been tearing them apart. This time they might have a chance if it's a fast pop. Oh, but I say that Smoggy has just let the Reckoning rip. You gotta get scanned through the smoke. Kong Kong still makes his presence known through multiple smoke screens. Slowly there to claw it back onto Smoggy. Bit of access now towards the site. And the spike yet to get planted. It's kind of segregated. They have to wait for the Viper's toxic screen to come back online before it crosses in the hands of Sufat. Viper's Pit invested the drone to come through. Scanned out though, back outside Kong Kong. You know he wants to just disrespect this. But he will give it the due respect. Wait for the retake to eventually come through. His teammates all here. Tap of the spike, middle of it. EDG getting all their players together as one. And They don't check main though. That's the problem. Slowly, always being the linchpin. Xufat with just the bandit. Kang left alone in an island. The trades are perfect from TYL, and that's the way they get back in.
Yeah, a great round, but is it reproducible? Because we invested a lot of ults into that. The Viper's Pit. And to be honest, the layers that EDG has on this defense with their utility is really nice to watch. Of course, Smoggy with the Reckoning, Kong with the Operator, nobody with the Recon Dart. It's really difficult for TYL to go fast. But wow, you've got to
still give credit to TYL though.
Absolutely.
I mean, they lost that opening pick, right? And they still were able to stabilize despite EDG basically having all their forces there. Right back at it again though. Let's see if Kang's op still gonna be a bit of an issue. They've chosen the right side again. It's down towards B. It's a full-on execute with all the utility they would want. Chichu again standing tall up to the task. But the trades, always the case there for TYL. Keeping things close. Kang now coming in, but it's always onto Slowly. That linchpin. That question mark in this post plan. Where is he? Can they find him? Kang, bit of an inkling of where he's gonna be playing from. Wraps around with the op. Does he check below him? That's the question. Surely he should. Smoggy finds the first. Kang with the second. Xufat, 1 versus 3. This is an incredibly unlikely position to win. And Kang won't even let him see the light of day. Through the smoke and instantly domed. EDG right back, answering with their own round.
EDG are in flow state right now. They are playing so much better than Sunset. I think it's confidence. I think it's comfortability being back on this stage and maybe just adjusting to a familiar environment, let's say. But right now, EDG 7-4. They have the lead. Gianni has his ultimate as well. So does ERV. So maybe they can go for a fast-paced round with his ultimate, but it's hard to say. Right now, EDG look comfortable in whatever TYL throw in their direction.
What's the call again? Is it just a full-on execute from TYL? It seems like it's the case. B-split, alright. We gotta send in the Owl Drone to clear out these close corners first. Doesn't spot out where Kang is though. Does spot out now. Chichu back outside. The smoke is there and Scales. What a shot from him. Hunter's Fury now gonna make Chichu a little bit more flustered, but he still stands tall up to the task. Tag with that Hunter's Fury, but not the kill. And that's the issue because Chichu is just absolutely undeniable here on the B side. You try to bully him, but he's the one to send you back to the hospital. And Slowly is just so detached from the issue. There's just no chance to get back into this one. Surely an EDG 8 here after a bit of a tough start. They've completely stabilized the ship and sent it in for their favor.
I don't know which idiot said to bully Chichu, but I wouldn't do that again.
Well, TYL gonna learn it the hard way.
Yeah.
Slowly. You have time. 30 seconds is not long though, and that's what's going to make things difficult. The shots will make it even harder.
Slowly's going to have to move a little bit quicker if he wants a chance in this round, because EDG have a really strong crossfire. 3, 2, 1, and Slowly is in the graveyard. What a half. What a half from EDG. I feel like TYL were very unsurprisingly tested during this half. In terms of strats, in terms of ideas, felt very limited. In terms of the IGL, I thought it was beautiful from Sufat in the early rounds, but regardless, TYL just kept forcing these fast hits, these very predictable splits. As soon as Kang got that operator out.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I felt like, and genuinely it was, since getting that operator online, since Kang brought it out, TYL just looked like a completely different team. It felt like they couldn't go for those slower paced rounds because that op was just picking them apart. They couldn't set up for, you know, elaborate plays down mid, the splits. And so they only really had kind of one other option, which was to rush towards the sites. But then you go up against players like Smoggy, up against Chichu, which are just so good at just playing in the chaos and finding multi-kill rounds. So yeah, that round really goes to the wayside for TYL. Or at least that half goes to the wayside.
I think this is going to be a very valuable lesson for TYL, because when you play a Breeze with a double control, a double initiator composition, you can't be scared of an operator. I don't care if it's Kang, if it's Aspas, if it's whoever. You cannot just default into these fast hits because it's very basic, it's limp, it's bland. And I think TYL definitely conformed too much into those fast hits, and it definitely cost them a few more rounds in this half. But wow, EDG, if there was a time to wake up, it was now.
Reminder, right? TYL already sitting 1-0 up in the series. Look at this. Wow. Just brings out the off in round 6, and then boom. That's just all the way for EDG. So yeah, I do agree though. There's a lot of pressure riding on this because if you go to map 3, who knows what EDG we're going to get on that map, right? Map 1 a little bit shaky, but it feels like they're fully warmed up now.
Yeah, I mean, TYL have yet to show their Lotus, whereas EDG definitely did some experimenting throughout London and EWC, having mixed results. But I mean, TYL, if there's a time to win a pistol, need I remind everyone, TYL are yet to win a pistol in this series. The time is now. And look at the discipline from EDG. Oh my lord, this is going to be an absolute mudfest.
Oh, yikes. I don't like the optics of things.
What a right click.
What is that shot? A right click on the splash just sends him to the grave 6 feet under. Jenny cops a lot of damage, but it doesn't really matter. He still has utility to support his team. Albeit Chichu has a bit of space in towards A, so he's gonna call for the rotate from EDG back. It's a great call. TYL have all their attention towards their B side of the map. Eventually, they turn their sights towards A, but look at this. ERV now. Task. Oh, he's making noise. Oh, they heard him. It's going from bad to worse, man.
That's a glaring error from ERV. 50 seconds left and we're sprinting through middle. Not the biggest fan of that, and Chichu doing what Chichu does best.
Slowly. Okay, a bit of a lever shot on the third player. But again, it's going to be a really tall task if you wanted to have any say in that round, especially from that point onwards.
EDG conducted some voodoo magic when they were in London, because they have yet to lose a pistol in this series. And even in London, I believe their pistol win rate was insane. I think it's got to do with their discipline, but more so the weaponry in which they buy coming into the pistol rounds. They're so confident in their sheriffs and their bandits and their ghosts that, strats or not, just shoot your opponent before you die and you'll come out on top.
I'm pretty sure that EDG have won all 4 pistols as well, so that's not a great sign if you're TYL, right? So here we go. What do you have in store for us, TYL, here on your eco round? I mean, ERV will try to be a little bit disrespectful. Might find a bit of a timing play. Smoggy. A chance squandered. Teammates, you know, your best friend at times prevents that gun from going awry, that round from going awry. And TYL now try to do a little bit of damage, perhaps take a couple of players down with the spike with them.
It's a very awkward duel we're watching.
Wow. Don't want to lose too many players. Kong to keep things close and nice enough. All right, there we go. Double digits now for EDG. It's been a bit of a one-way street ever since that AWP came online. Second half looking clean as well. Bonus round is the question for me. I think if TYL misses out on this opportunity to get a bit of momentum going, then it feels like it's just EDG's map to just steal away.
Yeah, and TYL must be going through a cluster of emotions. Of course, we played this map 3 days ago against Trace and dominated 13-3. So for the roles to be reversed and for TYL to almost have this humbling moment, just put a lot of thoughts and feelings inside the players' heads. But you gotta give credit to EDG, the night and day difference from Sunset to now. They're playing as a unit. They're playing so effectively in terms of the calling, in terms of the utility usage. It's quite clear that when we look at Sunset, the reps and the protocols and the ideas were so flat. So it gotta ask that question again of why the hell did we pick it?
For both teams on either map, right?
Yeah.
Listen, this is VCT China. I mean, we're kind of used to this kind of a flip-flop, but at the same time, you're completely valid. Let's see if TYL can somehow give us a bit of a reason to believe in them. Pop flash up above. Slowly doesn't see anyone. Still gets a double kill on 2 HP, spots at the barrel as well. And speaking to existence, manifest it however you want. TYL striking fast here, but the round's not done just yet. A chance now for Smoggy to play a little bit spoiler, but his teammates have fallen all around him. The set has been compromised. The setup is in. A jumping right click of all things, but the spray from Shufat gives TYL that little bit of life they were looking for.
And I think a little bit of life is all that TYL need. It's only 10-5, and this team, we said it all the time during Sunset, you cannot underestimate the likes of TYL. Every single individual has a superpower. And 5 rounds remaining. I think that they can slowly climb back top this mountain. And this round, Kong with that attack operator, taking a note out of Slowly's book from Sunset. Let's see the value. It's a lovely triple hold here. And TYL decide to cancel.
0 Point notes his presence as well, so they are just gonna send 3 players from TYL to bolster up that B side. It's gonna be the wrong call though. It's only just Kong there searching for a pick early start of the round. I think TYL get the read as well, so they're gonna send their forces back towards this A site, the A split to come through, but TYL don't really have anyone within the site, so should find themselves in an easy post plan is EDG. Unless TYL can get stuck in.
Look at the stack. TYL playing fearless. Just going, there's a minute left, but what do we care? It's EDG. Can Sufat read them like a book?
Yeah, they're all here. They're all just waiting for it. The ball comes in, it doesn't do squat because everyone is in the site already, but somehow Smoggy's the one to find first blood onto ERV. Flash in, but guess what? The whole firing squad scales there, but the trades are great from EDG. Splash, only player left here. Right around the corner, the jumping right click from Chichu is enough to do him in. Slowly now left for the 1 versus 2 clutch, and it's a must-win round here for TYL. If not, this is 11 for EDG. Which is disrespect the smoke. Do they spot him at all? No. He's crept around, but they're wary of it. Chichu's locking him in, but slowly spots out his body as well. But Kong further from the angle with that long sideline from his operator will dispatch of Slowly, and EDG creeping ever so closer.
What a random round. We see both of these teams just fiercely fighting over towards double doors and A site. And if this is a European team, if it's an Americas team, if it's a Pacific team even, they're going to call a cancel as soon as utility is shown. If it's the site holders, then they're going to bait them onto the site and then explode. But this is VCT China, baby. We don't do that. We do things differently around here. And look at TYL again. A 4-person stack over towards that A site. They have a read. They have a tell. I have no idea what it is, and I feel like I'm supposed to.
Well, TYL had the right read in the round previous. Why not just try the same setup again? But unfortunately for them, EDG is going to take a similar routing, but hit towards B instead. It's the right call, but TYL very proactive, but nobody privy to that potential.
It's an absolute stalemate. Just full cut of noise. Leave Kong go alone over towards A. Shove him in A main and just... Sorry, not Kong splash. Kong's the person.
Good info.
Going searching.
Contact play style, is that gonna work? TYL are ready. TYL are so damn ready. Of course, of all the rounds that they're gonna lose, this is the type of round that EDG loves to just throw to the wayside. Slowly was spotted. Likewise, Chichu as well. It's a big fight here towards the elbow, calling in for a double swing. Lovely stuff. Good protocols. Splash though, 1 versus 3, definitely doable. Look at the HP levels from the side of EDG. It's only Chichu with a bit of HP to work around with. Oh, but Chichu is the one to just instantly stop things right at the front door. Splash to go down. EDG up to match point.
I love this playstyle that TYL were having on defense. And I mean, fair play to EDG, but TYL, they're playing such a fluid defense, hyper-rotative style, very similar of Full Sense and certain other VCT teams where you just gamble stack at the start of the round and then pivot late into the mid round, but as we can see, the playstyle's changing for this last round. It is match point. There are ultimates on the side of EDG, but what have these teams got in store for us?
Splash has brought out his own AWP, right? Is that gonna be the answer here? Waiting for the toxic orb to just dissipate. ERV toss, told it back. Splash also making his presence known. Flash in for the peak perhaps. Smoggy gonna maintain this line of control as the rest of the EDG squad hit towards this ace side. Kong attacks at it up. Gonna get bested by Slowly. Great timing of the peak. And Splash now making his presence known in the feed. A bit of resurgence here from TYL. A chance of life perhaps, picking up the orb. It seems like they're just trying to maximize what's left of this round. TYL should have things under lock and key.
Yeah, and TYL are just flooding in from every area of the map, locking off any potential rotate. And EDG, say your prayers, because I don't fancy your chances into this round.
Alright, Sufat's gonna note a lot of noise. And well, he will just dispatch of them single-handedly. Jenny, last person standing as Scales comes in for the wraparound. Nice collection of kills here from TYL as they try to stave off this, what feels like an inevitable 13th round, right? It's 6 rounds in a row required from TYL. But at least they've got that op online, right? So is that gonna be the answer that EDG had in their half as well?
Yeah, it's going to be a good start. I think there's a bit of pressure on Splash to replicate what Kong did on that defense, because I feel like EDG's composition with the Harbor is able to deal against Splash's operator a little bit more effective. But let's see. As we can see, the angle is already being shut off from Smoggy. But look, same again, 4-person stack over towards B with Sufat back over towards Spawn.
There we go, the Reckoning is gonna make things incredibly difficult for the side hold. Slowly doesn't get a single thing. Sufat though with the Hunter's Fury sent across, the flash in. Splash backside as well. Isolated fights though, Splash now with the knives. If it's not the op, it's gonna be the ult. Spike yet to reach the site itself as the drone comes in to try to spot out these players. Op now rings back off sight. EDG, how do you handle this? The flash at the ready, but they don't know what to flash. It just goes high and above, allows for the jump up. Smoggy's gonna make his little head pop through the wall, but his teammate has gone down as a result of that. 1 versus 3 now for Smoggy, and oh, what a shot from Slash. Makes a dent in the wall, and gives TYL a little bit more breathing room, now 2 rounds in a row.
Alarm bells have to be ringing in EDG's head, because why is every single TYL player on the site we're pushing? It doesn't make sense, whether the coaching staff have to get involved or nobody is smart enough to realize every time we're going into a site, it's stacked. We have to play slower, or we have to just hit the right site a lot quicker than intended. I mean, more of a widespread defense from the likes of TYL, but it's early A main pressure. Full eco
so
from EDG
though.
as well.
Everyone, the 3 players on TYL are so far away from this B side. I mean, TYL Scales and Slowly just have to hunker down. It's the knife zone hands of Kong. You cannot be too complacent, but the trade is there though, so Slowly still standing, still surviving. Storm Surge will make his life a bit of a living hell, and he gets wrapped around by Smoggy. No command now invested, but the pit still goes down. So a lot of space for EDG to work with. Smoggy just disrespects it, going straight in for the kill. Oh, and they just cannot find him. Smoggy with the quad kill. Takes matters into his own hands, pushes EDG over the line, and gives us map 3.
And what a night and day performance. I said it once, I'm going to say it again, because EDG look completely different to that Sunset performance. Not only as individuals, but as a unit, as a team. And TYL, I think that's gonna shake some of the players a little bit, because I don't think they thought their breeze had that many gaps. But they were so tested today. And I think Garden Lotus, both teams don't really know what to expect from each other, both having mixed results. TYL not playing Lotus as of yet in Stage 2, but EDG having mixed results, changing up compositions from London to EWC. I have no idea. This match has been turned up on its head. Colden, do you have any predictions?
Listen, I've seen two one-sided affairs on each other's opponent's map pick, so who knows what we're gonna get here. But what I do know is that we're gonna have some incredible moments, some crazy moments, right? We can see Kong just popping up with an ace, getting so much momentum, Splash answering with a bit of theirs, but again, it's EDG's map to take here. It feels like the individuals feel a lot more comfortable in these high-pressure moments.
Absolutely. To be honest, though, I wouldn't say that TYL look uncomfortable. I think it just does come down to that preparation, that levels of preparation. Of course, TYL, this is the first time that they probably felt untouchable in VCT CN, and playing against the likes of EDG really does show you some flaws, some weaknesses that you have in certain maps and certain strategies. And I think this is a great learning experience.
站起来！我说你站起来，我站桥上没问题吧？我只要杀3个我就睡。嘿，俩星座直接干掰了。还有一个，还有个 wiper。我打他2个。切一下。我打他2个。掰了，掰了。我有闪阵，我看到闪光。A 大一个，打中路。来，给我禁烟。开墙行吗？能禁烟吗？来，我在烟里。哎呀，不能去啊！烟里，他走了，打他，打不到。人多，别去了，别去。包还掉在这。2个，过来，快！回头看你了，他包掉在这儿的，只能打 A。还在，都交了。Nice， 这烟打，再来接你快！等一下啊，来吧，我下。别急啊，我有闪光弹。你们怎么走？怎么走？交流一下。包点好，加剑，包点闪现来吗？来看我了呀！闪光！中间！哎 ，Let's go！ 我是你喊的，你下次别站了。来 go！
Of course, who else other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kong with the MVP for himself. And I think clearly, right? I love the fact that we highlighted him when he was struggling a little bit, and then he just instantly turned the pressure up to maximum and just dominated the whole server.
I think an important win condition that has been for both teams across both maps is the idea of these scoped weapons. I mean, we saw it with Slowly in that first map, and we've seen it today again with Kong. The scoped weapons, whether it's an outlaw or an operator, are making such a big difference for both of these teams' lives. And we're going to have to see if it plays as big of a part in map 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. I think you laid it out pretty perfectly well. Like the third map is going to be a bit of a mixed bag of expectations and results. So really don't know what to expect there as we head over to the third map of this series. It's close. It's exciting. But again, it's an important match for either of these teams to win, especially if you want to get that first seed of the groups, I believe. I think these two teams so far have been the two standouts for the group. Yes, EDG, this is their first time showing, but I feel like whichever group they're in, they're going to be one of the favorites anyway. But yeah, as you can see, in terms of the First Bloods, I think it paints a very clear picture of how things were really unfolding for EDG. They were very clearly in the lead in terms of the First Bloods. The clutches as well as the Swifties still also in their favor.
Absolutely. And it's going to be an interesting composition for both teams to pull out on Lotus, because both teams have gravitated more towards that double duelist style of play. But over the past couple maps, we've not seen that double duelist. We've not seen either team take the mantle of that Phoenix and Neon combination or the Waylay Rays. So in terms of both teams, we don't really know what to expect. How prepared and comfortable are TYL on the likes of Lotus? And what has EDG changed since their run at EWC and Masters London?
Yeah, that's questions that we'll need to find the answer to. But before we jump into map number 3, we're going to go for a short little break. And when we come back, the final map of this banger series, you guys definitely do not want to miss that one. So we'll see you guys after this short break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT China's. This is TYL versus EDG. Both teams taking their opponent's map pick, and you know, we found ourselves in a bit of a headlock here, so we've got to go over to Lotus to find out who's winning out this series between these two titans.
We've got to highlight something for TYL. If they want to close out this best of 3, they have to win a pistol. They are yet to win a single pistol in this best of 3 series, and it has cost them massively. EDG, I don't know who is in charge of their pistols in terms of building the strats, but wow, give them a raise. That's what I say, because pistols win games, and right now we are seeing that so evidently. When it comes to Lotus, what are you expecting?
I think it's just going to be a lot of fighting, especially towards the extremities of the map. I mean, C Mount as well as A Rubble. I think those two parts of the maps are where a lot of teams like to fight. I think it's no different from these two teams, especially with some of the prep work that TYL have shown. I think they should be bringing in something interesting on either of these team fight locations.
I mean, I want to highlight something. So the last time EDG played Lotus was in the EWC matches. That was for both against BBL twice. One went 18-16 overtime, and the other one they got 13-4. And This is the exact same composition that they were running, of course, not with Smoggy, but with their assistant coach taking part instead. And this is no different to the TYL composition we saw previously, both in the CN Evo tournament, but also in Stage 1. In terms of Sufat, we have no idea the impact that he will bring within this team with this new style of composition, but I'm excited, and I think that this is going to be quite the match to finish the day on.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, right, this is we haven't seen a double duelist composition from either of these teams so far today. So have your pick. Which one would you rather have, Smoggy and Kang Kang, or Splash and ERV?
I mean, ERV, we highlighted it during Sunset. He's one of those players that will probably be undervalued and undermined within this TYL roster. But wow, when he is a player that is ready to step up and have his moments, he does it better than anyone else could. I think that, I don't know, it's honestly a 50-50. Flip a coin,
yeah,
and you'll figure it out.
Well, it does feel like it sometimes here between some of these teams, right? It's so close, it's so chaotic at times. It relies on individuals to step up to the plate, and in that sense, it really comes down to whoever steps up in the moment. And it feels like a lot of these players already have done so. So let's see how things pan out here on the last map of the series. 13-8 victory for TYL on map 1, 13-7 victory for EDG on Breeze. So we kick things off here. TYL on the defensive side, staging a little bit aggressively towards B and C, but EDG very passive, expecting that kind of aggression.
Yeah, EDG are just sitting in spawn and letting Kang Kang go wandering. The value he's going to get off of opening this door, if he does, he decides not to. But as we can see, this is very weird from EDG. Nobody sending that flash over towards Mound. Spots nothing. Of course, look at the rotations again from TYL. They are fearless. They have such a clear read into most of these rounds, whether it's on Breeze or whether it's on this map of Lotus. Can't help but favor them.
So they haven't won a pistol yet, and things does not look good for them. It's so disjointed in, oh dearie me. It looks like it's another pistol going in the way of EDG, unless Splash has a 1 versus 4 ready.
Oh my god.
Splash with a tsunami of kills gets TYL their very first pistol here in the series, and might be the answer here on map number 3.
Who needs a pistol strat when you have Splash? Splash, just go kill them, my brother.
What?
Just shoot their heads and... oh. I mean, wow.
Oh my dear lord. All 4 kills essentially in the same exact angle. And again, it comes down to the individuals. You gotta hit your shots, and Splash does.
Yep. Wise man once said, it's a first-person shooter. Just shoot them before they shoot you. And that is exactly the advice that Splash came to fruition in that pistol round. ERV getting online and heated already with this Marshall. Look at him go. It's like he hasn't had to change roles.
Yeah, basically an open and shut case already here on this A side of the map.
Oh, he's
and if Splash is already heating up, well, ERV, he's also found himself a quad kill, looking for the ace as well. But slowly he's gonna yoink that away from him.
Boo slowly, boo.
Oh, come on, man. We've got how many aces already today?
Too many. I mean, Kang Kang, Splash. I feel like somebody else had an ace, but too many. Put it that way.
Yeah. Alright, there we go, just some eco frags, but at the same time, who else other than the Waylay you'd want to put all those ultimate orbs in, right? ERV already 3 away from his conversion path, Splash 4 away from his. If you get to the bonus round, which is, or at least the round next after this one, you could see a really important ultimate online for either one of these duelists.
It's a lovely bonus round already. 4-person stack over towards A. ERV getting ready for an A main reclear, but as we can see, EDG are funneling out onto this B site.
Interesting. In the anti-bonus, you go towards the side with close range angles. These lesser weapons might be able to strike. Splash with the nade kill. Kang Kang's able to trade back. Jenny's making a boatload of noise. And alright, numbers slowly getting thinned out for EDG. TYL now slowly making their way over towards this B site. extremities being marked for. Basically isolated 1v1s. Gotta win those out. Scale spots out Hong Kong. Forces back the attention towards the side itself. Shufat with the trade. Zilfat with the triple kill. Already seeing him standing up. It's like a turret of kills for him as he just shuts down EDG. That's the bonus for TYL.
I've got to give massive credit to Sufa. I am obsessed with his style of IGLing. It screams of confidence and just flexibility. Most IGLs, they have this disciplined routine of, okay, we do this, we do that, and they don't gamble, they don't take risks. Sufa, not only on Breeze, but also on Lotus, he doesn't care of the consequences. He just does what his heart feels, and he is being rewarded with it. It's beautiful.
He's the definition of follow your heart, man. Like,
absolutely.
In the server, out of it.
And
he's really living up to the potential now. Yeah. Does whatever the hell they want. TYL looking to continue the streak of rounds. EDG basically have nothing here. A couple of stingers is all they have to the name. But listen, I've seen EDG with some of these sheriff rounds before. Can't count them out.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but Splash has changed his Vandal skin every single map, I'm pretty sure.
That's an interesting stat. Well, it wasn't a pistol skin. Oh dear. But this time, maybe enough to hold down the fort. Don't change your skin, Splash. Another wave of opportunity slides in the way of TYL, shutting down all the attempts here on this A site, and that is surely the showstopper also in his back pocket.
It's so nice to watch an enthusiastic young rookie who's so controlled in his in-game mechanics, but able to enjoy that kind of social atmosphere on stage. EDG potentially calling a timeout here, and rightfully so, because they look lost. Autumn getting involved for once. Usually their assistant coach
for once.
Well, what's interesting though is EDG have such a unique coaching structure, because I believe that Signed, he's more of the big brain in-game player who calls those adaptations, and Autumn is more of that wider kind of sort of leadership figure. So for him to get involved, it's clear that he's not too happy with how they're playing, and he wants to kind of take the mantle with this, which is always nice. I mean, Autumn, of course, he won the skirmish for EDG, so maybe he's thinking, right, maybe I'll do a better job getting involved.
Listen, Kong Kong, just shoot like me in the skirmish, you know? Well, what are we doing?
Get an operator out.
Listen, it worked for them on Breeze, albeit Lotus is a little bit more of a complex map, I guess, in some of these fights and these corners. We'll see what the decision is, but definitely something that is trying to be imparted by Autumn right now, so we'll see how that adaptation looks like.
Absolutely, and adaptation is what we've got to be looking out for. I need to see EDG work in the map. They've not gone towards that C mound area, and they are giving ERV and Slowly far too much respect with that one way. We need to see a counter. I think we might see it this round. They're doing the same pistol strat. 2 over towards B main, 2 positioned over towards mound. Saturate in hand ready. Same again, TYL are reading EDG like a book. Autumn's adaptation, whilst it might have been smart, I feel like TYL have read it.
Alright, first kill is found. Kong Kong with a swift trade though. Makes things much more doable here from EDG. And Sufat gonna get wrapped upon, unwise to the situation as Jenny will catch him with his pants down. They're trying to refight this. Splash just taking initiative into his own hands, and he's got to take down the duelist on the other side of things. Bit of control though. Look at the restraint from the side of Splash, not going in for more, acknowledging that, hey, it's still 3 versus 3. Anything's possible here, as Scale is gonna control the second part of this site, at least A and B.
Absolutely, and EDG are just fiddling around with that door. Almost unsure of where they want to finish up, but C site will be their chosen destination. But this is a nasty crossfire. Splash opting to swing into it, and he's rewarded immensely. Slowly, can he get the final? Yes, he does. EDG are denied again, and right now TYL are looking on fire.
I don't think I've seen a more perfect satchel for your teammate. I mean, the timing of that was impeccable. And to kick things off, I mean, shout out to Kong Kong as well as Jenny. They're able to claw things back, made things doable. But look at this, the jiggle into the satchel, and then the flash comes right afterwards. I mean, that's just great team play coming in from TYL there. The individuals, you know, under the bright lights, they're shining. It's 5-0. This is unbelievable considering what we saw on Breeze. EDG just have absolutely no answer.
Yeah, I mean, TYL have been open to leaving Lotus as their third map in previous matches already, and we understand why. This is looking as fierce as their Breeze was looking. Even Sunset, they are so prepared. Reaction-wise, protocols, strats, everything is looking pretty damn strong. If you were a coach or a team watching TYL and thinking they had a weakness, you were completely wrong. In terms of the sight hold, not the best. EDG coming out with this eco. Splash.
That's what those Splash. Still here, still trying to maintain that control. But of course, it's the double duelist from the side of EDG to claw back that lead. The blink of an eye, Nightfall invested. And the players just drop like flies. ERV here, convergent path. He's gonna commit off the back of this. There's a player right around the corner. Oh, and Kong Kong providing the overwatch for his teammate, shuts down ERV just before he gets that kill onto Smoggy.
Yeah, you've got to question that converging path usage. Don't get me wrong, ERV, I love you to bits, but that's a little bit ambitious in a 1v2. But I mean, hey, there's another world where we're going. What a util usage. But TYL calling a timeout there, and honestly, that's quite reactive of the coach. I'm not against it, but he's clearly wanting to talk to the players about something, whether it is their reaction or whether it's just a bit of a, look, let's stay grounded and composed, and just because we're up 5-1 doesn't mean the map is done and dusted. I'll give an Autumn another chance to get involved, which he chooses not to.
I love your dynamic with Autumn. I didn't know you had this type of history.
We do. Me and Autumn go way back. What can I say? But honestly, it's going to be nice to see EDG kind of adapt into whatever TYL are going to throw at them again. I like the adaptation of poking over towards C, and maybe that's what the TYL coach wants to talk about is, look, we've got to kind of change this C hold or take deeper space over towards A, get some flanks in or something. Because EDG have kind of cracked the code.
I haven't seen too many mid pivots, or at least B pivots so far. Maybe something in that direction here from EDG, but okay, look at this. Kong Kong spot out is up. That was the win condition back on Breeze. Looking to lead into that here, but I think the utility is going to be the main question here for either squad. This rubble fight will ensue. Chichu with the TP across, the door opened up, and the utility is now flooding through. Doesn't deter him whatsoever though. Chichu still standing, tries to TP away, doesn't find any success on that front, and oh dear, the TYL with a great sequence here. Couple of kills and a hit shot onto nobody. He's gonna make things difficult. Now the B pivot comes in, but it feels like it's a bit too reactionary, a bit too forced, unless it's off in these difficult angles. Is that answer? The pivot in towards the C site now. That is the right call. No one's here for the taking.
Look at the reaction from TYL following EDG opening up that door. Splash. He does feel like he's on absolute dynamite right now.
Kong Kong 1 versus 2. Is this the answer? Is this the way to get away with another highway robbery? Ah, Scales. Just a sliver of an angle better. It got close. Kong Kong hit a hell of a shot onto Splash in mid-air with the showstopper, but still it's not gonna be enough. And so credit to TYL, they take a timeout, they instantly answer back, they prevent EDG from getting momentum, and they prevent them from keeping that op online.
It's great kind of coach mind games there. Of course, EDG dominating over towards that C fight. So what do? TYL call a timeout, and they stick to their guns fighting over towards A, and EDG, they've overcomplicated things. They almost probably assumed that TYL would fight deeper over towards C, but they were wrong. They are punished severely despite good effort.
Yeah, you can look at the economical consequence of that. They've 8 seconds left. What's the purchase going to be like? There's 2 rifles in the mix. They're unsure of what they want to buy into this one. The utility might not be fully there. They're going to still push towards the A site though. No contest from TYL to kick things off.
Yeah, nobody's Trailblazer pushing out on towards site. Roomba slowly to follow, and that is the Steel Garden utilized. And all of a sudden, this looks relatively winnable for EDG as long as they can get that bomb down and have a decent fighting chance. Splash and Kankang breathing on the shoulders of each other near enough through this wall. Splash unable to react.
Retake though in towards the side itself. They're unawares. Skills is so far up close and personal, but still the kills favoring the side of EDG. Spam through the box is great. Low HP though. Chichu can choose his angles better, and slowly with a triple kill, a pump of his fist in the air. He knows what this has done. Again, keep up this momentum from TYL. Put on that pressure on EDG.
Yeah, and speaking of slowly, my lord, EDG are slowly withering away out of this series. They cannot get anything. In terms of the ideas, in terms of the prep, it doesn't look as good as their Breeze. And you've got to question how much energy can EDG dedicate into this last map of the series, because right now, they got to lock in, they got to wake up, they got to find something.
The money's all over again. Look, Jenny doesn't even have cash to buy armor.
Yeah.
Like, what's the logic in that round previous, right? We're just forcing into rounds at this point. It feels like the mental is all over the place.
You're completely right. In terms of direction, they're lacking.
Let's see if the duelist can set any sort of direction here for EDG. A chance with the smoke. Skills just runs out victorious. Slowly with the trade. ERV coming with a double kill. Chichu again left in a tough situation. He has his From the Shadows, but with only just 30 HP to work with, is that going to be enough? Tries to reset the round. Gets back towards Mound, but TYL are too far away to hear all of his shenanigans. So they're still going to be insistent to at least keep their attention towards this side of the map.
Yeah, Chichu's got plenty of time to play with, but HP-wise, he's got nothing. He's going to go for a deep smoke over towards A side, but the TYL players will not care about that at all.
He's gonna commit to it anyway. I mean, there's no information, there's nothing to gain from that. Fakes the TP. All right. Perhaps overcooking things though. ERV is still close enough to hear it. Chichu just trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink to get a round win here. He knows how important this is. And he's now used both of his smokes, so he won't have any more additional ones in this clutch potential. ERV spam through the smoke, and Chichu won't fire back though, wants to maintain his guys. The paranoia might be great though. I think it hits both of them as well, but the scan comes in. Oh, the scan from Sufat. Impact post-mortem gets his team yet another on the board, a close one, but still in the lead and by a damn large margin.
Yeah, fair play to Chichu. I saw the vision. I saw him cooking up a masterclass, but that execution was so close, but yet so far. And it has to be said that EDG are looking pretty poor. TYL, they could probably honestly sit and spawn for the whole round and still probably have a solid retake.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, look at the rounds that they've gotten so far. 4 of them were by way of retake. The last 3 all retakes, and I don't even think we're going to get into that position anytime soon, because look at the economy here for EDG. It's all over the place again. It's a low buy eco round. Well, I say about retakes, but they've chosen the right site though. It's only just Scales here on the C site. They should be able to overrun him if they do commit.
Where's the mid-rounding from EDG? I respect Nobody, and I love his calling from time to time. But we are just playing this like a ranked matchup. We aren't pressuring over towards C and pivoting over towards an A default or anything.
Yeah.
We are just 5-person stacking. And it's just disappointing to watch because TYL are looking so much more fluid. That's...
I'm investing quite a bit of utility to just try to find him, but listen, at this point in the matchup, extend your lead by as much as you can. Make sure things do not go awry. Chichu, great advanced angle. But with just a Sheriff, it's going to be difficult to find anything more than that. 3 versus 2 now. Seeker's invested from nobody. The paint shell's going to make things difficult. The wraparound from Smoggy, that's the win condition. There it goes. Information though from TYL, they want to accelerate towards the side. Showstopper invested, but Splash just beats him to the punch. Triple kill from the duelist, and again, TYL look unfallible.
What? I mean, Splash is just leaving me speechless. Like, the mechanics, the confidence, everything about this young rookie is something of a superstar. And it has to be said, when you're facing against the likes of EDG, there's some duelists, there's some players that would cower, that would be scared when facing the likes of Kong Kong, Smoggy, Chichu, the most iconic players within VCT China. But Splash does not cower, he does not fear, he just shoots heads.
Splash things, and he's making the likes of Kong Kong, Champions MVP player, to look like this. The whole squad, the championship caliber team of EDG look like this. We mentioned this in the pre-show, right? This was going to be a test for TYL, you know, a rite of passage, some might say, as to getting to the upper echelon, that next level in VCT China, the next level to reaching internationals. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. You know, this is a legit team. This is a full squad that's ready and prepared to take on the best in the region and perhaps the world.
Absolutely. I'm going to overanalyze here slightly, and the reaction of Autumn actually seemed quite frustrated. Almost quite disappointed.
I would be too.
And yeah, because fair and fine, EWC, tired, lack of practice, fair and fine, I can agree with that. But nobody, the players, the stature of these players, why are we playing basic? Why are we playing it like a ranked matchup? It feels like, in terms of creativity, we aren't even trying. And I think that's what's disappointing. And I hope from this round, we see more creativity. Kong Kong back on that operator, the economy somewhat stabilized, defaulting over towards C, hopefully, pressure over towards A. EDG, wake up and give me a fight.
Gotta turn the lights on. Show us that EDG fight that you have within him. Kong Kong, just contact play up with this up in hand. Door opening, making things a little bit more stressful. His dash has expired as well. And here comes a dash in. Oh dear. Oh, okay. Jenny is actually the one to actually find that opening kill onto ERV. It's not the op that we expected, but still, regardless, it's an opening kill advantage here from EDG for what feels like the first time in forever. The B pivot to come through. TYL can't do anything but to let them have the side, unless Splash has something to say about this. A showstopper goes awry. Damage done. And Splash is just unrelenting. A double kill from him, though, to keep things in good stead. 2 versus 3 as the wraparound now comes in from the flank. Scales unawares as Shichu will flank him. Slowly now left in a 1 versus 3, hit by the paranoia. Commits from the shadows, though. He wants to have a say in this one. I think they hear him as well. The flash should surely confirm things, and it will. But without much utility, just a teleport available. Is that gonna be enough? Nothing. EDG, give him the due respect. Surely not another clutch in the way of TYL. EDG holding their nerve, but slowly has got his smoke back up. And they're quite far from the issue, EDG. But time is slowly becoming a bit of an issue. He's taking his own sweet time, as his name implies. And he peeks out of the smoke into the waiting arms of EDG. So right after that, finally showing a little bit of life there with a second run on the board.
Absolutely. That is much better. Whatever that timeout Autumn just took, I want to say it was firm, and I want to say it was quite harsh, because that style of play, where it's a lot more contact, slowed pace to the round, is much better. So that round, fair play to Autumn for getting involved, because it felt like after his impact, the team has actually had a little bit of a slap on the wrist, and hopefully they're going to be able to get a 9-3 half and give us an actual good final map.
Want to push even further? Oh,
What
it
a
scans
trap.
everyone. The paranoia hits as well. But line in the sand that TYL will not cross. Just a little bit of damage onto nobody. Oh, dear God. Jenny gets caught out in the open after noting that there was C-mount presence. That's a little bit overzealous, over-eager. Kang though, very insistent on trying to call things back. Siufat right behind the line of smoke. Kang will not be given the opportunity.
And it's going to be an interesting reaction from EDG. Of course, you've lost all of C control, you're unsure of B. And right now, you're re-clearing over towards A. By the looks of things, they might want to go over towards a B split, but that is an awfully weird smoke from Chichu.
Trailblazer clears out a decent amount, but I mean, there's no way Kang's gonna dive in there alone. They're gonna meet them on the flank though. Slowly's got a great amount of timing. He's gonna catch Kang of all players. Back's turn, running towards his ace. I guess who's here though? It's Skills and Splash. Double snakes in the grass. Oh, but Smoggy, nice pick to find, but surely they're not expecting the second layer. Splash just like ships in the night, sneaks through, stamp through the boxes. There's a player right above him. Splash, turn around, sir. Smoggy's gonna catch him though. Alright, EDG avoiding disaster, but still not out of the woods just yet. 3 versus 3 now for TYL. They're all going through the door. EDG with a great crossfire setup. Nobody. Basically one shot away from death, but he might be the answer here. Slowly does not clear him. Big pick to find. And ERV on such low HP. Surely this one is EDG's third here. The last round of this half. And surely it will be. The championship squad finding a little bit more momentum at the tail end here. As Chichu closes things out, 3 rounds on the board. And the question is that gonna be enough?
I mean, let's think about it let's think about it logically. EDG are likely to win a pistol, so it goes up to 9-5. And then, honestly, what? TYL would have to choke a bonus, and EDG would have to have a much better defense than what we've just seen on attack, because I'm very disappointed how we are going from the quality that we saw on Breeze to what we've just seen on Lotus. I mean, I'm gobsmacked. Nevertheless, we're back in another halftime, and you know what we've got to give credit to? You know who my MVP for this series is? Is the crowd, because they have had such a long day. It's a best of 3. We've had a 2-map series before this, and they are still giving us energy, and that is something that not many regions can do. So my MVPs to the crowd.
Listen, I can get behind you on that any day of the week. I think the Chinese crowd turning up at every single event, the scale of these regular season tournaments, regular season matches, the turn up is just incredible. And everyone is, you know, putting on incredible cosplays with good dress up, with nice fan signs as well. So listen,
this is
China. If they're doing
map.
anything right, it's this.
I mean,
yeah.
I just find it funny. This is pick your favorite map, and right now, nobody likes Summit, and I think that has to be said for a lot of the regions as well and teams, because nobody wants to play this map. Everybody hates it, and everyone prefers the nice sunny seaside of Breeze. But wow,
Listen, if I'm an EDG fan, I'm also loving Breeze. You know what I mean?
God, yeah.
So.
What they're gonna pull out on Summit scares me. God.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, whenever there's a new map in the pool, whenever there's a new anything in Valorant, China are always the ones that are going to be testing it first.
Yeah,
I'd love to see
limit
that.
testing, definitely.
All right, let's see what's EDG's limit though. This one's going to be an ever important pistol. We've seen EDG run away with so many pistols in this series. It's 4-1 to their favor. Can they make it 5-1 to give themselves a little bit of a chance here? It's the well, it's not the right read, but at least they're gonna get that information, that space from the C-mount hold.
Absolutely, and EDG almost copying out of TYL's strat book of just gambling, leaving that A site completely wide open, playing 4 people over towards C. Roomba is gonna go out.
I like this call though from EDG. Look at this triple flank coming in. It's gonna cut off more angles that TYL could be playing from, but Let's see what TYL's adaptation is. They spot out the flank now. They're gonna go a little bit aggressive. Splash up against Kong Kong. Big hit to head, and Kong Kong gonna best him in this pistol this time. Scales now. He's the only player here by his lonesome. How many can he get? The first is nice. Second is okay though. Fighting the smoke with the right click. Sufat's gonna win out that fight. Dancing around it. Fancy footwork, but nobody gonna spam him through the smoke. Down to the 2 versus 2. ERV is slowly holding down their angles, but the paranoia breaks apart the vision and the audio cues for the time being. Slowly now back on sight. The flash comes in. It's a missed flash, no! And it's a second pistol for TYL. That's double digits. And EDG, head in hands. This was an opportunity squandered away.
If there was ever a time for TYL to win a pistol, it was now. Make this as easy as possible. And Scales getting 2 there is absolutely significant for TYL's chances. And you know what's different about this round? It didn't rely on Splash to get an ace.
And in fact, he was the one to go down first. They were operating the 4v5 with the flank coming in. And TYL still turning up where it matters the most. The last map of the series, both pistol wins, looking for the conversion. Kong Kong gets purchased up by Marshall of his own, but the problem is on the other side of the map, slowly has taken out nobody on this little lurk up towards front B.
It's a relatively calm, steady round. And if we look at the defense, the EDG are very widespread, gravitating more towards this A site more than anything. And ERV with this trusty Marshall. Hong Kong, you have quite the mission on your hands. Alarm bells will start ringing with that Cypher Cage coming out from Scales. That's 1 down.
Walkie's tagged low though, that's a bit of an issue. They're gonna call a bit of a pause in the action, and Smoggy's gonna feed himself up on a silver platter. Pivot now comes in towards the B site. Got a lurk in the hands of Slowly as well. Watching for a flank potential. Sufat not gonna miss that opportunity. And TYL, they stabilize the ship. No, surely not. Slowly, okay. I believe the crowd was making a bit of a ruckus. So there we go. Still though, clean round. Only a single player lost.
It's hard for EDG to come back into this, don't you agree? Do you believe, Golden? Do you believe in EDG's rise?
Listen, I'm always a fan of EDG, but today I feel like TYL are just operating on a different level, especially here on Lotus. And I think it's a well-deserved win, a win they've been searching for, a win they're hungry for. Right? Yes, EDG sit atop a mountain of accomplishments, but this is TYL's best chance at a run at champions. And so it starts here with a good victory over the regional champions. Let's see how this round pans out though. Kong Kong. Oh dear lord, this is a bonus round and Splash is just knocked in clean off his shoulders. It's a hit rolling across the map now. Jenny trying to hold his own here. That's ambitious coming in from him. He's on an island. Where's the wait for the retake protocols?
Yeah, the EDG are everywhere. Nobody trying to do his best to support the Hall's player, but Smoggy goes out alone, falls. And this is just a nightmare. This is messy. This is muddy Valorant, and it's not nice to watch. Other than if you're a TYL fan, because right now you are being spoon-fed the bodies of EDG, and EDG have no answer. We are going to be going to match point, and it's going to be hard for EDG to make a dent in TYL's economy, ults, confidence, momentum, you name it.
In the depths. This is by far one of the most difficult attempts of a comeback you're ever gonna see. This is 12-3, last map here, and the momentum has just been in TYL's hands for the entirety of this map. I mean, not a chance, not even in the pistols. Yeah, there were some close rounds, I'll give EDG that, but this is not the caliber of a team that we expect from a team that made top 3 in Masters London. Yes, you know, TYL had time to prepare. And yes, that's showing up to the occasion. 25-9 is Splash. But to go out like this, a bit of a whimper on the last map. even if you are a TYL fan, you are just, you know, a little bit disappointed in EDG's performance here.
It's the fashion in which they're losing. I think when we look at, I mean, this is a decent hold from EDG. Let's see if they heard us. Prove us wrong. Show me you have good fundamentals. The double hold. Sufat. Very tempted on taking a swing. GN been a relatively...
Should be just EDG's round, right? 2 players, Scales, ERV, basically one shot away from death.
You know what EDG are like.
I'm just saying, man. EDG, if you can't convert this, you don't deserve the map.
Smoggy offering his body on a plate. Sufat read him like a book. EDG, they cannot help themselves but go explore. Please. And TYL are just one step ahead. And I think it's going to be...
antsy.
I mean, yeah, but it's going to be a nice B execute with a backstab from Scales. And I like this kind of calling. I've praised Sufat before. Nobody, let's see what you can do. ERV dashes onto the box. Sufat short to follow. And nobody acting like a Killjoy turret.
Here we go. Couple of kills, but Jenny needed to stay alive there. At the very least, Kong still has a secondary line of support. Satchel in for splash. ERV toss though. The paranoia misses. Oh no, not like this. How have you fumbled this sort of a round? TYL. What a resurgence from them. Instead, they have just taken down the champions of China. Sufat. From rags to riches. His stint on Wolves falling short of expectations. He comes into TYL. Gives them a breath of fresh air. And Splash as well. A monumental map on map number 3. This one is just teed up for a TYL run. Because what in the hell was that last round as well, man?
Look what it means to TYL. Sufat, you'd think he's won a Masters the way in which he's celebrating. And rightfully so. Because EDG have been a thorn in every single team in China's side. And finally, he has bested them. Not only have they won, but they won in a dominant fashion. And credit has to be due. Hugs all around from Sufat. Nothing more like brotherly love.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Sufat arm around Splash. These 2 players, man, it's really given TYL that kind of identity, that kind of X factor that you have to see in, you know, championship caliber teams. They've brought it here today in terms of the calling, in terms of the frags. Obviously, it's an effort by committee. Everyone on TYL is showing up here, but man, what a team. What a team to show up here in 2026. They had a good showing on, you know, in stage 1, split 1. I think in split 2, this is their time to shine.
Yeah, signing autographs, taking photos. I'm sure all the fans are like, hey, we want pictures with champions winners TYL. And we'll shortly get the interview with ERV.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人曼妮。让我们再次恭喜天路获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天也是邀请到了 ERV 选手，我们首先把掌声送给他们。辛苦了，辛苦了！今天也是打破宿命，完成了这一场复仇之战。我很想知道，在最后一个击杀落袋，当天路的对标在上面响起的时候，你心里在想什么？
going through your head?
非常激动吧，因为
Says he's very happy to have gotten it and broken their loss streak against EDG. What do you think was key to you guys winning today? Because it was the atmosphere that they had in map 3. They weren't thinking about winning or losing at all. They just wanted to have fun and play the game.
专注于每一场比赛和每一步大家要做的事情。那我们再从今天的图一说起，其实因为你们的对手有一位非常优秀的狙击手康康嘛，但是你们在今天图一日落之城的时候，让他们的防守完全很难拿到分数。
Even though you guys were up against a very strong offer, you guys managed to stop their defense almost completely. So how did you guys manage that? Says they did everything that they could to their best, and that was all that they needed. Did you make preparations beforehand for the op on the other side? He says it was mostly just mid-round planning. Got an ace, and one of your teammates said, well, now we don't have to pick up the op. So what was the situation going on there? He says because of where he's playing, he needs to get the op. You think the atmosphere of the team is better with the new IGL with Sufat? What has changed with him being here? He says Sufat's done well. He's done a lot, so everyone else just needs to do their own parts well. You have a lot of fans and a lot of support. Do you have anything to say to them? He says thank you to the TYL fans for the support. We will continue to work hard. Is there any player or team that you want to play against next? He says no, they just want to do the best they can for the next 2 rounds. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it will be time for the prize draw.
接下来也让我们一起用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。好，3、2、1。好的，再次感谢我们今天的现场，也是依旧有我们的福能掉落的一个抽奖环节，由你喊开始，然后3、2、1停。
开始。
All right, it's so cool to see, right, that they have that confidence. They weren't too worried about the result of the 3rd map. In fact, they said like they were just here to have fun. So yeah, and Sufat as well, you know, bringing that bit of excitement, a bit of life to the team. I do believe that he did contribute in that front, right? Just to tell his team, you know, don't feel that pressured. Just celebrate in the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, I praised Sufat's IGLing previously in Lotus, and it has to be said, the value in which he is giving to this team, both personality-wise and energy and vibes, making Splash just 10,000 times more confident than what he already was, but also for all the other players, it's great. And this team genuinely seems fierce. If you're an XLG, if you're a DRG, any team that is facing TYL, you have to give immense amounts of respect. You have to study them. You have to anti them. You have to come in with a great game plan. And as much as I do love praising TYL, I'm going to save that for you because I want to almost call out and question EDG because I think Autumn, I think after today, he's going to be a little bit nervous because not only have you come back from EWC and already had your challenges and just difficulties, but now you're in your region where you're supposed to dominate and you're supposed to come within the top 1, 2, and 3. But before I keep yapping, we'll go into the team comms.
深呼吸，一口气啊，把鼻子这口气。我们是冠军！好，慢慢进，保点进了，保点进了，保点进了，有个了，来准备，6、3、2，来，2个，2楼梯，保点保点，开始，右边站了，打头的，哦，没有，一打2，小包都在，快点，哇！那个看到，小心屁股，进来，到了，哎，爆点 ，Let's go！ 爆！拆包，上飞，拆包 ！I love you， 康 ，I love you。好了，开始。出 ，Go back， 这里 ，Go back，help me， 你看，左边，8点，1、2、3，哇！开心玩，兄弟们。哎，如果别想那么多，我给屁股烟，直接给这里烟。nice， 还有2个，都在外面，在，小飞修一下，小飞，来了，防大步，哦，买时间，去躲着小智，我躲着你玩吧，小智打自己，不要硬补，躲着，不死就行了，两个爆点 ，OK， 别逃，不死，他没烟了，15，2个，
Splash. Shout out to Splash, man. As we like to say in my region where Splash is from, I'm just claiming his claiming him for our own. Sometimes we say nice lah, you know, when we win those rounds. A bit of Singlish in there for you guys if you're wondering. But again, Splash, man, he's been on an absolute tear. The moment he went into tier 1, the moment when he went to China, I knew he was going to fry. I knew he was going to put on these incredible numbers. It was just a matter of time until he found the right team to support him. I think Sufat is an incredible IGL that's going to help him and the rest of TYL just ascend to like a different level right now.
Yeah, he had a lot of responsibility in stage 1. Of course, judging just off of the player cams, he was extremely vocal, and in terms of the vibe, it felt quite tense sometimes, feeling like he was carrying a large weight for the team. But now that Sufat's come in, he can finally rest, he can finally relax, and just do what he does best, which is having fun and clicking heads. This guy's got a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, I think it's just, I really do believe it's just a matter of time. I mean, his decision making as well, right? It's not just his aim that's going to carry him to these heights. His team play is not going in by his lonesome. It's only when this team needs him to put up those numbers in those clutch situations. But other than that, he's a great team player as well. So I really love to see, you know, stars like him really find his own. And I think it's just I was just hoping to see him in an international stage as soon as we can. Right, to let the international community see how much talent there is here in VCT China. So again, really love to see that. One more thing I would like to add, right, is looking at the team communications, the team comms, right? TYL's one seemed a lot more calm, a lot more patient, you know, in relaying those pieces of information. Meanwhile, the ones that we saw from EDG on Breeze, I could pick up a little bit of Mandarin. Mandarin's not that great, but like it was quite conflicting. It was like there were like big sighs in the team comms. There's a bit of like annoyance you could feel in the tone. So I don't know, small little thing there to just note that even while EDG were winning on Breeze, there was still potentially issues within the team, like chemistry or synergy, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's a great segue to my main point, which is TYL are in a honeymoon phase, okay? Every team in Valorant goes through it. You are riding the waves, the momentum, the highs are high. EDG, you're going to have to adapt. I've just kind of roughly noted down. They have 2 good maps in Breeze and Ascent. Autumn, Indigo, and Signed have to go back to the coaching booth now, and they have to work on Sunset, Summit, Haven, and Lotus. They have 4 maps to adapt, to change, to improve, and they play again in 2 days, 4 days, 5 days. They play so frequently. The adaptation, it's so difficult. This is probably the hardest hill they're ever going to have to climb. And I think judging off of Autumn's player cams and timeouts, yeah, he seemed a little bit frustrated and he seemed quite tense, because I think it's finally dawned on the teams that have come back from EWC that, oh wait, hang on a minute. This matters. This is for champions. And we have so many weaknesses. So I think EDG, this is a big wake-up call that, yeah, since you've been exploring the world, a lot of teams have been using that time effectively. They've been practicing hard and they've been making changes. And right now, you have to prove yet again that you are that top dog in China. Otherwise, a team like TYL is going to decrown you.
Yeah, it's a stark reminder of the reality of the situation here in VCT China, right? Where even though you did get a top 3 placement in Masters London, you're not safe. There are so many teams nipping at your heels, trying to be that next best team. It's not even DRG or XLG, the teams that have shown that they could take it to EDG, but TYL now on this upward trend. And even just looking at the recap of the day, right? I mean, Splash by far and away #1. Kang not even seen here in the top 5. I know it's, you know, it's not great to just tunnel vision on certain individual statistics, but I think it just paints a very telling tale of what the situation is for EDG and likewise TYL.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to realize that sure, EDG do have the most points in China, but that's not an excuse to take your foot off the gas. That there are teams behind EDG in the likes of All Gamers, DRG, XLG that aren't too far behind with points. So EDG, they aren't in the same boat as PaperX, where we're qualified for champions, we can do whatever we want, we can play however we want. Not really, gang. You've got to lock in and you've got to still play at that standard of which you're expected to. And if EDG top this group, even if they come second, I think the coaching staff of this team have done incredible because they have got so much work to do.
Yeah, I will say that, you know, today's game will probably be one of the most difficult ones in their group. So I can kind of close an eye, but of course they still need to perform up against, you know, all the other teams like Trace Esports in their group, and they can't lose against teams like those. So yeah, big expectations as always for EDG, but this is the schedule as well for all those wondering. Tomorrow we're gonna get AG versus BLG and then XLG versus DRG in the following matchup.
That is a banger day tomorrow, isn't it? XLG, DRG, BLG, AG. Wow, I will be tuning in, that's for a fact. But yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a great day of games as well. I think the first game of the day also really close. I will say that I feel like the second day did bring a little bit more structure, especially from TYL's side. I think we had a lot more individuals stepping up to the plate as well. But again, this is this is just standard stuff here. VCT China, you always don't know what you're gonna get for the day. It's always a blind box, as some might call it. But again, it's been a great day here, casting with Yuzin as well.
Yeah, it's been a
any
big
last
pleasure.
words before we end things off?
EDG fighting.
EDG fighting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say let's go TYL. I want to see them at champions, as you know, as my bias will lean towards. But again, thank you so much for the viewers, for everyone in production, for putting all of this together. It would have been possible without you guys. So yeah, this is us done here for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCTC and action here at Project Horizon. Take care and good night.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us.